Chapter 1093. Mei Lian, who was rubbing his palms together, did not realize the danger lurking in the darkness. He did not take Qi Li's warning to heart at all. Instead, he eagerly volunteered. No. Second brother, if you meet an expert with your movement technique, you might be in trouble. It's better for me to go. Qi Li shook his head and flatly refused. Big brother, it's so late at night, how can there be an expert? Besides, even if there is an expert, isn't there still you? Big brother, are you going to abandon me? Mei Lian did not give up and continued to persuade him. That's fine. Second brother, if you find something wrong, retreat immediately. Safety first. Unable to resist Mei Lian's pestering, Qi Li thought for a moment and agreed. Hey, got it, big brother. Mei Lian excitedly replied and then jumped down from the roof. In the night he jumped left and right, dodging a few groups of Wu Hou government patrolling the night. Suddenly, a sense of pride rose in his heart. Hey, seems like grandfather and big brother are overthinking. It's almost midnight, how can there be an expert? After knocking out a few Wu Hou guards without anyone noticing, Mei Lian could not help but mutter softly. At this time, he was less than 20 feet away from the small house where Wan Jinggang was locked up. Wan Jinggang, you're usually so arrogant. Today I'm here to send you on your way. Mei Lian volunteered. Other than being bored and wanting to show off his skills, another important reason was that he and Wan Jinggang had a grudge. Once, when he was doing something good with a servant girl in the Cui family, Wan Jinggang bumped into them and even told Cui Junchuo. Although Cui Junchuo did not punish him and even gave the servant girl to him, this kind of experience of being stabbed in the dark would make anyone unhappy. Bang bang. Outside the room where Wan Jinggang was locked up, there were also two martial marquis guarding it. Mei Lian flashed, and before the two martial marquis could see who it was, they were knocked unconscious by Mei Lian. Creak, the door opened. Who is it? Wan Jinggang, who was hanging from the beam in the room, suddenly opened his eyes and asked aloud. Hee, guess who I am? Mei Lian let out a sinister laugh, which was particularly eerie in the dark night. Mei Lian? It's you? Did grandfather send you to save me? Wan Jinggang was overjoyed. Clang! Mei Lian suddenly pulled out the dagger from her thigh and sneered. Heh! In your dreams, brat. Grandfather sent me here to shut you up forever. Wan Jinggang was furious and said in disbelief. Bullshit. Mei Lian, you faked Taigong's orders. When I get out of here, I will definitely complain to my grandfather. Tis. Mei Lian was even more furious. He sneered and said, Complain. Wan Jinggang, since you like to complain so much, go complain to the king of hell. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed towards Wan Jingong's throat with the dagger in his hand. Swish swish. In the blink of an eye, just as Mei Lian's dagger was about to touch Wan Jingong's throat, he suddenly heard the sound of something tearing through the air behind him. His many years of combat experience told him that someone was shooting at him from behind. If he insisted on killing Wan Jinggang now, he would definitely be hit by 2 arrows. How could he do something that would hurt both sides? You have a death wish. Mei Lian roared angrily. He quickly turned around and waved his dagger. With 2 clanging sounds, the arrows were pushed to the side by him. Taking advantage of this gap, he realized that there were 2 martial marquis standing outside the door with bows in their hands. Humph! You overestimate yourself. Mei Lian's journey tonight had been smooth sailing. Even now, he looked down on all the martial marquises here. When he saw that someone was shooting at him, his first reaction was not to run but to take the initiative to attack. He wanted to kill the person who shot him to vent his anger. His figure changed, and he rushed out of the room in an instant. Then he went straight for the 2 soldiers who were holding the big bows. Swish, swish, swish. However, the moment he dashed out of the room, dozens of soldiers suddenly appeared from under the tables, cabinets, and bookshelves leaning against the wall. Dozens of arrows were shot at him at the same time. It's an ambush. No matter how dumb Mei Lian was, he knew that he had fallen into an ambush. He was shocked and ran out of the door without thinking. Despicable. Shameless. I'll kill all of you the next time I come. Mei Lian was too fast, even faster than the arrows. In the blink of an eye, he had knocked away a few soldiers and dashed out of the door. As he left, he did not forget to leave a threat. Fire. A general brought 300 archers and rushed to the outside of Wu Ho government. The general pointed at the direction where Mei Lian had fled and shouted, "Swish, swish, swish." With 300 people shooting at the same time, no matter how fast Mei Lian was, it was difficult for him to dodge all the arrows. Clang! Second brother, be careful. Just at this moment, Qi Li, who had been lying on the roof opposite Wu Ho government, upon seeing this, immediately pulled out her sword, and in a flash she flew over. Her speed was more than 30% faster than Mei Lian. Ding ding pung pung. In the blink of an eye, Qi Li was beside Mei Lian. He danced with his sword, and after a series of ding ding pung pung sounds, all the arrows fell to the ground, and the brothers were unharmed. General Song, there are 2 assassins. When the Wu Marquis saw that there was an extra person on the battlefield, they quickly said in fear, "Fire! All of you fire for me. Those who hit will be heavily rewarded." The general surnamed Song roared, "Second brother. Let's go." Qi Li and Mei Lian retreated as they fought. In a short period of time, no one could do anything to them. The main reason was that their martial arts were too powerful. Want to leave? Not so easy. 9 swords beyond the swords, broken sword style. Even the archers could not do anything to these 2 experts. Seeing that they were about to fly away, General Song was anxious. At this moment in the dark night sky, there was an extremely clear sound of a sword. Then a young man with a sword in his hand was heading straight for Qi Li. So fast. So powerful. This was also a master expert. General Song was overjoyed, but Qi Li was shocked because he realized that when facing this sword, it was as if his hands and feet were tied, and there was nowhere for him to hide. Although the other party was also a master expert, his strength could completely suppress him. This made him realize that Wu Marquis government had already set up an inescapable trap, waiting for them to come in. Qi Li had no choice but to fight with his sword. "Big brother, let me help you." Mei Lian also pulled out his long saber, wanting to help his good brother, but who knew that 2 flying daggers would whiz towards his face. "Haha, where are you going? Your opponent is me." Chapter 1094. It's General Dugu. General Zhou, who was on night duty in the Right Marquis mansion, also recognized the 2 brothers from the Dugu family. He exclaimed and quickly said, "Soldiers, listen to my order. Set up the formation and surround the enemy. Tonight, no one is allowed to leave." "Yes, sir." Nearly 1,000 soldiers of the Right Marquis mansion answered loudly and quickly got into formation. The infantrymen held swords on the inside, while the archers held swords on the outside. The military formation quickly pressed down on the 2 black-clothed assassins. "Second brother, don't fight. Leave if you can. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave tonight." Qi Li did not expect the Right Marquis mansion to be surrounded by nearly 1,000 marquises, and the 2 Dugu brothers. These 2 had become famous after fighting Li Zishuan at Snake Spirit Mountain. The 3 of them were actually able to fight Yin Badian, who was at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Now that Dugu Xian had already entered the Grandmaster realm, and Dugu Feiying's flying dagger skill, which could threaten a martial Dao Grandmaster, must have improved as well. Under such circumstances, Qi Li almost did not want to fight. That was what he thought, and that was what he did. He shouted at Mei Lian as he dashed left and right. He wanted to escape before the Marquis mansion's soldiers completely surrounded him. He did not want to fight Dugu Xian head-on. His body movements were very strange. He was like a shadow drifting in and out of the crowd, but he could always find the best path and the best time to quickly pass through the gaps between people. It was like a scene of 100 flowers passing through, but not a single leaf touching the body. The lethality of Dugu Xian's swordsmanship was quite high, but it was difficult to use it in the crowd. In such a restricted state, he could not target Qi Li with his swordsmanship. In the blink of an eye, Qi Li was about to escape the encirclement of the Right Martial Marquis soldiers. Seeing that Qi Li was about to leave, the soldiers of the Right Marquis mansion quickly released arrows under the command of their general. For a moment arrows rained down, but it was difficult to hit Qi Li's body. What a strange movement. Seeing this, Dugu Xian was surprised. Immediately, he decided not to pursue Qi Li. and turned to join forces with Dugu Fang to encircle the other assassin who was weaker in martial arts. Mei Lian, who was already no match for Dugu Fang, felt even more pressure. Not long after, her body was cut a few times. "Big brother, leave quickly. Leave me alone." Mei Lian saw that the Wu Hou army had also turned around and surrounded him. Furthermore, he still had 2 experts by his side attacking him with all their might. He knew that he had no hope of breaking out of the encirclement. Hu asked his movement technique to be inferior to his big brother's. Thus he roared at the night sky. Whoosh! In the dark night, a roar of unwillingness and anger could be heard. "Second brother, big brother will bring our brothers to save you." It sounded like Qi Li's voice. After that, there was no more sound in the darkness. "Hey, you see, your companions have all run away. I think you should just surrender. Maybe I'm in a good mood and won't kill you?" Dugu Fang glanced at the direction where Qi Li's voice came from, and then smiled at Mei Lian. Although Mei Lian had already touched the threshold of Grandmaster realm, and his actual strength was slightly higher than normal martial Dao Grandmasters, Dugu Fang was a man who had just surpassed Grandmaster Pinnacle in a head-on battle. He could completely suppress Mei Lian. Not to mention that his big brother Dugu Xian had also come to help him. Surrender without a fight? Dream on. Even if I die, I'll drag someone down with me. 7 arrows. Mei Lian laughed coldly. Then he swung his sleeves, and 7 short arrows with a cold glint could be seen flying toward Dugu Fang from 7 different directions. Obviously, Dugu Fang was the scapegoat he was talking about. Who asked this guy to have such a big mouth? F***CK. You think I'm easy to bully, don't you? You didn't shoot my big brother, but you shot me? Dugu Fang was hopping mad. Previously, when they were fighting Yin Batian at Snake Spirit Mountain, Yin Batian had used him as a breakthrough point and attacked him with all his might. Now that Mei Lian, a weakling who was weaker than him, had used him as a breakthrough point, how could he tolerate this? "Fang, be careful. There's poison on the arrows." Dugu Xian roared, wanting to save Dugu Fang, but it was obviously too late. 7 arrows were flying in 7 different directions, taking into account Dugu Fang's possible escape routes. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be dead. But Dugu Fang was not someone who could be judged by common sense. The more dangerous the situation, the more his potential would be stimulated. As he controlled his body to retreat quickly, he pulled out 7 Xian Li flying daggers from his thigh belt at lightning speed and sent them toward the 7 arrows. It could be said that it was done in one smooth motion. During this process, others could not even see the trajectory of his palm. Half a year ago, when he was fighting Yin Batian, he could only use 3 Xian Li flying daggers at the same time. Although strictly speaking, there was still some time between these 7 daggers. To be able to do this was enough to show that Dugu Fang's current strength was many times stronger than before. Ding! 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 7 crisp sounds were heard, and all 7 arrows were hit by Dugu Fang's Xian Li flying daggers. Seeing this, Dugu Xian heaved a sigh of relief and used the Lonely Wind Sword to slash at Mei Lian with all his might. Mei Lian was only good at hidden weapons and assassination. How could she be a match for a martial Dao master like Dugu Xian? In less than 3 rounds, she had already been stabbed. Dugu Xian saw a loophole in Mei Lian's defense and changed his move instantly. His long sword was finally less than an inch away from Mei Lian's throat. "Put down your weapons and surrender." The noisy right martial marquis household's entrance quieted down instantly, leaving only Dugu Xian's cold voice. "Guards! Tie up the assassin." Martial Marquis Household's General Zhou waved his hand and ordered. "Heh! Tie me up? Dream on." Mei Lian, the wild beast that everyone thought was trapped in a cage, laughed evilly and then charged at Dugu Xian's long sword without hesitation. Shing! That was the sound of a sharp sword piercing into flesh. Things happened too suddenly, and it was also too unexpected. Dugu Xian did not even have time to retract his sword before Mei Lian killed himself in front of everyone. "Doctor! Call the doctor!" General Zhou was shocked and quickly went to check on the situation before shouting loudly. "It's too late. He's not breathing anymore." Dugu Xian said coldly as he placed his finger on Mei Lian's nose to check. There was even a hint of frustration in his tone. "Heh! I didn't expect this kid to be so decisive. How ruthless." Dugu Fang muttered in surprise. Chapter 1095. Young Master. There's movement at the right martial manner. At midnight, Li Zixuan had already let Han Yuxi sleep while he was reading in the study room. Outside the room, Pang Feiji's low and hurried voice sounded. Come in. Li Zixuan's eyes flashed and immediately said. Creak. Pang Feiji walked in quietly. The Cui family sent experts to the martial manner? Li Zixuan hurriedly asked. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and replied. Marquis's prediction is godly. Just 3 minutes ago, an expert infiltrated the martial manor and was discovered by the martial manor on duty. However, that person's martial arts were exceptionally high. Even though General Yuchi had placed 300 archers in ambush in the Wuho government, they were unable to harm him in the slightest. Thus, the 2 Dugu generals who were guarding outside hurriedly joined the battle. Only then was the situation reversed. It must be said that he used to mingle in the right martial manner. If not, for him to wander around the streets in the middle of the night, it would be strange if he wasn't captured by the patrolling martial manor. How was the battle situation? Did you manage to capture the assassin? Li Zixuan expressionlessly asked. Marquis. After the assassin who had infiltrated the Wuho government was surrounded, everyone then realized that there was another assassin outside who was secretly providing support. But the assassin's movement technique was too brilliant, General Dugu was unable to catch up and let him escape. Although the remaining one's martial arts were not bad, he was not General Dugu's opponent. After he was defeated by General Dugu, everyone thought that he would surrender. But who would have thought that he would directly crash into General Dugu's sword and commit suicide? Committed suicide? Li Zixuan frowned and secretly cursed his bad luck. He had painstakingly set up a trap. In the end, one escaped and the one left behind was a corpse. This was really fate making fools of people. Pung pung. Suddenly at this time there was a series of knocks on the door. In the middle of the night, it would definitely not be someone from the Li Manor knocking on the door. It could only be someone from outside the manor. Li Zixuan gave Pang Feiji a look. Pang Feiji approached the door and carefully opened a crack. When he saw the person outside, he immediately opened the door completely. It's Exine. Seeing that it was Dugu Exine, Li Zixuan stood up in shock. Little Xian, you should know about tonight's matter, right? Dugu Exine nodded and walked forward. And I know. Feiji has already told me about it. Exine, sit down and rest first. Li Zixuan smiled. Dugu Exine said. Little Xian, I'm sorry. We Xian did not want Xian's alive? Even if we suspect that the Cui family sent them, we have no proof. Li Zixuan wanted to deal with a 1,000-year-old family like the Cui family. The Dugu family had no objections. One of them represented the nobles of Shandong, while the other represented the old aristocratic families. Moreover, since the Sui and Tang dynasties, the Dugu family's glory had always been closely related to the emperor of that time. It could be said that they were the unwavering royalists. In addition, Dugu Exine and Dugu Fang had always been on good terms with Li Zixuan. When they heard that Li Zixuan wanted them to help, they agreed without hesitation. It's fine. No one expected that the assassin would suddenly commit suicide. It's not your fault. Moreover, it doesn't matter if we can capture them alive. As long as Wan Jingang is still alive, it's fine. Li Zixuan smiled and comforted them. Although he said that to comfort them, it was actually the truth. Even if there were no assassins tonight, he would still make a move against the Cui family. But I think I know a little about the identities of these 2 assassins. Dugu Exine shook his head and said hesitantly, Oh? Just where did they come from? Li Zixuan was also very curious about what kind of assassins they were. They could actually beat Dugu Exine in terms of movement techniques. Dugu Exine frowned and said, The leader should be Qi Li. He has 3 brothers, Qi Li, Malian, Wangliang and Swan and I. Because more than 10 years ago, the 4 of them killed and robbed people in the Taibai mountain area and took over the mountain as kings. They were called the Taibai 4 Ghosts. But after the world was peaceful, no one knew where they went. Qi Li, Malian, Wangliang and Swan and I. Together, they became Qi Mei, Wangliang and Swan and I. Calling them the Taibai 4 Ghosts is just right. After Li Zixuan heard this, he muttered to himself. Then he asked, Exine, how do you know that they are the Taibai 4 Ghosts? Dugu Exine recalled. The leader of the assassins, his movement technique was like a shadow. He could always determine the most suitable place to land in the shortest time. At that time there were thousands of martial marquis around. Not only did they not obstruct him, they became a barrier to help him escape. This movement technique is very similar to the 5 elements ghost steps that I heard from my second uncle. And this 5 elements ghost steps is the unique movement technique of the Tai Bai 4 ghosts, Qi Li. Li Zixuan blinked and said in amazement, "There is such a magical movement technique in this world? After we destroy the Cui family, we must capture this Qi Li and interrogate him." Dugu Xian was speechless. What did he mean by, after we destroy the Cui family? He spoke as if he was drinking soup. Was the Cui family something that could be destroyed so easily? Although he believed that Li Zixuan would not be at a disadvantage against the Cui family, he would never believe that Li Zixuan could destroy the Cui family. Grandfather! Grandfather! Something bad has happened. The Cui family. It was already midnight. At this time everyone in the Cui family was asleep. However, an old man rushed to the east courtyard and shouted as he approached the room. There was a rustling sound of clothes being put on in the room. Then the lights were turned on. "Come in and talk." Then Cui Junchuo's voice came from the room. The old housekeeper quickly went in and bowed to Cui Junchuo. Grandfather, Qi Li and Mei Lian failed in their mission. There were many soldiers in the right Marquis mansion in advance, and the 2 juniors of the Dugu family were also there. Cui Junchuo's expression changed. He coughed twice and said in a trembling voice, "Were Qi Li and Mei Lian caught?" The old housekeeper said bitterly, "Grandfather, Qi Li's movement technique is outstanding. Dugu Xian could not catch up with him, so he escaped. But Mei Lian did not escape and her whereabouts are unknown." Whereabouts are unknown? Cui Junchuo's usually expressionless face finally showed some panic. It's over. If Mei Lian falls into the hands of the imperial court, the Cui family will be doomed. We have to make other plans. Otherwise, we won't even be able to leave Chang'an City in 2 days. The old housekeeper opened his mouth and wanted to say something to comfort him, but he realized that he could not do anything in the end. Continue to pay attention to Mei Lian's whereabouts. If there is any news, inform me immediately. Also, where's Qi Li? Ask him to come and see me, Cui Junchuo said after a long time. But his voice seemed to have aged a lot. Oh. Chapter 1096. Reporting to Taigong, Qi Li was worried that Wuhou government would track him down, so he sent someone to send the news back, while he went to hide somewhere else. Cui Residence, East Courtyard Wing. The old butler bowed and replied, "In. That's good too." Cui Junchuo stroked his beard and nodded, then he looked at the old butler and said, "Wang Yong, quickly pack up. Once there's any movement we'll leave Chang'an immediately and return to Zhengzhou. That's where our Cui family's roots are." Taigong, those articles that you asked the guests to write, do you still want to continue tomorrow? The old butler suddenly remembered what Cui Junchuo told him a few hours ago, so he asked again. "Forget it. Let's wait first." Although Wuhou government might not have caught Mei Lian, but if Wan Jinggang knew that Qi Li and Mei Lian went to Wuhou government to assassinate him, he would definitely betray the Cui family. "I have to plan early. You can leave first." "Yes. Taigong. You should rest early." The old butler looked at Cui Junchuo worriedly and left. Li Zixuan, Li Zixuan. I've really underestimated you. In the house, Cui Junchuo could not help but sigh. When he had just returned to Chang'an this morning, he was still scolding the Wang family for making so many bad moves, causing the Cui family to fall into an extremely passive situation. But now, he found that he seemed to have made a bad move as well, and the Cui family's current situation was only one step away from despair. This made him regret sending Qi Li to assassinate Wan Jinggang, and at the same time, he started to face Li Zixuan as an opponent. At such a young age, he was outstanding in both civil and martial arts, although his scheming was not mature, but he was always able to predict the enemy's moves at the most crucial moment. Such a young man, even Cui Junchuo who had lived his whole life felt a little apprehensive. This kid is definitely a big enemy of the aristocratic families. If the 5 families and 7 hopes do not unite to get rid of this kid, there will be a disaster in the future. In the silent night, Cui Junchuo sighed. This night was very short for ordinary people. It was nothing more than lying in bed and dreaming. However, for people like Cui Junchuo, Li Zixuan, and Peng Feiji, this night was very long. The long Cui Junchuo couldn't sleep because he was worried. The long Peng Feiji couldn't sleep because he was excited. The long Li Zixuan couldn't sleep because he needed to be in command and strategize. Bang bang. Marquis, your subordinate has something important to report. At midnight, Peng Feiji knocked on the door of Li Zixuan's study room. There was a hint of urgency and excitement in his voice. Come in. Peng Feiji pushed the door open and entered. Marquis, the things that you asked for have all been printed. General Feiying informed the city gate officer, and used more than a dozen hanging baskets to move them into the city. It's in the courtyard now. Li Zixuan was shocked. He turned around and said, Okay, follow the plan immediately. Peng Feiji was stunned. He pointed at himself and asked, Marquis, you want your subordinate to go up? Li Zixuan kicked him in annoyance and said, Nonsense. If you don't go up, do you want me to go up? It's not like you don't know how to use it. Go quickly. Okay, your subordinate will go right away. Peng Feiji laughed and covered his butt as he went out. It was obvious that he was very happy. Half an hour later. Marquis, if your subordinate can't get down later, what should I do? Li Residence West Courtyard. Peng Feiji was about to take off in the basket of the hot air balloon. However, at this moment he suddenly felt a little scared. After all, the ancient people were very respectful of the sky, and he was about to fly. While he was excited, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Cut the King crap. How can you not get down? Won't you come down when the kerosene on the lamp runs out? Li Zixuan stepped forward and kicked Peng Feiji's butt again. Peng Feiji almost cried when he heard this. Marquis, if the kerosene runs out, won't your subordinate fall from the sky and die? Although he was stupid, he wasn't stupid. He could still understand this kind of thing. Li Zixuan said impatiently. Enough. Stop talking nonsense. Go quickly. You have to know that what you're doing tonight might be something that will go down in history. When the Cui family is destroyed, you'll definitely have a part to play. This was a very tempting picture. Peng Feiji's breathing quickened when he heard this. He was just an insignificant bodyguard, but now he was going to participate in such a great undertaking of destroying the Cui family. He might even be able to leave his name in history. It was hard not to be excited. Okay, Marquis, watch carefully. Your subordinate will definitely make it snow in Chang'an tonight. Peng Feiji laughed heroically. Then he started the fire and untied the rope. His movements were smooth, and it was obvious that he had practiced before. After a while, the hot air balloon carrying Peng Feiji slowly left the ground. The rest of the bodyguards in the courtyard looked at Peng Feiji enviously. Their eyes were also filled with anticipation because they were going to fly up in a while. Snow? Wouldn't it be more fitting to call it heavenly maiden scattering flowers? Looking at Peng Feiji, who was gradually ascending, Li Zixuan's lips curled into a smile as he muttered to himself. According to the plan, Li Zixuan would hand over the confession signed by Wan Jingang to the workshop. The workshop would work overtime to make hundreds of thousands of copies and send them to Chang'an. Then Peng Feiji would bring the hundreds of thousands of copies up into the sky. Then he would scatter the confession to all the people in Chang'an. When the people woke up in the morning, they would be surprised. As for why he didn't go up and ask Peng Feiji to go up, it was because he was tired. A piece of paper was about 0.01 millimeters thick. 100,000 pieces of paper piled up together would be 10 meters. A few 100,000 pieces of paper would be tens of meters. It would probably weigh a few tons. It wouldn't be easy to scatter the confession all over the city. The hot air balloon would have to make more than 10 trips up and down. Of course, Peng Feiji wouldn't be able to handle such a huge workload alone. Tonight, almost all of Li Zixuan's bodyguards would have to take turns going up. Walala! Peng Feiji, who was floating in the sky, immediately began to scatter the flowers. Luckily, the wind wasn't strong that night. At this time, almost all the people were asleep. Otherwise, if people saw him scatter the papers in the sky, they would think that he was crazy or was in the middle of a funeral. The hot air balloon today, after Li Zixuan's improvements, was equipped with flapping wings in all 4 directions. Could now turn around front, back, left, and right. It didn't need to be like before, where it needed to be laboriously punched in the opposite direction. Therefore, Peng Feiji could control the direction and scatter the papers at the same time. It was quite easy for him. F***ck. This bastard. Doesn't he know how to throw it further away? Throw it all back to me. Li Zixuan took down the confession that was covering his forehead and complained with a little annoyance. Chapter 1097. Extorting a confession, rubbing, setting up an ambush, scattering flowers. Too many things had happened on this day. Li Zixuan had basically filled the entire day to the brim. Even his sleeping time had been arranged by him. It looked like he was racing against time. That's right. He was indeed racing against time. The Cui family had a rich heritage and many capable people. In terms of manpower, material resources, and financial resources, Li Zixuan was no match for the Cui family. If he couldn't destroy the Cui family in the shortest time possible and turn to a war of attrition, Li Zixuan would only be on the path of failure. In addition, as the ruler of a country, Li Er had many spies under him. It wouldn't take long for him to know that Li Zixuan had interrogated Wang Jinggang in the right marquis household. When that time came, Old Li would definitely come over to stop Li Zixuan's plan against the Cui family. Therefore, no matter what the reason was, Li Zixuan had to start this plan in the shortest time possible. Husband, you haven't slept yet. Li Zixuan instructed his personal guards to look for him immediately if there was an emergency. Then he returned to his room. Perhaps the sound of the door opening woke Han Yushi from her sleep. She rubbed her eyes and looked at Li Zixuan with sleepy eyes. Did I wake you up? Li Zixuan stroked his wife's smooth hair and said apologetically. No. Husband. It has nothing to do with you. Han Yushi quickly said. Husband, are you done with your work now? Li Zixuan smiled knowingly and said. I'm done. I'll sleep now. There's a good show tomorrow. Li Zixuan had told Han Yushi about the plan to deal with the Cui family. So Han Yushi understood what Li Zixuan meant by a good show. She said with anticipation. After tomorrow, the people will see the Cui family under the mask. Good and evil will be repaid. The Cui family should pay for what they have done all these years. Not only did Han Yushi know about the plan to deal with the Cui family, but she also saw Wang Jingang's confession. So, she didn't have a good impression of the Cui family. As kind as she was, she also hoped that the evil people of the Cui family would receive their retribution. Wife. Let's sleep early. Li Zixuan took off his coat, got into the bed and hugged his wife. Very quickly, the two people in the bedroom fell into a deep sleep. Outside, Peng Feiji, the poor child who was handing out flyers in the sky, was still enjoying the cool breeze. The next day, the sun, the sky, Chong, the sky, the sky, the sun, the sky. For the hardworking commoners, a new day of life had already begun. Mother. Is it? What are you? Of? It was fine yesterday. How could it possibly snow today? Mother. Quick look. It's white outside just like snow. In a residential area in Chang'an City, a little boy woke up early and found a lot of white paper in the yard. He shouted excitedly into the house and then rushed to the white paper in the yard. Ah, the father of the child. Come and see. There's a lot of paper in the yard. I don't know where it came from last night. A woman came out to take a look and exclaimed. Soon, a man in his 30s came out of the house. Father. Mother. There are words on the paper. Also, I recognize the 3 words on it. Read confession book. The little boy looked at the content on the paper and read it out loud proudly. A child at such a young age could read. It could be seen that this family was an intellectual family. Confession? Father, why do we have a confession? The woman was puzzled. Yuan. Show father the paper. The man's expression changed. He quickly walked to the boy and took a piece of paper from the boy's hand. He began to read it seriously. Gradually, his face was filled with anger. But then a trace of fear appeared on his face. Father, what's written on it? The woman saw the man's expression change several times and could not help but ask. Mother, quickly collect all the papers in the yard. If these things get out, our family will be in big trouble. The man said with difficulty. Husband, what happened? Don't ask. Go. Sigh. Forget it, I'll go myself. The man did not want to explain and went to the yard himself. Wow. Father. Mother. Come out and take a look. There's a lot of paper in our yard. At this moment, the words similar to what the little boy said came from the yard next door. The middle-aged man was stunned. The woman came up and asked, Husband, I don't think we're the only ones who have this. Master Wang's house next door should have it too. Are we still going to pick it up? No. He wasn't going to pick it up. Chang'an City is going to change. The man muttered absent-mindedly. Bastard. This Madame Cui is really a good-for-nothing. Bah. The Cui family likes to bully the common people and bully men and women. They should be struck by lightning. Bah. Yesterday, I saw the Cui family donate money to the Nguantang Foundation, and thought they changed their mind. Now it seems that the Cui family is not good people. We should report them to the authorities and arrest them. They're worse than pigs and dogs. This Madame Cui is worse than pigs and dogs. How could he do such a deranged thing that would incur the wrath of both man and God? She's really a vicious woman. If she's not killed, the heavens will not tolerate it. As more and more people found the pieces of paper in their yards, the cursing of the Cui family could be heard everywhere in the 108 streets of Chang'an. Obviously, these common people had seen the crimes committed by the Cui family over the years from the pieces of paper. Master, where did these pieces of paper come from? Is the content on these pieces of paper real or not? The Fong estate. Fong Xianling tidied up his clothes and was about to go to the morning court when the servants suddenly brought a few pieces of paper over, saying that they were found in the courtyard. He and his wife each took a piece of paper and looked at it carefully. After a while, Lady Fong put down the paper and said with a puzzled expression. Fong Xuanling's face was solemn. He waved his hand and said, Madam, something big is going to happen. I have to go to the palace quickly. I'll tell you in detail when I come back. Okay. Master, be careful on the road. Although Lady Fong had a jealous personality, she usually listened to Fong Xuanling's words on important matters. Fong Xianling nodded and quickly walked out of the room. The servants outside had already prepared a carriage for him. The Cui family. Someone wants to touch the Cui family. At this juncture, alas. I hope Chang'an City won't fall into chaos. In the carriage, Fong Xianling tightly held the confession letter, frowned and sighed with a worried expression. Oh. Chapter 1098. What? Assassins infiltrated the right Marquis household last night? Is it possible to capture the assassins? In the west court of the imperial palace, Li Er was dressed in his imperial robe and crown under the service of a palace maid. He was about to go to morning court when Zhao Song suddenly came to report that the right Marquis household had encountered 2 assassins last night. Old Li instantly lost his composure. In the capital, assassins actually appeared under the emperor's feet. Furthermore, the assassins attacked the imperial court's official residence. Wasn't this openly challenging his dignity as the emperor? Zhao Song replied. Your Majesty, last night Du Guoxen and Du Gufeng happened to be present. Of the 2 assassins, one escaped and the other was killed on the spot. Their bodies are still in the right Marquis household. Oh, Du Guoxen and Du Gufeng were also present? Why didn't they capture them alive? Li Er frowned and asked curiously. Zhao Song bowed. This old servant does not know why the 2 Dugu generals happened to be present, but it was said that the assassin had already been defeated by Du Guoxen. But no one expected him to seek death and directly collide with Du Guoxen's sword. Li Er's heart sank. Rather die than surrender. This kind of assassin obviously had an unusual background. Recalling that Li Zixuan went to the right Marquis household yesterday, his face darkened. Investigate. Investigate the assassin's background. Let Jun Xian pay attention to the Cui family's recent movements. Although he did not want to start a war with the Cui family, but he would not allow the Cui family to jump. Sending assassins to infiltrate the Marquis household had obviously crossed his bottom line. And it was a blatant slap to the emperor's face. This old servant obeys. Zhao Song was not surprised and immediately bowed to receive the order. Your Majesty, not good. Not good. Just at this moment, a servant ran in frantically with a piece of paper in his hand. Li Er frowned. What's the matter? That servant raised the paper above his head and said, Your Majesty, this morning outside the imperial palace, there were white pieces of paper. The content of the paper was a confession written by a person named Wan Jinggang. As this matter concerns the Cui family, the courtiers are all waiting outside the Taiji Palace to see His Majesty. Li Er's expression changed greatly. He personally went up and took the document from the eunuch's hands and read it with furrowed brows. At this time, Empress Zhongsun also walked out from behind the screen. She stood behind Li Er and looked over, also reading the contents. What a Cui family. What a good Wang Shi. Human swine. For our great Tang to have such a venomous woman, she deserves death. Although Li Er did not intend to touch the Cui family at this time, the more he read the contents of the paper, the more shocked and furious he became. When he saw that Wang Shi had made Nianyu into a human swine and cruelly tortured her to death, he, the emperor of the human world, could no longer hold it in. Your Majesty, ever since Empress Lu murdered Lady Qi, such a tragic incident has never happened in the Central Plains for hundreds of years. I didn't expect that there would still be someone who would be so deranged. It's truly shocking. Empress Zhongxuan's beautiful eyes also revealed a trace of hatred. Clearly, Wang Shi's actions had reached a point where even Empress Zhongxun, who had always been good-tempered, could not stand it anymore. A murderous intent flashed in Li Er's eyes. Then he turned around and patted Empress Zhongxuan's hand, saying, Guanyin, don't be too sad. If the contents are true, I will definitely punish this evil woman severely. Yes, Empress Zhongxun nodded, but she lamented in her heart, so what if I punish her severely? The dead cannot be brought back to life. Let me ask you, when did this confession letter come out? Li Er looked at the eunuch and asked in a deep voice. The eunuch hesitated and said, Your Majesty, it is said that it came out early this morning. I reckon it should have come out last night. But I don't know who has such great ability to actually receive at least one confession letter from every household. Last night? Li Er's eyes were filled with doubt. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility, and his face immediately darkened. Zhao Song, order Duguexan to bring the imperial army and lock down all the gates of Chang'an City. Today only entry is allowed, no exit is allowed. Li Er's eyes were like lightning as he looked at Zhao Song and said. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhao Song smelled a trace of unusual information. He felt that something big was going to happen in Chang'an City today. Also, tell Li Zishuan to come and see me after the morning court. Yes. All right. I will go to the morning court first. The rest will be discussed after the morning court. Outside Taiji Palace. Compared to the past, today was especially lively. Even the word lively was not enough to describe it. Perhaps it was not an exaggeration to say that it was boiling. Preposterous. The Cui family has enjoyed 1,000 years of reputation, but they have committed countless evil deeds. If Your Majesty cannot punish the Cui family severely, I, Wei Zheng, will kill myself on the coiling dragon pillar outside the main hall today. Even though Troll Wei liked to scold people, he was a man with a strong sense of justice. Otherwise, he would not have donated so much money to the Nuantang Foundation a few days ago. He had almost sold everything he had. This morning, when he saw the confession letter in the courtyard, he was shocked. After the shock, he was filled with endless anger. He did not even bother to eat breakfast and rushed into the palace in a huff. Left Prime Minister Wei, please calm down. We still do not know if what is written on the letter is true or false. Let's wait for Your Majesty's verdict before we talk about other things. An imperial censor saw that Wei Zheng was so angry that his face turned purple. He hurried over to calm him down. Bah! Bullshit! This confession letter is full of facts. Every evil deed that the Cui family has done is recorded in great detail. Even Wan Jingang's signature has been copied. How can it be false? Besides, this Wan Jinggang is now being held by the right Marquis household. We will know when the trial begins. Chang Yaojin spat a mouthful of old phlegm at the place where the imperial censor was standing and shouted at the top of his voice. He did not have a single good impression of the Cui family. He would not let go of this opportunity to beat a drowning dog. General Yuqi, this Wan Jinggang is really in the right Marquis household? Towards Chang Yaojin, this shameless old man spitting at him, The imperial censor was of course cursing in his heart. However, he knew that he could not argue with this old hooligan. Thus he found Yuqijingda to ask. Yuqijingda stroked his beard and said, Jija is right. Wan Jinggang is indeed in the right marquis household. In a while, he should be handed over to the Supreme Court. This confession letter was also personally signed by him. Only I do not know how it spread throughout the entire city. This last sentence was half true and half false. He knew that this was arranged by Li Zishuan. However, he did not understand how Li Zishuan was able to spread the confession letter to every corner of Chang'an City in one night. At the same time, he did not expect that Li Zishuan would make a move on the Cui family so quickly. Chapter 1099. After Yuqijingda admitted that the confession was written by Wan Jinggang, the officials outside the Taiji Palace were in an uproar. It's true? Under the glory of the heavens, such a dark and filthy thing actually happened. As an important official of the empire, I'm ashamed to face the people. Wei Zheng opened his mouth and pounded his chest as he lamented bitterly. This Cui family is so despicable, they did so many filthy things. If we don't punish them severely, the people won't be angry. That's right. Later, we must ask the emperor to punish them severely. At this moment, no matter if it was the civil officials or generals, all of them were infuriated, and they gave the Cui clan the harshest condemnation. Many of the court officials that were attached to the Cui clan or related to the Cui clan in Qinghe didn't dare speak at this moment, and all of them wished for nothing more than to stick their heads into their clothes as they were deeply afraid of being recognized. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, Xiaoyu, these civil officials couldn't help but look at each other. They all sighed in their hearts that today's court would not be peaceful. Duke of Yi, when did the right Marquis Mansion have the right to interrogate? Why didn't I know? Lu Dui, the minister of the Supreme Court, looked at Yuqijingda with displeasure. This had nothing to do with personal grudges, it was just his duty. Interrogating criminals should be done by the Supreme Court. If the right Marquis Mansion did it, it would be overstepping their authority. Dui, you've misunderstood this old man. Ever since Wan Jinggang was captured and brought to the Marquis Mansion, no one has interrogated him. These things were voluntarily confessed by his conscience. If you don't believe me, you can go back to the Supreme Court and check his body. See if there are any traces of torture? Yuqijingda laughed out loud. Lu Dui was suddenly choked. It's time for the morning court. Officials, go to the court. At this moment, the head eunuch came out of the palace and shouted to the civil and military officials below the stairs. The noisy officials immediately quieted down. They carried the imperial edicts and walked into the Taiji Palace. After a round of greetings, the morning court officially began. Without waiting for the officials to start, Li Er directly said, Dear officials, you must have received Wan Jingang's confession this morning? The officials all said yes. Fang Xianling stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, not only have we received it, millions of people in Chang, and have also received it. The most important thing now was to stabilize the hearts of the people. Otherwise, Chang'an would be in chaos. I hope Your Majesty can make a decision soon. Fang Mao's reputation as Du Duan was not for nothing. While the rest of the people were arguing about whether the confession was true or false, Fang Xianling had already seen the most urgent and important thing. Li Er nodded approvingly. Official Fang is right. Due to the urgency of the matter, today's morning court session will be temporarily postponed. Men present. Immediately, a golden guard in bright armor entered the hall. Li Er said in a deep voice, Go to the East House of the East County immediately. No matter what method you use, I'll give you an hour to invite Cui Junchuo and Wang Shi over. Now that things had developed to this point, even if he didn't want to touch the Cui family at this time, he had to. Otherwise, there might be civil unrest in Chang'an City, and the losses would outweigh the gains. He had to choose the lesser of two evils. On the way to Taiji Palace, Li Er had already made his decision. Of course, after this matter, he would definitely settle accounts with Li Zishuan, because to some extent, Li Zishuan's action was tantamount to forcing the emperor to abdicate. However, it was not forcing the emperor, but forcing Li Er to punish the Cui family in advance. Yes, Your Majesty. The soldier's face turned serious and he quickly left. Time was money and time was life. Li Er continued. Official Feng. Feng Xianling stepped forward and bowed. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Er said in a clear voice. I order you to immediately draft a notice to pacify the people in the side hall. Inform the people that in the bright and clear universe and with the majesty of heaven, I will not let any evil person off. No matter who it is, once it is verified that they have violated the laws of the Tang dynasty, there will be no tolerance. I will give justice to the ghosts in hell and the people in the world. After the notice is written, immediately take it to make a copy and post it in the city. Feng Xianling bowed and said, Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. After that, the little eunuch in the hall quickly led Feng Xianling to the side hall. Li Er looked at the officials and said, Yuqi Jingda. Your Majesty. Yuqi Jingda stepped forward and solemnly cupped his fist. Li Er looked at Yuqi Jingda with a complicated expression. Obviously, Yuqi Jingda's shadow was also in this action against the Cui family. Yesterday, he wanted to call the two soldiers who were present when Li Zishuan interrogated Wan Jinggang to the palace for questioning, but now it seemed that there was no need to ask. In the whole matter, even if Yuqi Jingda did not add fuel to the fire, he still turned a blind eye. Otherwise, how could Li Zishuan interrogate Wan Jinggang so easily? Is Wan Jinggang in the right marquee mansion now? Li Er put away his complicated thoughts and then asked. Yuqi Jingda replied, Your Majesty. Wan Jinggang is still in the right marquee mansion now. But last night, there was an assassin who wanted to kill him. Fortunately, Your Majesty had arranged for 300 archers in advance and the two generals of the Dugu family to arrive in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Once this was said, the civil and military officials were shocked again. There was actually an assassin who dared to sneak into the yamen to carry out an assassination right under the emperor's nose. We already know about this matter. Jingda, you must investigate the identity of the assassin. If necessary, you can ask for help from the Supreme Court. Li Er furrowed his brows and ordered, Go and bring Wan Jinggang over right now. Let him confront the Cui family in a while. Your Majesty. Yuqi Jingda received the order and left. Where is Duan Jishuan? Your Majesty. A general in his 30s stepped forward and bowed with cupped fists. You are ordered to lead your subordinates, Suo Wei, to patrol the city to prevent the people from causing chaos. Your Majesty. Duan Jishuan also received the order and left. Now that everything had been arranged, Li Er was slightly relieved. Next, he just had to wait for the Cui family to come to the court to confront. Ooh! At the same time outside the palace, the people were already in an uproar. Some people woke up in the morning and saw the confession letter in the courtyard. Although they were angry, they did not dare to voice out their anger because the other party was the Cui family. Hence, many people's first reaction was to hide the confession letter and not let the Cui family know that the confession letter came from them. But when they discovered that there were confession letters in other places, the anger that had been suppressed in their hearts for a long time finally did not need to be suppressed anymore. With the example of the people blocking the Cui family a few days ago, today the angry people called their friends and headed towards the Cui family in groups of 3 to 5. They felt injustice for the wronged souls, so they wanted to eliminate the evil. Their hearts were filled with anger, so they wanted to destroy the Cui family. This place of hiding evil. Oh! Chapter 1100. Grand Duke Bad News. Bad news. Half an hour ago, Cui Manor. Old housekeeper Wang Yong held a few pieces of paper and hurried towards Cui Junchuo's room in the east courtyard. After Cui Junchuo let him in, he hurriedly said, What is it now? Cui Junchuo did not sleep well last night. When the sky was about to brighten, he barely managed to take a short nap. Now that his sleep was disturbed, he was a little annoyed. Wang Yong said, Grand Duke, bad news. When the servants woke up this morning, they found that there were papers everywhere in the manor. And not only our manor, other families also have them. Cui Junchuo frowned and said with dissatisfaction, It's just a few pieces of paper. How can it make you so flustered? Grand Duke, this paper is Wan Jingong's confession. The old housekeeper's voice had a sobbing and sorrowful tone. Confession. These 3 words were like a bolt from the blue, striking Cui Junchuo until he could not find north. Wan Jinggang confessed? How is this possible? He has not been sent to the Supreme Court, and the right Marquis Manor does not have the authority to interrogate him. Could it be that he confessed without being pressed? Cui Junchuo stared and said in disbelief. It was just that he probably didn't expect that his unintentional guess was already close to the truth. Wan Jinggang was more or less confessing without being pressed. Grand Duke, I received news this morning that Mei Lian was captured in the right Marquis Manor last night, but he chose to commit suicide. This old servant guessed that Wan Jinggang might have known that Qi Li and Mei Lian tried to assassinate him last night, so he revealed the truth to the right Marquis Manor. The old housekeeper cupped his hands and said, Suicide? Cui Junchuo's eyebrows jumped and he rejoiced. But when he thought of the confession from the housekeeper, his mood instantly turned bad. Show me that confession. Yes. Taking the confession from the old housekeeper, Cui Junchuo frowned and looked at it carefully. After a while he angrily snorted. Good Wan Jinggang. I really hate that I recruited this ingrate into the Cui family. The old housekeeper carefully said, Grand Duke, now that the confession is everywhere, this old servant is worried that as more and more people read the confession, there will definitely be many people coming to the Cui Manor to cause trouble. Furthermore, there would definitely be officials in the imperial court who would impeach the Cui family. You should have made plans earlier. Hearing this, Cui Junchuo's expression changed. If the old butler could think of it, how could he not? However, the current situation was extremely unfavorable to the Cui family. It could be said that the current situation was worse than the worst that he had expected. He didn't expect Wan Jinggang to confess so quickly. He also didn't expect Li Zixuan to make a move on the Cui family so quickly. He also didn't expect Li Zixuan to use such a method. This was forcing the emperor to destroy the Cui family. After a long time, Cui Junchuo let out a long sigh. Yes. What should he do now? The public was furious, and the officials in the imperial court were eyeing the Cui family like a tiger watching its prey. The Cui family was facing a great calamity, and they could only do their best to reduce the Cui family's losses. As long as we can leave behind a bloodline, the Cui clan will definitely rise again. The old housekeeper was shocked. He had never seen Cui Junchuo so dispirited. He hurriedly said, Grand Duke, why don't you and Madame leave Chong, and before the imperial edict is issued? After returning to Zhengzhou, you will be sick at home. I don't think the emperor will make things difficult for you. Once the storm is over, you will be safe and sound. Hand over the Wang family. Hand over the murderer. Hand over the Wang family. Hand over the murderer. Hand over the Wang family. Hand over the murderer. Cui Junchuo was very tempted by the old housekeeper's words. However, at this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside the Cui family's gate. Judging by the sound, there should be hundreds of people. Grand Duke. Something bad happened. Something bad happened. There are many scholars and common people at the gate. A servant ran over in a panic and shouted as he ran. Grand Duke. It seems that the common people have already heard the news. You and Madam should leave from the back door. The old housekeeper's expression changed as he hurriedly advised. Sigh. We can't leave. Now the Cui family's reputation has been ruined, and we have completely become a target of scorn. I guess we will be surrounded by the common people before we can even see the gate of Chang'e. Wang Yong, come with me to take a look. Cui Junchuo sighed deeply and shook his head. Yes, Grand Duke. Confession letter? Bastard. Damn Wan Jinggang. Damn a group of unruly people. In the backyard, Madame Wang, who had just woken up, couldn't help but fly into a rage when she heard about the confession letter and the common people at the gate. The servants were afraid and didn't dare to look at her. They didn't say a word. Sun Xiang. Quick. Bring people to the 10-mile slope outside the city, and dig out that bitch's body and feed it to the dogs. Otherwise, when the imperial court finds out, they will definitely use that bitch to punish me. Suddenly, Madame Wang screamed crazily. Yes, Madam. The servants in the house hesitated for a moment, but still followed the order and left. The rest of the servants suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. To meet such a vicious and merciless master, it was really a kind of tragedy. Hand over Madame Wang. Hand over the murderer. Hand over Madame Wang. Hand over the murderer. Outside the Chui mansion there were more than a few hundred people, almost 1,000. The angry common people, led by the students of Yanhuang College, shouted in unison. That morning the students of the academy came from Cloud Mountain. They planned to gather at the Warmtang Foundation as usual and continue their charity work. However, when they entered the city, they couldn't help but see the confession papers that were strewn all over the city. Out of curiosity, many students went to pick one up. After reading the content, the 600+ students of the academy were all enraged without exception. They were doing good deeds every day, but there were people in the city who were doing evil deeds that were devoid of conscience and humanity. How could they tolerate this? Under the shouts of Li Tai, Chang Chumo, and the other students who hated evil, more than 600 people shouted the slogan "Hand over Madam Wang, hand over the murderer," and directly killed from Yanqing Gate in the east of Chang'an City to Dunhua Square in the southeast of the city. Most of the common people along the way had seen Wan Jingang's confession letter. Some of them wanted to cause trouble at the Chui mansion, but they were afraid that they would be killed by the Chui mansion's guards like the troublemakers 2 days ago. They were full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. Now that they heard the students' slogans, how could they endure it? They all joined the army of anti-Chui. When they arrived at the Chui mansion, the original group of 600 people had become more than 3,000 people. Other common people in Chang'an City were also rushing here after hearing the news. The crowd was increasing. The voices were getting louder. The anger was also getting stronger. It all depended on whether the Chui mansion could withstand the anger of the common people. Chapter 1101. Hand over the Wang family. Hand over the murderer. Hand over the Wang family. Hand over the murderer. Outside the Chui mansion, the students and commoners were shouting loudly. The servants of the Chui mansion were on high alert, but with Wan Jinggang as an example, no one dared to come out and attack the commoners. They only guarded the entrance of the Chui mansion, not letting this group of people in. Damn! Why are the Chui family being so cowardly today? I still want to beat up those 2 blind guards. Chang Chumo saw how the servants of the Chui mansion were cowering, and could not help but feel bored. He complained to Li Tai and the rest. Chumo, you think too highly of this group of people. We are students of Yanhuang College, they dare to come out and lay a finger on us? Sun Zifan sneered. Even if they were not students of the Yanhuang College, this group of people were either rich or respectable, each of them having an extraordinary status. The servants of the Chui family would definitely not dare to act so rudely like last time. But we can't just waste time like this. Qingke, you have a lot of ideas, come up with an idea. Why don't we just charge in? Chang Chumo was a little anxious. Chumo, don't be rash. Li Tai shook his head. He looked at the group of servants who were blocking the entrance of the Chui mansion. His eyes flashed and he whispered, "Oh right, Cho Nyo, bring a few people to guard the back door of the Chui mansion. See if there's a chance to enter from there." Chang Chumo was overjoyed. He laughed and said, Qingke, you're still the most cunning one. Then I'll go take a look with Bao Lin and the rest." After that, he did not care about Li Tai rolling his eyes at him. He called a few skilled students and squeezed through the crowd to go to the back door of the Chui mansion. "Grandfather, there are so many people outside. I think you should go to the manor outside the city to lie low for a while." At the entrance of the Chui manor, Chui Junchuo peeked through the crack of the door and looked at the densely packed crowd outside. He couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb, because he felt that those angry commoners outside looked like they wanted to eat people, eat their Chui family's people. To think that he, Chui Junchuo, had lived a glorious life. Now that he was old, he had to suffer the curses of the people. It was truly a pity. Wait for the imperial edict. It should be soon. We can only wait for His Majesty's decision. Chui Junchuo sighed, and with her hands clasped behind her back, she walked into the manor with a desolate face. The Chui family has occupied fertile land, oppressed the common people, abducted common women, and tortured and killed the maidservants. Hand over the Wang family and the murderer. Hand over the Wang family and the murderer. Outside the Chui manor, as more and more people came. In less than 15 minutes, more than 2,000 people came. Naturally, the cries of the people became louder and louder. Towards the end, the students of the academy did not even need to organize them. They spontaneously began to shout slogans over and over again. Ever since the establishment of the Tang Empire, there had never been such a grand event in Chang'an City. However, today's grand event was indeed a funeral for the Cui family. It was also a matter of life and death for the Cui family. You better behave yourself. Get over here. Don't even think about running. Come. Kneel. Hey. Make way. Make way. At this moment, a group of people slowly squeezed from the back of the crowd. After a lot of effort, they finally squeezed into the group of Yanhuang College students. Chonyo, what are you doing? Li Tai saw Chang Chumo, who had gone to the back door of the Cui Manor to look for an opportunity, come over with 2 servants of the Cui Manor. He could not help but ask with a puzzled face. Hey, Qingke, Zifan, Ku, I just caught 2 sneaky and shifty-eyed servants of the Cui family at the back door. After questioning them, I actually got a big piece of news. Chang Chumo made the 2 unlucky servants kneel down and then smiled proudly at Li Tai and the rest. What news? Li Ku asked. Chang Chumo did not directly answer. Instead, he kicked the servant in front of him and said, Hey, Sun Xiang, right? This person in front of you is His Highness King of Han and this is His Highness King of Wei. Hurry up and tell them what your mistress wants you to do. Only then will you be safe. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you. When he heard that the 2 young men in front of him were both kings, the servant was first afraid. Then he seemed to see some hope. The Cui family was now in a precarious situation. If he could cling onto the thighs of these 2 kings, he might really be able to survive. Thus he quickly said, Young Master Chang, I'll talk. I'll talk. Chang Chumo nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he turned around and looked at the people behind him. He used his internal energy and said loudly, Everyone quiet down. I just caught a servant at the back door of the Cui Manor. Everyone quiet down and listen to what this servant has to say. Chang Chumo's voice was mixed with internal energy and transmitted to everyone's ears. The noisy crowd immediately quieted down. Sun Xiang, mistress has always treated you well. How can you do something that betrays her? A servant guarding the entrance of the Cui Manor couldn't help but shout at this moment. Noisy! Chang Chumo dashed forward and gave him a big slap on the face. Receiving this angry slap, the servant spat out a mouthful of blood and was no longer able to speak. Sun Xiang, quickly say it. Chang Chumo clapped his hands and said lightly. Sun Xiang shrunk his neck and looked at Chang Chumo, this violent maniac, with some fear. Then he said, I'm a servant of the Cui Manor. This morning, after mistress found out that the entire city was filled with Master Wan, the entire city was filled with Wan Jingang's confession, she was worried that the imperial court would find Miss Nianyu's body based on the clues in the confession. Thus, she ordered me to go to the 10-mile slope outside the city. To the 10-mile slope to dig out Nianyu's body and feed it to the dogs. Wow! After hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. The people who were already angry became even angrier. When their anger couldn't be tolerated, they could only explode. She didn't even let go of a dead person. This mistress of the Cui family is so cruel. Beast. She's worse than pigs and dogs. Wang deserves to die. It's really intolerable that such a vicious woman is not killed. Kill Wang. Kill Wang. Thousands of people were about to riot in an instant. The servant guarding the entrance of the Cui Manor suddenly felt the pressure. How can this Mistress Cui be so inhumane? Qingke, I can't stand it anymore. After hearing this, Li Ku gnashed his teeth. If it wasn't for his special identity as a prince, he would have already killed his way in. Nianyu, I'm Nianyu. Mother has let you down. At some point, an old woman and an old man squeezed to the front of the crowd. The old woman collapsed in front of the Cui Manor and cried bitterly. Her sobs were like the wail of a dying beast. The people of Chang, and at the entrance of the Cui Manor all shed tears. Evil woman of the Cui family, give me back my daughter's life. This old man will not rest until the Cui family is dead. The stooped old man beside the woman also sat down and said with a bitter expression, Oh, Chapter 1102. These 2 people seem to be Nianyu's parents. Look at them. Did they only know that their daughter was killed today? The sudden appearance of a couple in front of the Cui mansion instantly attracted the attention of the people. Old man, are you Nianyu's family? Di Jishuan was closer to the couple, so he squatted down and asked softly, "Yes, I'm Zhang Debao, and Ninyu is my poor daughter. My Ninyu." The old man wiped his tears and said sorrowfully, "Old man, didn't you know that your daughter was killed before?" Di Jishuan saw that the grief on the old man's face didn't seem to be fake, so he was a little puzzled. Before the old man could say anything, the old woman interrupted and said sadly, "In the past, the Chui family only said that our daughter died in childbirth because she was pregnant with Master Chui's flesh and blood. But who knew that she was made into a human swine by Madame Chui? My poor you." Hearing the word human swine, Zhang Debao could no longer control his emotions. He beat his chest and said sadly, "If I had known that Ninyu was tortured like this in the Chui mansion, I would have rushed into the Chui mansion to save her even if I had to give up my life. Hateful. Madame Chui is a beast in appearance. How dare she mistreat my Ninyu like this? I regret it. I regret that I sold Ninyu into the Chui family, into this den of tigers and wolves. A debt must be paid with money and a life for a life. I know that I can't do anything to Madame Chui, but I can kill myself in front of the Chui mansion and bring them some bad luck." Before he finished speaking, Zhang Debao's head had already slammed into the stone lion in front of the Chui mansion. "Old man, wait." Although Di Jishuan sensed that something was wrong, his reaction was still half a beat slower. He only managed to grab the corner of Zhang Debao's clothes. Rip, perhaps the material of Zhang Debao's clothes wasn't good enough, or perhaps Zhang Debao was running too hard. But the corner of his shirt that was pulled up by Di Jishuan was torn into two like a thin piece of paper. However, his speed didn't slow down at all. Bang! Di Jishuan could not help but close his eyes. To be honest, he couldn't help but secretly wipe away 2 drops of tears when he read about Ninyu's experience in the confession letter in the morning. Now, he really couldn't bear to see Zhang Debao's miserable appearance with his head broken and bleeding. Little Ku, are you alright? It's His Highness, the King of Han. His Highness King of Han saved Zhang Debao. Great! Di Jishuan, who had his eyes closed, didn't hear the expected miserable cries. Instead, he heard the cheers of the people around him. He couldn't help feeling curious and opened his eyes at once. Zhang Debao's head was pressed against Li Ke's stomach, and Li Ke's back was leaning against the stone lion. He looked like he was in pain. Obviously, Li Ke had relied on his superior agility to act as a meat cushion at the crucial moment. Otherwise, Zhang Debao's head would have been smashed. Old man, if you die, how am I supposed to live?" The old woman finally reacted. She rolled and crawled to Zhang Debao's side and cried loudly, "Old woman, if you have any grievances, you can report it to the government. The government will definitely give you justice. But don't do such a thing that hurts your loved ones and makes your enemies happy. I believe that your daughter's spirit in heaven doesn't want you to do this." Li Ke grinned. Although he knew Kung Fu, he didn't learn external Kung Fu such as Golden Bell Shield or Iron Shirt. Just now, he almost vomited out the breakfast he had in the morning. Of course, the main reason was that Zhang Debao hit too hard in grief and indignation. At this time, Li Ke pressed Zhang Debao's shoulders and said solemnly word by word, "The government? Justice? How powerful is the Chui family? How can the government uphold justice for me? I don't expect it. Little Langjun, get out of the way. I am sorry for my Ninyu. Let me die." Zhang Debao shook his head gloomily. "Old man, you can't die. What will I do if you die?" The old woman cried. Li Ke frowned and said in a low voice, "Old woman, I am the current king of Han, and this is His Highness King of Wei. Today, this prince promises you that this prince will help you get justice for your daughter. Anyone who violates the Tang Empire's law should be punished accordingly. The Chui family is no exception." "That's right. Old woman, don't worry. I will help you get justice for Miss Nianyu." Li Tai also stepped forward and said. The old man and the old woman were shocked and hurriedly bowed to Li Ke and Li Tai. "Greetings to your Highness King of Wei and King of Han. I just offended your Highness King of Han. I really deserve to die." Li Tai and Li Ke said, "You don't have to be so polite." Then Li Ke said, "Old woman, look carefully. Today I will get justice for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ke turned around and stared at the group of servants that were guarding the entrance of the Chui estate as he said, All of you are clearly aware of the Chui clan's actions. Presently, there are only two paths before all of you. The first is to continue following behind the Chui clan and act as their accomplices, and the other is to abandon the darkness for the light and move aside immediately. Choose the first choice, death. The second choice, life. I will only give you half a cup of tea's time to think about it. What happened today was too shocking. Although Li Ke knew that Li Er didn't intend to hurt the aristocratic families, and he also knew that if he interfered in this matter with his identity, it would definitely bring criticism. But some things could be tolerated and some things could not be tolerated. Especially Zhang Debao's words and actions before, which touched his heart, made him not want to care about anything else at the moment. He just wanted to help the maid he had never met before to get justice. As soon as his voice fell, the servants suddenly looked at each other. But even after half a cup of tea's time, they still didn't move. Perhaps they believed that the Chui family, which had been glorious for thousands of years, would not fall just like that. Li Ke sneered and shouted to the people behind him. Good. Today the lady of the Chui family, Wang Shi, is vicious and merciless. She cruelly killed the maid Nianyu and turned her into a human swine. This is really shocking and infuriating. What's more hateful is that after Nianyu died, Wang Shi still didn't let her go. She sent people to dig up her body and feed it to the dogs. Such a wicked woman who was born as a human should pay with her life. According to the law, she should be punished. Arrest Wang Shi. Even the dignified king of Han was so moved in his heart. So how could the people who had long been filled with anger, eager to fight, and eager to give it a try remain indifferent? They heard this and shouted, "Arrest Wang Shi! Arrest Wang Shi!" They said so, and at the same time they did so. When an ordinary man is angry, blood splatters 5 steps. The thousands of people began to slowly press forward. Looking at this posture, it was as if they were going to flatten the Chui family. Oh. Chapter 1103. Don't come over. Don't come over. You dare to barge into private residences in broad daylight. Be careful that I don't send you to see the officials. Seeing the army pressing in, the servants of the Chui family started to feel terror. There were only a dozen of them. How could they be a match for thousands of common people and students? Also, many of these students were of noble status. Even if they wanted to attack, they did not dare to. Capture Wang Shi. Capture Wang Shi. At this time there was no need for anyone to command. Wang Shi had sent people out of the city to destroy the corpses and evidence. Zhang Debao had angrily hit the stone lion. These two matters ignited the anger of the common people. The people of Guangzhou never lacked courage. Previously they had been angry, but due to the power of the Chui family, they did not dare to act rashly. But when a person's anger could not be suppressed, then they would either die in silence or explode in silence. This group of people filled with courage chose to explode in the end. The anger of the Son of Heaven, millions of corpses, blood for thousands of miles. The anger of an ordinary man, 2 corpses, blood for 5 steps. Even a clay figurine had a temper, much less these strong men of Guangzhou. The prestigious families that had been high up for almost 1,000 years were so insignificant and lowly in front of the angry common people. The servants of the Chui family retreated again and again. In the end, they had no place to retreat because behind them was the gates of the Chui family. Charge! Charge in! Capture Wang Shi! Capture Wang Shi! Someone shouted loudly. The common people threw away their fear and pressed towards the servants in front of the gates of the Chui family. It was really pressing. Facing this enormous flow of people, the servants of the Chui family were like small boats in the ocean, insignificant and powerless. This was the power of the common people. This was the power of the common people that those high and mighty people usually said to be weak. After today, after knowing how powerful they were, there might be fewer people in the aristocratic families and fewer tragedies like Nianyu. Nianyu, today these common people will help you get justice. While they are late, justice has not been absent. On a beam across from the Chui mansion, Li Zixuan was holding a jug of wine and coldly watching from the sidelines. At this moment, he saw the citizens rushing towards the Chui mansion, so he poured himself a cup of wine and murmured. Of course, the main reason he came here was because he was worried. If the Chui family sent out powerful experts to kill the commoners, he could take care of them. After all, there were many of his students here. Boom! Just at this moment, the Chui Manor's iron gates, which had stood tall for thousands of years, under the impact of the commoners, were basically unable to put up any resistance and instantly collapsed. It was a pity that the door had just been fixed after Li Zixuan damaged it a few days ago, but now he was being stepped on again. Ah! Run quickly! The people outside are rushing in. The maids and servants of the Chui Manor, upon seeing the manor's door collapsing and countless people rushing in, screamed and screamed as they frantically ran for their lives towards the direction of the backyard. Although the martial artists and guards in the yard knew martial arts, when faced with thousands of commoners, no matter how high their martial arts skills were, they would not dare to rush in and send themselves to death. The qualified martial artists had already flown over the walls of the yard, with the advantage of their Qinggong skills. The unqualified martial artists, whose Qinggong skills were not good, could only escape to the backyard with the maids and servants. Instantly, like an eagle chasing a flock of chicks, a flock of eagles was chasing a flock of chicks towards the backyard. As time passed, the space for these chicks to survive would only become smaller and smaller. Capture the Wang family! Capture the Wang family! The flood of 4,000 to 5,000 people pushed towards the backyard while letting out earth-shattering shouts. F***CK. Who is that bastard? How dare he take the opportunity to bully the Chui Manor's maids? Bao Lin, bring people to capture that bastard. After the commoners rushed into the Chui Manor, although most of them were heading towards the backyard to capture the Wang family, there were still some who wanted to take advantage of the chaos, such as stealing, molesting, or raping the maids of the Chui Manor. The ugliness of human nature was revealed in the chaos. Chang Chumo's sharp eyes saw a rascally young man hugging a maid and trying to molest her. He immediately roared in anger. Yes, Brother Cho Nyo. Yuchi Baolin responded. Without calling for anyone else, he strode up to the man and lifted him up with one hand, then slammed him onto the ground. Qingke, Virgo, we can't go on like this. Although the Chui family is despicable, there are only a few people who have committed crimes. These maids are innocent. If we don't take any measures, many innocent people will suffer today. When that happens, father will definitely blame. Yamacho. Li Ku frowned as he spoke to the people around him. Obviously, he had already guessed that the source of this turmoil, or rather the initiator, was Li Zixuan. It was not hard to guess. Anyone who had interacted with Li Zixuan and knew about his recent activities would be able to guess it. Li Tai nodded and said, Little Ku, you are right. We can't let the commoners do as they please. I think it's better to have all the students of the college spread out in groups of 10 to maintain order. Little Ku, you are skilled in martial arts, so you take command. Li Ku did not decline. Under his command, the people from the Yanhuang College immediately split into over 60 small teams. They spread out in groups and scattered around the Chui residence. If they saw anyone doing something illegal, they would go forward to stop it. They were from the college and represented Yanhuang College. Normal hooligans would not dare to do anything to them in front of so many commoners. As a result, the number of rapes and thefts was greatly reduced. These unruly commoners are really lawless. Guards. Call the guards. Call the martial artists. Call the martial arts experts in the Chui Manor. Let them kill all these unruly commoners. Kill them all. The backyard of the Chui residence was in a mess. Wang Shi was in a state of madness. She was throwing things at the servants while shouting incoherently. Trash. You are not allowed to run. The Chui family has always provided you with good food and drinks. Now all of you. Otherwise, you will not be fed in the future. I will turn all of you into human swine. At this moment, Wang Shi saw a group of maids and servants escaping from the front yard. She took out a sword from somewhere and slashed at those people. Ah! The maidservants and servants hurriedly scattered in all directions. Wang Shi wanted to chase after them, but she couldn't. She could only stand there and curse. Capture Wang Shi. Turn Wang Shi into human swine. At the door of the backyard, the commoners finally appeared. When Wang Shi heard that the commoners wanted to turn her into human swine, she was so scared that her legs trembled. Unruly commoners. A bunch of unruly commoners. Guards. Whoever can kill these unruly commoners, I will give you 10,000 strings of cash. No, 100,000 strings of cash. Wang Shi held her sword and retreated. Her eyes were wide open and her face was full of fear. Chapter 1104. 100,000 strings of cash. If this were any other time, many people would be willing to help Wang Shi kill someone for 100 strings of cash, let alone 100,000 strings of cash. But now, even if they were offered 1,000,000 strings of cash, no one would be willing to help her at this time, let alone 100,000 strings of cash. Look, that's Wang Shi. It didn't take long for the citizens to swarm into the backyard. Someone recognized Wang Shi, who was holding a sword and hysterical as if she had gone mad, and pointed her out loudly. Catch Wang Shi. Make her into a human swine. Yes, we have to let this evil woman have a taste of being made into a human swine. The citizens roared one after another. Don't come over. Don't come over. When had Wang Shi ever encountered such a situation before? With a panicked expression, she actually placed the sword against her own neck. She retreated while speaking in fear. The maids and servants around her had already run far away from her. Even when they saw her move, no one came to stop her. Look, the old master of the Cui family is here. At this moment someone shouted, and the citizens immediately quietened down. The crowd opened up a path, and Cui Junchuo walked over with more than a dozen armed guards. Ah! Don't come over. I don't want to be made into a human swine. Don't come over. At this moment, Wang Shi's mind was no longer that of a normal person's. Cui Junchuo and the others walked toward her, but she mistook them for citizens who wanted to kill her. Her body trembled, and she didn't even notice that the sword had left a bloody mark on her neck. Wang Weizhu, take a good look. I'm here. Cui Junchuo growled at Wang Shi with a dark expression. Ah! Don't come over. I don't want to be made into a human swine. Wang Shi was even more terrified. She screamed and exerted force with her hand, and the sword in her hand slit her throat without any resistance. She immediately collapsed to the ground, leaving behind a pool of blood. Bam! Everyone fell silent. No one would have thought that the dignified matriarch of the Cui family would be so frightened by a group of citizens that she committed suicide. Although this venomous woman deserved to die, the commoners felt that such a death was too easy for her. Cui Junchuo took a few deep breaths. He did not expect that the people would invade the Cui residence in such a large scale. Now that the Cui residence had been destroyed, Wang Shi had committed suicide, and the Cui family had become the laughingstock of the world. This result was worse than the worst that he had expected. He glanced at Madame Wang's corpse, then turned to look at the vast crowd behind him. With all his strength he said in a deep voice, I am Cui Junchuo. He was the former master of the Cui family. The Cui family has indeed done a lot of wrong things in recent years, and Wang Weizhu really shouldn't kill Nianyu privately. It's my fault for not managing the family well. But now that the Wang family is dead and the mastermind has been eliminated, why don't all of you disperse? The East County Duke Cui Junchuo. Many people knew about this person. Hearing him say this, many people subconsciously prepared to give up. In any case, the most vicious Wang Shi in their eyes was already dead. There was no point in staying here any longer. Although Madame Wang is dead. But what about the people that the Cui family has invaded and kidnapped over the years? Just when some people wanted to leave, someone in the crowd shouted, and the crowd became restless again. That's right. The Cui family has done a lot of evil in the past. They have invaded so much land and kidnapped women. How can the death of Madame Wang solve it? Yes. All the evildoers of the Cui family must be punished. Cui Junchuo frowned, but he was secretly anxious. He was anxious that the people from the imperial court had not arrived yet. That's right, at this time, he would rather go to the imperial court to be judged than to reason with these people. Because most of the civil and military officials in the imperial court were gentle people, and because of the large number of these people, they might directly rush up and kill all the people of the Cui family. Haha. As the saying goes, those who do evil are doomed to destruction. When the Cui family did those evil things back then, did they think that they would be punished today? At this time a faint voice came from afar. Although the voice was not loud, it reached the ears of everyone present. Who's that? Cui Junchuo's gaze froze as he saw Li Zixuan flying over the heads of the crowd and landing steadily at the front of the crowd. Marquis Yonge, did you enjoy watching the show from the side? When enemies meet, their eyes are exceptionally red. At this time, Cui Junchuo of course hated Li Zixuan, but more than that, there was a trace of indescribable complexity. At first he did not think that he would lose. Yesterday, he even had the thought of turning defeat into victory and retaliating against Li Zixuan. But he did not expect that after just one night, Li Zixuan had successfully made the Cui family, a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family, into a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up. A 1,000-year-old reputation in the end could not win against that thin confession. But in the end, whose fault was this? If the Cui family did not do those dirty things, even if Li Zixuan had a grudge with the Cui family, could he make up something out of nothing? A 1,000-mile dike collapsed by an ant hole. A 1,000-year-old aristocratic family, in the end, was destroyed in the hands of a pig like Madame Wang. Haha. Watch the show. This marquis is not watching the show. This marquis is using this grand scene to pay tribute to Miss Nianyu in the underworld, to ask her to rest in peace. Li Zixuan stood with his hands behind his back and said in a low voice. At the same time, he was secretly sizing up Cui Junchuo. He had fought with Cui Junchuo several times, but it was always in the dark. Today was their first time and probably their last time. Hearing this, Cui Junchuo's expression changed several times. After a long time he said, "That Nianyu is just a little maid in the Cui family. If she knew that in the future, she would be able to make the Marquis of Yonge, and bring so many people to seek justice for her, she would probably feel lucky, right?" Li Zixuan sneered. Lucky? The dead cannot come back to life. If possible, who in the world would not want to keep living? Dead is dead. Even if this marquis avenged her, she would not feel lucky. She should regret entering the Cui family and meeting Madame Wang, this poisonous woman, and Cui Shanfu, this coward. You! Cui Junchuo was a little angry. The Cui family was almost dead, and Li Zixuan still wanted to step on the corpses. This was too much. The imperial edict has arrived. Unrelated people immediately make way. At this moment, a group of imperial guards rushed into the Cui family and rushed into the backyard. Then they spread out and barely surrounded the people in the backyard. Why was it barely? This was because there were too many people in the backyard. The less than 100 imperial guards that they had brought with them were simply not enough to deal with them. Then a general in silver armor came forward and said loudly, "His Majesty has decreed that all people should immediately disperse. His Majesty will personally deal with the matter of the Cui family. He will definitely give justice to Nianyu and the people of the world." Chapter 1105. The young general in silver armor was Sun Jiping. He had participated in the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain, and could be considered as an old acquaintance of Li Zixuan. After such a long time, he had been promoted from a small leader to a guard with a sword in front of the palace. He could be considered to have a prosperous career. When the people heard Sun Jiping say that Li Zixuan would deal with this matter personally, they did not want to make a fuss and left. The students of the academy did not leave. At this time, Li Ku went to Li Zixuan and whispered a few words in his ear. Li Zixuan nodded gently and did not say anything. Sun Jiping did not have time to chat with Li Zixuan at this moment. He looked at the people of the Cui family and said loudly, "His Majesty has an order. Cui Junchuo, East Commandery Duke of the Cui family, and Madame Wang, enter the palace immediately. There must be no delay." Cui Junchuo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had been looking forward to it for a long time. Finally, the people from the palace came. It was better for the imperial court to judge the Cui family than the people. After all, the imperial court would be reasonable. It was difficult to reason with the angry people. General Madame Wang committed suicide a quarter of an hour ago. I'll go with you. Cui Junchuo stepped forward and said. After that, he looked back at Madame Wang, who was lying in a pool of blood. Although this woman was really hateful and even dragged the Cui family into the abyss of public opinion, she was still the former Madame Wang of the Cui family. Saving some dignity for her was saving the Cui family's dignity. Sun Jiping frowned. He followed Cui Junchuo's gaze and saw a woman in gorgeous clothes lying in a pool of blood. There was a blood-stained sword beside her. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, "East Commandery Duke, It's not that I don't understand people's feelings, but His Majesty personally ordered me to invite you and Madame Wang into the palace no matter what. Guards, prepare an ox cart and carry Madame Wang's body into the palace. Yes, General. After Sun Jiping finished speaking, 2 soldiers immediately stepped forward and carried Madame Wang's body. You, General Sun, can you make an exception? Cui Junchuo could not help but be angry. But after thinking of the Cui family's current situation, he restrained himself. Sun Jiping shook his head. His meaning was self-evident. Therefore, Cui Junchuo could only watch as the 2 imperial guards carried Mrs. Wang's body away. Blood flowed all the way. Most of the members of the imperial army had been on the battlefield before, so they didn't fear corpses and blood. However, the students of Yanhuang College were different. This was the first time most of them had seen a dead body, and it was the first time they had smelled such a thick stench of blood. Many of the students bent down and vomited. Li Zishuan did not say anything. He felt that there was nothing wrong with letting the students see the light of blood earlier. Perhaps some of them would have to go to the battlefield in the future. East County Duke, please go ahead as well. After Wang Shi was loaded onto the ox cart, Sun Jiping pointed to a prisoner's cart next to him and said to Cui Junchuo, there was no other way. Li Er had given him a strict order. There was only 1 hour in total. He couldn't possibly let Cui Junchuo run behind the horses but, right? Or let Cui Junchuo ride a horse behind him. If the criminal got lost, how was he going to explain himself? After thinking about it, only the prisoner's cart was more reliable. It could guarantee the speed and ensure that the criminal wouldn't escape. Anyway, in Sun Jiping's opinion, the Cui family would definitely not be able to make a comeback this time. There was no need to be afraid of Cui Junchuo's identity. Cui Junchuo's expression changed. After hesitating for a moment, he finally sighed and walked toward the prisoner's cart. Before entering the prison carriage, he looked at Li Zishuan with a complicated gaze and said, this old man never thought that there would be a day when I would become a prisoner. This old man also never thought that I would be defeated by you. Marquis Yong'an, I have underestimated you after all. You are the variable of the aristocratic families, and also the variable of the Tang Empire. Li Zishuan shook his head and said expressionlessly, East County Duke, you are not a stupid person. You should understand that the Cui family's ending today is not because of me, but because the people of the Cui family don't know how to respect and do all kinds of evil. Hearing this, Cui Junchuo sighed and then got on the prisoner's cart. Sun Jiping waved his hand, and the imperial guards quickly left the backyard of the Cui family. At this time he had time to say goodbye to Li Zishuan. Marquis, His Majesty's order is urgent. I will chat with Marquis another day. I will leave first today. General Sun, please wait. Li Zishuan smiled and cupped his fists in return. He pointed to the dozen or so commoners who were tied up in the corner of the courtyard and said, these people are all criminals who took the opportunity to steal property and molest maids in the chaos just now. They have been tied up by my students. Now, I'll have to trouble General Sun to bring people to send them to the Supreme Court. Sun Jiping was a little surprised and said, there is such a thing? Marquis, please help me catch these criminals. I will report it to His Majesty and ask for a reward for Marquis. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, no need. This has nothing to do with me. It was all done by the students of the academy. If you want to ask for a reward, you should ask for a reward for them. General Sun, you should quickly return to the palace and report. Sun Jiping suddenly woke up and quickly said, then I will leave 20 imperial guards to help Marquis take these criminals to the Supreme Court. I will take my leave first. Okay. Li Zishuan nodded. Sun Jiping took Cui Junchuo and Wang Shi's corpse and rushed to the palace. Cui Junchuo, who was standing in the prisoner's cart, might be thrown vegetables or rotten eggs by the people on the road. Li Zishuan didn't care about this. What he needed to consider now was the problem of dealing with the aftermath. Today you all performed very well. If it wasn't for you stopping these people from doing evil, more innocent maids would have been harmed today. At that time I would have become a sinner. I am very pleased that you all were able to plan and act according to the situation. I am very satisfied with this batch of students from Yanhuang College. You are the pride of the academy. Li Zishuan turned around and looked at the group of travel-worn youths. He thought that if it wasn't for them organizing at the last minute to maintain order, those ruffians who had mixed into the crowd would have taken advantage of the chaos to do whatever they wanted. Once those people lost the restraint of the rules, they could do anything evil. Therefore, he said to the students with a gratified face. He wasn't being modest, nor was he being pretentious. He was sincerely grateful to this group of students. Without them, today's good thing would have turned into a bad thing. He would also blame himself for the innocent maids for a long time. Yamacho, you are too serious. These are all things that we should do, Liku said with a smile. That's right. Yamacho. These are all things that we should do. The rest of the students said one after another. Today's experience filled them with a sense of accomplishment. They would probably never forget it for the rest of their lives. Thank you, Marquis Yong, and thank you all young gentlemen. At this time, the Chui family's maids spontaneously came over and bowed to Li Zishuan and the students to express their gratitude. Chapter 1106. All right. You can all go about your own business. I will personally send these rascals to the Supreme Court. In the backyard of the Chui residence, after receiving the heartfelt gratitude from the maids of the Chui residence, this group of young lads who were in the middle of puberty suddenly felt a little smug. Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand and chased them away. Hee. Yamacho, why don't we help you send these people to the Supreme Court? Sun Zifan chuckled. Li Zishuan slapped the little fatty's head and said crossly, I think you're just trying to slack off and not work, aren't you? Quickly go to the foundation and help. Ayo. Yamacho, you are wrongly accusing a good person. I am just afraid that you will be tired. Sun Zifan shouted mischievously. The students laughed, but they still followed Li Zishuan's request and returned to the Warmtang Foundation. Li Zishuan watched the students leave with a complicated gaze. He was about to order the guards to take away these rascals when the Chui residence's servants all knelt down in front of him. Marquis, now that the Chui family is gone, please take us in, Marquis. We are all able to endure hardships. The other servants were also eager to try. Li Zishuan's family treated the servants well. This was basically known by everyone in Chang. For these servants, to be able to enter the Li residence was tantamount to entering heaven. Li Zishuan frowned and said, This Marquis' residence does not lack servants. Moreover, the Emperor has not made a decision on how to deal with the Chui family. You should wait a little longer. Even if the Chui family is really gone, you can go back to your hometown and find other ways to make a living instead of continuing to be servants. Now that the world is peaceful and the Emperor is very kind to the people, this Marquis believes that as long as you are hardworking, your life will not be bad. Marquis, but we are all slaves, how can we make a living? Everyone says that Marquis is unparalleled benevolence. I hope that Marquis can be kind and take us in. The crowd hesitated for a moment, and a slightly beautiful servant girl said pitifully to Li Zishuan. In ancient times there were 5 types of household registration. The first was noble registration, usually for aristocratic families. The second was good registration, which was for ordinary people. The third was merchant registration, which, as the name suggested, was for merchants. The fourth was slave registration, which was the status of slaves. Once sold, they may be slaves for life, unless the master was generous and was willing to give the government a large sum of money. The fifth was cheap registration, which was for prostitutes, entertainers, and so on. And so on. Li Zishuan's frown deepened. Not to mention that his residence didn't lack maids and servants. Even if he did, he wouldn't hire them here. First of all, who knew which of these people were loyal and which were traitors? Furthermore, that maid's way of talking about moral coercion made him feel disgusted. If the Chui family really falls apart, this Marquis will petition His Majesty to abolish your slave status and return you the status of good citizens. As I said before, the world is peaceful now. As long as one is diligent, one will definitely not starve. Li Zishuan said expressionlessly. After saying that, he turned around and called for a group of imperial guards to pick up the thugs in the corner. They left the Chui residence and headed in the direction of the Supreme Court. After transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, although Li Zishuan had become a high-ranking official, this was the first time he went to the Supreme Court. Speaking of which, if it weren't for a few imperial guards leading the way, he probably wouldn't have known which direction the Supreme Court's door was facing. Who asked him to be an otaku? Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would definitely not go out, let alone wander around aimlessly. If it was someone else who transmigrated, they would definitely tour the entire Chang'an city in less than a week. After all, this was a traditional Tang dynasty building. The Supreme Court was located in Yining Lane. Yining Lane was beside the Kaiyuan Gate, in the northwest corner of Chang'an City. The Cui family was located in the southeast corner of Chang'an City. From the southeast corner of Chang'an City to the northwest corner of Chang'an City, the journey was about 30 kilometers. Luckily, the Imperial Guards found a horse and a few ox carts from the Cui family. A group of people rode on the horses and tied the criminals to the ox carts. The speed was much faster than walking on foot. Otherwise, if they were to walk on foot, it would probably take half a day. Even so, Li Zishuan's group still had to spend nearly 2 hours to reach the Court of Justice in charge of the Great Tang's prisons, the Court of Judicial Review. If one were to compare it to the modern system, the Court of Judicial Review was equivalent to the Supreme Court. Normally, when there was a major case, the Supreme Court, Ministry of Justice and the Censorate would send people to try it together. It was called the Three Departments Trial. But later on it had a more popular name, Three Departments Trial. Greetings, Marquis Young. Seeing Li Zishuan and the rest walking towards the Supreme Court, the two soldiers at the door hurriedly bowed. Although Li Zishuan did not know them, they recognized Li Zishuan. After all, this fellow was the man of the hour in Chang'an City this year. Is Lu Tingwei here? Or is son Xiaoqing here? Li Zishuan nodded and asked. The current minister of the Supreme Court was Lu Dui, and the head of court was another title for the minister of the Supreme Court. Normally, people would not directly address him as the Minister of Court X, but as the head of Court X. This was because when the Supreme Court was first established in the Han Dynasty, the highest official in it was called the head of court. Although the title was changed to the Minister of the Supreme Court during the Northern and Southern dynasties, the Tang people were still used to calling him the head of court. This was a common knowledge that Li Zishuan had learned after being in the officialdom for so long. There were two Xiaoqing in the Supreme Court. One was Sun Fujia, who was an old acquaintance of Li Zishuan. The other was Dai Zhou, who was promoted by Li Zishuan in October this year. Li Zishuan had never met him before, but he had heard of him in his previous life. Replying to Marquis, Lu Tingwei and the two Xiaoqing are not in the office. They should still be in the morning court. The soldier cupped his fists and replied, They are still in the morning court? Li Zishuan could not help but mutter. It was almost 5 in the morning. According to the usual practice, the morning court should have ended by now. It seemed that today's morning court would be very lively. These people have committed the crime of theft and indecent assault. Lock them in the prison first. When Lu Tingwei returns later, I will explain to him in detail. Li Zishuan pointed at the people who were tied up behind him and said to the soldier, Yes, Marquis. The soldier shouted. Immediately, more than a dozen yamen runners ran out to help. A moment later, all the criminals were brought in. After everything was done, the soldier saw that Li Zishuan still had no intention of leaving. He could not help but feel puzzled. However, Li Zishuan's next sentence scared him out of his wits. This Marquis Li Zishuan incited the people to riot in a fit of anger. This crime is unforgivable. I surrender myself to the Supreme Court and ask the Supreme Court to take me into custody. This Marquis will wait in the prison for the Emperor's judgment. Chapter 1107. Under Li Zishuan's strong request, the Supreme Court soldiers could only fearfully invite Li Zishuan to the cleanest prison cell in the Supreme Court. The blanket was changed to the newest one, and they even brought over a table, a few copies of Datong Daily, and some teapots and wine cups. It could be said that all the conveniences they could provide were provided. Li Zishuan's prison cell just happened to be the prison cell that he sent in today. Seeing that Li Zishuan's prison cell was as comfortable as an inn, the group of people's eyes turned red with envy. But they also knew that they would not receive such treatment, so they could only sit on the floor and wait for the Supreme Court's judgment. Other than this new blanket, take away the rest. This Marquis is here to go to prison, not to stay in an inn. This Marquis appreciates the intentions of these few little brothers. What was surprising was that Li Zishuan actually rejected the special treatment given by the officials, and requested for the Supreme Court's officials to take away all the things. As for leaving the new blanket behind, It was really because he could not stand the dirty and hard blanket from before. But then again, as a big brother, it was reasonable for him to ask for a new blanket, right? Marquis, you are still innocent, you don't have to torture yourself like this, right? The soldier had a difficult expression on his face. They knew that Li Zixuan was a good official who wholeheartedly served the people, otherwise they would not spend so much effort. I have already made up my mind, there is no need to persuade me anymore. Just do as I say, and then go do your own things. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said. He did this not to put on a show, nor was it purposely pretentious. It was because the current era that he was in required him to do so. This time, although he had used the power of thunder and successfully pushed the Chui family into a state of eternal damnation, but the method he used was somewhat taboo, because he had used the public's will. In this era where the imperial power was greater than the heavens, you as an official, actually dared to use the public's will to force the emperor to do something he did not want to do. Today you force the emperor to deal with the Chui family, then tomorrow you would use the public's will to force the emperor to abdicate the throne. In the era of imperial power, whether the emperor's mind was big or small, he would not like such an official. The big-minded ones might tolerate you for a period of time, but the small-minded ones would directly kill you, a potential threat. Therefore, Li Zixuan didn't have anything else to do today. Instead, he took the initiative to turn himself in. He had to show this attitude. Now, he was still in charge of his family. Even if he didn't think for himself, he had to think for his family, right? Seeing Li Zixuan's insistence, the soldier had no choice but to remove the things from the prison cell. Li Zixuan sat cross-legged on the couch and closed his eyes in deep thought. After an unknown period of time, a series of footsteps suddenly came from outside the prison cell. Li Zixuan opened his eyes and saw a middle-aged man wearing a dark red official's robe with a dark blue belt around his waist walking over with a few soldiers. The man had a head full of black hair, a pair of indifferent tiger eyes, and a straight figure. He could be considered to have a dignified appearance. This official, Dai Zhou, greets the Marquis of Yong'an. The middle-aged official asked someone to open the cell. Then, he cupped his hands and bowed to Li Zixuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Although he was older than Li Zixuan, his official position was lower than Li Zixuan's. Since he was in the officialdom, he should follow the rules of the officialdom. So it's Dai Xiaoqing. Nice to meet you. Li Zixuan stood up and cupped his hands in return. This marquis's body is guilty. Dai Xiaoqing shouldn't be so courteous. Dai Zhou shook his head. Whether Marquis is guilty or not, His Majesty has yet to make a conclusion. But just based on the fact that Marquis is willing to seek justice for a maid he doesn't even know, this Dai Zhou still admires Marquis. This Dai Zhou dared to say anything. Now, the officials in the imperial court who had some brains basically knew that the confession letter was related to Li Zixuan. But Li Zixuan's methods were obviously taboo. Under such circumstances, Dai Zhou still dared to publicly praise him. If it fell into the ears of someone with ulterior motives, it might become a weakness. Dai Xiaoqing must be joking. This marquis is young and impetuous. I don't know the severity of the matter. Fortunately, this marquis didn't cause any big trouble. Otherwise, I'm afraid my conscience will not be at ease for the rest of my life. Li Zixuan shook his head and sighed with emotion. Then he asked, May I ask Dai Xiaoqing how His Majesty dealt with the Chui family in the morning court today? Dai Zhou replied expressionlessly, Madame Wang killed people. Although she had committed suicide, her behavior was so vile that it angered people and gods alike. His Majesty ordered the Chui family to bury Madame Wang's body in the wilderness. They are not allowed to enter the Chui family's ancestral mausoleum, and they are not allowed to look for a place with good feng shui for her. East County Duke Chui Junchuo didn't manage his family well. He allowed his family to embezzle the land of the common people, and allowed his family members to kidnap women. His Majesty decreed that he was stripped of his title of East County Duke and sent back to Zhengzhou. He was ordered to return all the land that he had embezzled in the past 10 years to the common people within a month. Those who kidnapped women must also be handed over to the local government within a month. In addition, His Majesty sent the left Prime Minister Wei Zheng to Hunan Province to thoroughly investigate all the officials who have covered up or colluded with the Chui family in Zhengzhou in recent years. He wanted to clean up the local government and return the common people to the common people. Hearing this, Li Zixuan was relieved. Old Li was finally willing to completely deal with the Cui family. His plan was not in vain. Moreover, sending Wei Zheng to Hunan province was the most ruthless move. Didn't your Cui family get wind and reign in Hunan province in the past? Wasn't it all because the local government took care of you? Now I will remove those officials who took care of you. Let's see how you can continue to be lawless in Hunan province. His Majesty is wise. In this way, Miss Nian, you can finally rest in peace. Li Zixuan murmured. Marquis, I have something to say, but I don't know if it's appropriate. Dai Zhou hesitated for a moment and asked. Li Zixuan's first impression of Dai Zhou was not bad. Hearing this, he smiled slightly and said, Vice Minister Dai, please. Dai Zhou waved his hand and dismissed his attendants. Then he looked at Li Zixuan with shining eyes and said, I believe that with Marquis's wisdom, he must have known that this method would hurt the enemy 1,000 times and hurt 800 times. But why did Marquis still use this method? Just for an unknown little maid, is it really worth it? Li Zixuan was silent. After a moment of silence, he said, Some things can't be measured only by whether it's worth it or not. Since I encountered this matter, I must take care of it. If I don't do anything, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. And in my opinion, conscience and justice are not silent. They know it's impossible and do it. The Cui family is powerful and seemingly invincible. But the sword of justice is not forged for the strong. It is for the weak. If I don't stand up today, there will be more wronged souls in the netherworld. I will never regret what I did today. Chapter 1108. The news of Li Zixuan being imprisoned in the Supreme Court quickly reached the palace and Li Er's ears. Who is he putting on an act for? Let's ignore him and see what tricks he has up his sleeves. Li Er's gaze was as cold as ice. After listening to Zhao Song's report, he paced back and forth in the main hall in frustration. His hands behind his back were clenched into fists, and then completely unclenched in the next moment. He would never have thought that the high and mighty Cui family would collapse before the imperial power could even show its might. He did not feel the joy of getting rid of the aristocratic family. Instead, he felt some fear because the power Li Zixuan could mobilize was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that it could even threaten his imperial power. Kill or not kill? At this moment, Li Er's mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. In the end, he waved his hand and said angrily, Yes. Zhao Song sighed in his heart and cupped his hands in acknowledgement. Li Zixuan disregarded his own glory and got rid of evil for the people. Zhao Song admired him from the bottom of his heart. However, in the end he ended up in prison. Zhao Song was both regretful and vexed. Vexed that Li Zixuan was so foolish. Yongla Lane Li Mansion. Mother, why isn't brother back yet? Lana is hungry. The whole family was waiting for Li Zixuan to return for lunch. However, after waiting for a long time, he was still nowhere to be seen. Lana could not help but rub her stomach and said pitifully, Soon. He should be back soon. Mrs. Li had been feeling uneasy since the morning. When she saw that Li Zixuan hadn't returned yet, the ominous premonition in her heart grew even stronger. She patted Lana's little head and called out, San Bao, didn't you say 4 hours ago that the Cui family's turmoil had ended? Why isn't Xian back yet? San Bao said anxiously, Madam, the Cui family's turmoil had ended 4 hours ago. However, the young master took a group of people to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is far away from Dunhua Square. The young master is probably still there. Madame Li nodded, but the ominous feeling in her heart did not dissipate. Father. Mother. Not good. I found a letter left behind by my husband in the room. At this moment, Han Yushi hurriedly ran in with a letter in her hand and said anxiously, Yushi, what happened to Xian? What does he mean by leaving a letter? Mrs. Li immediately panicked. She subconsciously thought that something had happened to Li Zixuan. Li Jingma had always been calm. He patted his wife's hand and said, Yushi, what did the letter say? Han Yushi looked around and said softly, Sanbao little he, you all go down first. It wasn't that she didn't trust the servants in the residence, but the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Yes, young madam. Although Sanbao and the rest wanted to know what had happened, they had to listen to their mistress. After all the servants in the hall left, Han Yushi said, Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, my husband said in his letter that he will go to the Supreme Court to reflect on himself for a few days. As long as we don't think about it, and don't tell anyone about it, he will be back in less than 10 days. Reflect on himself for a few days? Why would Xianer go to the Supreme Court to reflect on himself? Old master, did something happen to Xianer? To ordinary people, the Supreme Court wasn't a good place to go. After all, most people didn't want to be involved in a lawsuit. Therefore, Mrs. Li was at a loss after hearing this. Sigh. In the end, it's a loss of 800 to hurt the enemy. Yi Guozhong was old and experienced. How could he not understand the meaning behind this letter? He sighed heavily and said to Mrs. Li, Yuzhu, you and Jingma don't have to worry. Although Xian destroyed the Cui family, the hidden danger is also quite big. Now that he has tied himself up in the Supreme Court, retreating in order to advance, he might be able to resolve the danger for himself. We can only do as he says. Don't think about it, and don't tell anyone about it. This is the only way to help him. Li Jingma understood immediately. Although he was worried about his son, he couldn't say it out loud. He could only force himself to calm down and comfort her. That's right. Don't worry, madam. Xianer has always been very confident. If he says nothing will happen, nothing will happen. We'll just do as he says in the letter. Let's eat. Li Zishuan quietly lived in the Supreme Court. Of course, there were very few people who knew about it. His family didn't say anything. The officials who knew that he was in prison were basically the big shots in the court. Naturally, they wouldn't be so bored as to spread rumors. The collapse of the Cui family made the common people unable to adapt for a while. Of course, this matter also became the most talked about matter in the first year of Zhengguan. It could also be said that it was the biggest news in the first year of Zhengguan. 3 days had passed, but the enthusiasm of the commoners in their discussions about the Cui family had not diminished in the slightest. The commoners who had participated in the Cui family operation had been bragging to the people around them for the past 3 days, but they still enjoyed it. After all, they were the awesome people who had defeated the Cui family, a 1,000-year-old family. Of course, in these 3 days, the common people didn't know that Li Zishuan had been locked up in the Supreme Court's prison. The students of Yanhuang College also didn't know. The upper echelons of the Tang dynasty, without exception, chose to deal with this matter coldly. They chose the 3 no's policy. Don't talk, don't ask, and don't say anything. The people of the Li family firmly followed Li Zishuan's 3 no's policy. Don't think, and don't say anything. As a result, it was naturally difficult for others to know that Li Zishuan was in prison. However, it didn't mean that everyone didn't know. Father, is our Yamacho locked up in the Supreme Court by you? That night, Sun Zifan returned home and found his father. He asked angrily, What's wrong with you? When the students of Yanhuang College participated in the warm winter operation, in principle, the students who lived close to the school could go home at night. Sun Fujia raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, Fanner, where did you hear this news from? Asking this meant that Sun Fujia tacitly agreed that Li Zishuan was in the Supreme Court. Sun Zifan couldn't help but open his eyes wide and said, It can't be? Father, you guys really locked up Yamacho? No, Yamacho is such a good person, why do you guys want to lock him up? Sun Fujia knew that he had misspoken and scolded with a straight face. You're just a child, so don't interfere in this matter. It's because the Marquis of Yong and is too good a person that he has to stay in the Supreme Court's prison for the next few days. This is to help him get rid of a disaster. If you really want what's good for your Yamacho, then keep this secret for this old man. If this is made public, only death awaits your Yamacho. Do you understand? Chapter 1109. An entire night had passed, but Sun Zifan's mind was still replaying the words his father said to him last night. He did not understand why good people had to go to jail if they were too good. He did not understand why he could not spread the news that Li Zishuan was in jail and get more people to help. He also did not understand why Sun Fujia refused his request to visit the prison. He didn't sleep much the entire night because the person he respected and admired the most was still locked up in prison. He felt very uncomfortable. Qingke, you're right. The mountain elder was really locked up in the prison. Sigh. In the morning, Sun Zifan did not eat breakfast at home and went straight to the Warmtang Foundation. The students had just come from Yunshan and were eating breakfast there. Li Tai and Li Ku squatted under a tree and ate steamed buns while speaking gloomily. Don't worry. Yamacho will definitely be fine. My father will not do anything to Yamacho. Li Tai patted Sun Zifan's shoulder and said while chewing something in his mouth. Obviously, Sun Zifan had heard the news about Li Zishuan from him. But I don't understand, why did my father tell me? Sun Zifan hesitated for a while and finally asked the question in his heart. After he finished speaking, Li Tai and Li Ku were silent for a while. In the end, Li Ku said, Zifan, your father is right. At this time, the fewer people who know that Yamacho is in jail, the better. Why? Li Ku paused for a moment and said, because with Yamacho's reputation among the people, if the people know about this, they might cause a huge commotion. At that time, Yamacho will become a treacherous official who forced the emperor to abdicate and will never be able to rise again. Sun Zifan could not help but be stunned. He was not stupid and quickly understood the crux of the matter. Then a layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on his back. He finally understood the seriousness of the matter, and that his father did not lie to him last night. The fewer people who knew about Li Zishuan's situation, the better. Gulp. Sun Zifan nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in a low but serious voice, Chinga little Ku, we have to think of a way to help Yamacho hide this matter. In the future, if the students ask where Yamacho is, we will say that Yamacho is in seclusion writing books. Yes, writing books in seclusion. What do you think? Li Tai nodded and said, let's say that. But in my opinion, Yamacho will not stay in the Supreme Court for long. He will definitely be out in a few days. Sun Zifan sighed worriedly. I hope so. Zhao Si, are you sure you want to go that way? I'm not sure. Marquis, please allow me to think about it. You wish. As the saying goes, do not regret your moves. With your chess skills, how can you play chess? In the Supreme Court's prison, Li Zishuan and a soldier sat opposite each other. There was a chessboard on the stone table between them, and they were playing chess. In the past few days, Li Zishuan had been either playing chess with others or writing books. Coincidentally, the reason that Sun Zifan had used to fool people had actually come true. Li Zishuan was really in seclusion writing books. He was writing the academy's teaching materials for next year. However, his seclusion was too unprofessional. Who would find someone to play chess with during seclusion? At this moment, the officer named Zhao Si opposite Li Zishuan looked like he was about to cry. He thought to himself, since you don't want me to regret my move, why did you ask before? Smack. Haha. I checkmate you. Li Zishuan's single carriage directly attacked the root of the problem, checkmating Zhao Si. Checkmate again? Zhao Si scratched his head, looking depressed. He stared at the chessboard without blinking, thinking of a way to break the game. Li Zishuan saw this and laughed. Haha. No need to look anymore. You have nowhere to go. Give me the money. Zhao Si looked at it again, unwilling to give up. In the end, he still couldn't see a way out. He could only take out a copper coin from his pocket and put it in Li Zishuan's hand. Unconvinced, he said, Again. This time I'm so close. Next time I'll definitely beat Marquis. 1 copper coin per game. Oh no, to be precise, if Zhao Si lost, he would give Li Zishuan 1 copper coin. If Li Zishuan lost, he would give Zhao Si 100 copper coins. In order to attract people to play chess with him, Li Zishuan set up a bet where one put in twice the effort and 100 times the return. In the past few days, he had actually won a few dozen copper coins. He was truly a heartless abuser. In his previous life, Li Zishuan was not a chess expert. It was mainly due to the influence of the elders in his village that he started playing chess when he was young. Later on, when he grew up, he knew how to use the computer. He also often went to penguin games to abuse or be abused by experts. Occasionally, he would study a few endgames online. To modern professional chess players, he was very noob. However, to the people of the Tang dynasty who had not experienced the information explosion era, he could already be called an expert. At least, it was not much of a problem for him to completely abuse the people in the Supreme Court prison. Scram! Brat, you only have that little bit of skill and you still have the nerve to show it off? Let me do it. Just at this moment, Dai Zhou silently arrived behind Zhao Si and fiercely kicked Zhao Si's, but as he said, This prison cell was very special. It was not locked, so Dai Zhou was able to silently walk in. Hey! This subordinate greets Dai Xiaoqing. Dai Xiaoqing, please. Zhao Si rolled and crawled up from the ground. Not only was he not angry, he even smiled cheekily at Dai Zhou. If this was in the modern world, he would definitely be a bootlicker. Marquis Yong'an, how about this Dai play a few games with you? Dai Zhou smiled. Li Zixuan had a good impression of Dai Zhou. This was a rigid but humorous person. Thus he smiled and said, since Dai Xiaoqing is in the mood, how about we play a few games? Dai Zhou smiled even more happily. He did not clean up the chessboard but said, then this bet, I wonder if you can raise it by 10 times? Li Zixuan was stunned. He could not help but laugh. Haha, looks like Dai Xiaoqing wants to earn money from this marquis? But this game has not even started yet. And Dai Xiaoqing is so confident that he can win? Dai Zhou waved his hand. So what if I can't win? It's just 10 coins for a game. But if I win, this Dai can get 1,000 coins. This kind of deal is worth it. This Dai does not believe that I can't win 1 out of 100 games? This fellow did not hide his intention to earn some extra money from Li Zixuan. Hearing this, Li Zixuan felt both angry and amused. 100 games is definitely not enough. This marquis will play 3 games with Dai Xiaoqing. Li Zixuan smiled slightly. If he remembered correctly, Dai Zhou was a good official and an honest one. If this person really had the ability, Li Zixuan didn't mind losing some money to Dai Zhou to supplement his family. But if he really was a noob, then Li Zixuan wouldn't purposely go easy on him. Chapter 11:10. In the Supreme Court's prison cell. The most popular Marquis Yong and was actually playing chess with the Supreme Court's newly promoted vice minister. They were even gambling. If news of this got out, it would probably shock everyone to the core. Dai Zhou sat opposite Li Zixuan. At this time he had already put away his smile. After a moment of deep thought, he started with a move horse 2 into 3. Li Zixuan was naturally not to be outdone. His counterattack was a pawn 2 into 5. Generally speaking, the openings of Chinese chess were similar. They could be divided into 2 types: the defensive type and the offensive type. For example, Dai Zhou's opening was, in a strict sense, a cautious defensive type, while Li Zixuan belonged to the aggressive offensive type. Li Zixuan relied on some of the combinations he learned from the internet in his previous life. In the early stages of the game, he slaughtered his opponents. On the other hand, although Dai Zhou lost a lot of pieces, he was not anxious at all. He continued to follow his own train of thought and slowly deployed his own defensive circle. The two of them moved to the middle of the game and gradually entangled with each other. In this kind of entanglement, the side with the sharper attack should have the greater advantage. However, from the current situation, it seemed that Li Zixuan was gradually at a disadvantage. Li Zixuan could not help but frown. He had underestimated Dai Zhou's ability. In terms of chess style, Li Zixuan's chess style was extremely bold and fierce. His footwork was wide, and it seemed like he wanted to fight to the death. He often liked to pursue thrilling situations in his games. From the standpoint of a bystander, watching his games was the most satisfying. To sum up his style of chess in one sentence, it could be called infinite scenery at the perilous peak. On the other hand, Dai Zhou's chess style was steady and his footwork was solid. Under his moves, the originally disadvantaged chess game was revived by him. Not only that, as the game progressed, he made the changes in the board very complicated. It was as if he had set up a Dragon's Gate formation. It was both real and fake, and it confused Li Zixuan many times. Time and time again, he set up ambushes to lure the enemy deep. Dai Zhou quickly killed Li Zixuan's carriage and horse. The scales of victory were slowly tilting towards his side. Gulp! Zhao Si's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he watched from the side. Such an exciting game made him feel like he was watching 2 peerless experts exchange blows. The flashes of swords, the neighing of horses, it was very intense. Only then did he realize that Li Zixuan hadn't used his full strength when they were playing chess. Haha! Thank you for letting me win. Marquis, you have lost the first round. Under Dai Zhou's careful planning, all the advantages that Li Zixuan had gained in the beginning were finally wiped out. Moreover, in the process, Li Zixuan suffered heavy losses. After the final battle, all the escape routes of Li Zixuan's commander were blocked by Daizhou. Finally, Daizhou raised his head and chuckled. He was as happy as a child in his 30s. One is a vice minister of the Supreme Court, while the other is a marquis of the current dynasty. Yet, they are actually gambling and playing chess in this prison. If news of this were to spread, would you feel honored? Or would I feel honored? Unknowingly, Li Er was standing outside the prison cell with his hands behind his back. It seemed that he had been standing there for a long time. Beside him was Zhao Song, who was gasping for cold air. His forehead was sweating in the middle of winter. The three unlucky fellows in the prison cell quickly came over to greet him. Li Er directly said to Daizhou, "Minister Dai, you are in such a good mood. You can leave first. I will look for you later." Daizhou's forehead was full of sweat. He thought to himself that today was really an unlucky day. In his own territory, playing chess to earn some extra money, he actually met Li Er. How unlucky! Most importantly, he was about to get the 1,000 copper coins when Li Zishuan came. How should he ask Li Zishuan for money later? "Yes, Your Majesty." Daizhou was thinking about how to get the 1,000 copper coins back. He saluted Li Er and left with Zhao Si. At the same time, to prevent the other prisoners from affecting Li Er and Li Zishuan's conversation, he also ordered the prison guards to transfer all the prisoners in the nearby prison cells away. "I heard that you were reflecting on yourself here. But now it seems that you are living quite well here." Li Er stood in front of Li Zishuan and said expressionlessly. Li Zishuan smiled helplessly and sighed. 3 feet of land without any sunlight. I am just trying to find joy in hardship. Li Er's gaze froze and said, "Are you blaming me?" "No." "Then do you feel wronged?" Li Er's face was expressionless as he spoke again. "Also no." Li Zishuan shook his head and said in a low voice, "Eating from the monarch and sharing the monarch's burdens is the duty of a subject. But what I did this time, not only did I not share your Majesty's burdens, but I also added trouble to your Majesty. If it was in any other dynasty, my head would have already left my body. How could I still have a place to play chess and write books like now? So I do not blame anyone, nor do I feel wronged. Instead, I am filled with gratitude." Hearing this, the depression in Li Er's heart dissipated a little. With his hands behind his back, he paced around the cell and said, "Do you know that in these 3 days the Empress has come to find me 3 times, Chang'e has come to find me 5 times, and Chongqian has come to find me 3 times. They were all speaking on your behalf. In the end, if I did not let you go, I would become a fatuous monarch in their eyes." Li Zishuan was moved. He hurriedly said, "I am grateful for the friendship of the Empress, the Crown Prince and the Princess. But entering the prison to reflect on myself was my own choice. I feel very uneasy for causing trouble for your Majesty." "Haha. If I had known that you were such a troublemaker, I would not have placed you in the imperial court." Li Er shook his head and scolded unhappily. Then he did not speak again. At this time he noticed a thick stack of manuscripts on the bed and asked casually, "What are these?" Li Zishuan cupped his hands and answered, "Your Majesty, these are the teaching materials of the academy for next year. I happen to have nothing to do in the prison, so I settled down to write books." "So many? You wrote all of them in the past few days?" Li Er's face was suddenly shocked. This was because even if 3 scholars worked together to compile this thick stack of manuscripts, they would not be able to write so much in 3 days. Subconsciously, he went forward and flipped through it to see if the contents were scribbled by Li Zishuan to make up the numbers. But when he opened it, the word awkward was written on old Li's face. This was because he had flipped through some of the contents in the 2nd volume of chemistry. He could not understand the equations in it at all. "Ahem. I did not expect you to be so concerned about your academy. Even in prison, you did not forget to compile teaching materials." In order to hide the embarrassment on his face, Li Er hurriedly coughed and said, Chapter 11:11. Your Majesty, what do you mean by my academy? That's your academy. You're the dean of the academy. I'm just a gardener, using the academy to realize my dreams. The one who really uses it is your Majesty, and the one who benefits is Tang Empire. When these seedlings of Yanhuang College grow up, they will definitely hold up the vast blue sky for Tang Empire. In the Supreme Court's prison, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said to Li Er. He had no choice. Being born in such a feudal society, if he wanted to develop the academy well, he had to hug the thigh of the royal family. Li Zishuan didn't want to rebel against Li Er. This boss was too strong, and he couldn't do anything. Whoever didn't want to do it, he wouldn't do it anyway. Even in the modern world, if you want to do well, don't you need to hug the thigh of others? Li Er's gaze was deep. He was satisfied with Li Zishuan's attitude. Although what happened a few days ago made him angry, Li Zishuan still knew when to advance and retreat most of the time. Brat, if you had always been so sensible, how could you have fallen to the point of being imprisoned? If it weren't for the fact that the Empress and Chang'e were pleading for you, I would have beheaded you long ago. Li Er said resentfully. Li Zishuan said with a smile, Your Majesty is magnanimous and wise. Naturally, it's not something that ordinary people can compare to. I believe that under Your Majesty's leadership, Tang Empire will definitely be able to catch up with the era of Qin Huang and Han Wu. Since old Li was willing to come to the prison, it meant that he had no intention of killing Li Zishuan. He was only here to find a way out. For the sake of his family, Li Zishuan was willing to give old Li a way out. Besides, he wasn't bragging. The golden age of Zhongguan in history was indeed catching up with the era of Qin Huang and Han Wu. Now that he, a transmigrator, joined, Tang Empire would only be stronger. When did you learn how to flatter? If Wei Xuanqing was here, he would definitely accuse you of flattering the emperor. Li Er pointed at Li Zishuan and said unhappily. However, the slight smile at the corner of his mouth showed that he did not reject this kind of flattery. Brat, your intelligence is outstanding. In all of the Great Tang, there's probably no one who can compare to you. But why was he so muddle-headed this time? I've repeatedly ordered you not to touch the Cui family, but you've caused me such a big mess in one night. You can't even bear it for a year or two. After rambling for a long time, Li Zishuan finally got to the point. Li Zishuan could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Anyone who had quarreled with friends before would know that under normal circumstances, if the other party didn't even pay attention to you after a quarrel or kept talking about other things, it meant that the other party was really angry. However, if the other party was willing to talk to you about the source of the quarrel, it meant that the other party wanted to resolve the conflict and eliminate the differences between them. Your Majesty, you have the world at heart, so of course you have to consider the big picture. However, I don't have to think so much every time. The Cui family is heartless and has killed so many people. Since I've seen it, I can't stand it anymore. Otherwise, I'll definitely dream of the cries of the ghosts in hell. I know that I've let my emotions affect my decisions, but if I were given another chance, I would still do the same. Even if I'm punished by Your Majesty, I won't regret it. Li Er fell silent. For some reason, he suddenly recalled what Empress Zhongsun had said to him last night. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and inciting the anger of the people to destroy the Cui family was indeed a little impulsive. However, I don't believe that with the Marquis of Yong'an's intelligence, he wouldn't have not thought of the severe consequences. However, he still did it in the end. This shows that he dares to love and hates evil. He isn't an ambitious and scheming person. Thus, I believe that Your Majesty's worries are unnecessary. The Great Tang needs a righteous hero like the Marquis of Yong'an, and Your Majesty also needs a loyal and capable official like the Marquis of Yong'an. Moreover, the Marquis of Yong'an's own initiative to bind himself to the Court of Judicial Review was for Your Majesty's sake. He knew that with his current reputation among the people, if Your Majesty were to punish him, Your Majesty's reputation among the people would definitely be affected. With such a straightforward official, I don't wish for Your Majesty to make the wrong decision because of some groundless suspicions. I implore Your Majesty to reconsider. After a long silence, Li Er finally recovered from his contemplation. He inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he also felt an inexplicable sense of loss. He looked at Li Zishuan with a complicated gaze and said, The Cui family is truly abominable, but you, a brat, inciting the people to riot is also unforgivable. If not for the imperial court doing its best to clean up your mess, Chang'an would have been thrown into chaos in the next few days. Seeing that you were able to reflect on your actions in the last few days, we will punish you with 2 months of seclusion. While you're at it, you have to submit a letter of self-reflection within 3 days. Hearing the light punishment of 2 months of seclusion, Li Zishuan couldn't help but rejoice, thinking that old Li was finally willing to let this matter pass. However, when he heard the letter of self-reflection, Li Zishuan's eyes widened and his forehead was covered in black lines. What's wrong? You're not willing to write? That's fine too. Li Er glared at Li Zishuan and was about to say something, but Li Zishuan quickly interrupted and said, No, no, no. Your Majesty. I'm willing to write. I'm very willing to write. In his heart, he was silently criticizing old Li Zishuan for forcing his son, Li Tai, to write a letter of self-reflection. Humph. Li Er snorted and finally dropped the subject. After a pause he sighed deeply and said, Obtaining the world has the Tao. Obtaining the people is the same as obtaining the world. Obtaining the people's Tao and obtaining their hearts is the same as obtaining the people. The collapse of the Cui family overnight can be considered as a wake-up call for me. Li Zishuan secretly nodded. Li Er was indeed Li Er. After realizing the power of the people, the first thing he thought of was not to suppress them, but to obtain their hearts and use them for himself. What a bold spirit! Your Majesty, as the saying goes, a ruler is a boat. A commoner is water. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize a boat. The Cui family thought that the people were weak and powerless, so they wantonly oppressed the people and harmed the servants. They had no respect for the people and finally died in the vast ocean of the people. Your Majesty is diligent and loves the people. You are wise and mighty, and will definitely be supported by the people. The big boat of Tang Dynasty will also be carried by the people, and will never sink. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said with emotion. He could only say sorry for unintentionally stealing someone's famous words. Li Er's eyes lit up and said, Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize a boat. Haha. Well said. Well said. Hearing this, my trip today was not in vain. Li Er, who had a clear mind, laughed and walked out of the prison. The power of the people united was indeed great, but as long as the people became the water that carried the boat, what was there to fear? Chapter 11-12. Many people subconsciously thought that it was Li Er's famous saying, Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize a boat. Actually, it was not. This sentence first came from the chapter of Sun Zi, Duke Ai. It was Sun Zi narrating a conversation between Confucius and Duke Ai of Lu. At that time, Confucius said, Qiu Wenji, a ruler is a boat. A commoner is a river. Water can carry a boat, but water can also capsize a boat. If a ruler thinks of danger, how can danger not come? In the 17th year of Zhengguan, Wei Zheng wrote in 10 Thoughts of Admonishing Taizong, Resentment is not great, but it can be feared by people. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize a boat. Wei Zheng also said this. Li Er often used this saying to warn people. After a long time, it became Li Er's famous saying! Haha. Dai Xiaoqing. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. After Li Er left, Li Zishuan patted his butt and also left. If he did not leave, was he going to stay here to celebrate the new year? Under Zhao Xi's lead, he left the prison cell. However, he met Dai Zhou outside the prison. He cupped his hands and smiled. When Dai Zhou saw Li Zishuan come out from inside, he did not look surprised at all. Obviously, he had already guessed that this would be the result. Marquis, you're too polite. I won't tell Marquis to come again when you're free. It was rare that Dai Zhou actually knew how to joke. Li Zishuan laughed loudly 3 times before taking his leave. Zhao Xi reluctantly watched Li Zishuan leave. In his heart, he felt that it was a pity that there would no longer be that kind of gamble where one investment 100 times the return. However, Dai Zhou's next sentence made his eyeballs fall to the ground. Li Zishuan also almost fell to the ground. Hey, Marquis, you still haven't paid the previous 1,000 coins. Yongla Lane Li Mansion. In the past, this place was filled with laughter, warmth, and harmony. However, recently, this place suddenly became silent. The mischievous Lanner no longer went to play with her friends. She only leaned on the big stone lion outside the mansion and looked at the end of the lane, hoping that someone would come back soon. Although Madame Li was very worried, she could not show it in front of Yi Guochong and old Madame Yi. She could only force a smile. Han Yushi usually appeared to be very strong on the surface, but only Xiao He and Xiao Shi knew that every night, There would always be faint sobbing sounds coming from the bedroom. Although Li Jingma looked calm on the surface, he kept thinking about his son in his heart. He was very irritated. The servants of the Li residence felt the heavy atmosphere and worked even harder. Although they were wondering why Li Zixuan hadn't been home for the past few days, no one dared to ask. They could only pray in their hearts that their young master would be safe and sound, because Li Li and Li is Li Shi. They were bound together for good or ill. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days for days. This was the 4th day since Lan leaned on the stone lion and waited for Li Zixuan to come back. The stone lion was very cold in winter. However, the little girl was wearing layers of cotton clothes. She was like a stupid penguin. She did not feel cold leaning on the stone lion. Instead, she could relieve the tiredness of her feet. Lan, who had been disappointed for 3 days, did not have much hope today. She stared at the lane for a while. When she still did not see Li Zixuan, she pouted and looked up gloomily to read the magpies in the book. Magpies were resident birds in China. They would not move to the south to survive the winter. During the winter, they would often feed on a large number of animal carcasses. Sometimes they would even tail the predators and pick up the leftovers. Today, on the ginkgo tree in front of the Li residence, there were 4 to 5 magpies chirping noisily. At Lan's age, she was at the age where she liked to play. She watched the magpies frolicking for a while and couldn't help but be engrossed in it. She didn't even notice that someone had walked past her. Hee, it's so cold. Lan, why aren't you in the house enjoying the heater? What are you doing out here? A familiar voice, a familiar loving tone. Lan was stunned. She looked in front and saw Li Zixuan standing in front of her with a smile. Surprise. Excitement. Grievance. Wow. Brother. You're back. Sob. Brother, you're finally back. Lan missed you so much. Lan rushed forward and hugged Li Zixuan tightly. She pressed her face against the latter's stomach, laughing and crying at the same time. Yo, isn't this the Duke of Yong'an? I haven't seen him for a few days. Yeah, it seems that ever since the Cui family fell, the Duke of Yong'an has not appeared in Yongla Lane. Maybe the Duke of Yong'an went to do something else. A few people in Yongla Lane happened to pass by. When they saw Li Zixuan, they could not help but be surprised. They discussed in private. Seeing this, Li Zixuan quickly patted Lan's little head and said, Brother misses Lan too. Let's go. Let's talk at home. Ugh. Brother. How many days has it been since you last bathed? You stink. Lan suddenly covered her nose and screamed as she retreated far away. Li Zixuan's face darkened. He almost vomited blood. When he entered the residence, his father, mother, maternal grandfather, maternal grandmother, and his own daughter-in-law naturally came forward to express their condolences one by one. Even Yi Fashion, a taciturn person, came forward to say, "Cousin is fine now." This child had been helping out at the Warmtang Foundation for a while. Later, when Li Changqian sent some people from the Eastern Palace over, Yi Fashion saw that there was no shortage of manpower and returned. Today is a joyous occasion. Wang Zhong, tell the kitchen to prepare a big banquet. Everyone in the residence will have good meat and good wine at noon. The simplest way to express happiness was to share it with others. Li Jingma ordered simply. Yes, old master. Wang Zhong relayed the news with a smile. Instantly, the servants were all jubilant. Not only because there was good wine and good meat, but more importantly because their backbone had returned. That joyous and warmly residence had also returned. The news that Li Zixuan had personally come to the Supreme Court's prison and pardoned Li Zixuan quickly spread through the upper circles of Chang'an. This time, when Li Zixuan had voluntarily gone to prison, everyone in the imperial court had remained silent. This was because the problem of the people's hearts was too big. If it was not handled properly, it would bring trouble to oneself. Those who wanted to impeach Li Zixuan saw that the 1,000-year-old families had fallen under Li Zixuan's feet, and a layer of sweat had formed on their backs. Who would dare to impeach Li Zixuan? Trollwei was not afraid of Li Zixuan's revenge. However, most of Li Zixuan's actions were commendable. He even secretly supported Li Zixuan in his heart to get rid of the Cui family. Why would he impeach Li Zixuan? As for the officials close to Li Zixuan, they all knew that the more coldly this matter was handled, the better it would be for Li Zixuan. Therefore, they did not prematurely plead for leniency. However, after only 3 days, Li Zixuan had personally come to the prison cell and released Li Zixuan. This greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. At the same time, Li Zixuan's imperial favor had once again refreshed everyone's understanding of him. Oh. Chapter 11-13. At the Cheng estate, Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, Qin Xiong, Li Jing, and Niu Jinda were all gathered around a stove to eat hot pot. Unlike Li Zixuan's home, where the stove was stuffed under a perforated table to cook hot pot, Cheng Yaojin felt that this seemed stingy, so he had someone place a large iron pot on the stove. The group of people gathered around the iron pot to eat, each person having a small table with cut vegetables and sauces on it. It could be said that it was both lively and warm to eat. Haha, I told you that this kid would be fine. Once His Majesty's anger subsides, he'll naturally be released. Halfway through the meal, Cheng Yaojin laughed heartily as they talked about Li Zixuan. I wonder who was it a few days ago who was like an ant that had stirred up trouble, rushing to find His Majesty to reason with him. If second brother Qin hadn't held him back, who knows how many times His Majesty would have quarreled with him these past few days. Yuqi Jingda dipped his chopsticks into a large mouthful of mutton, dipped it in sauce and happily ate a mouthful. He then took a sip of wine as he mocked. Speaking of which, right now, he was already infatuated with the way mutton was eaten. Recently, the servants in Yuqi Fu would often see their Laoi enter the kitchen. Pung pung pung. Immediately after, they would see Yuqi Jingda carry out a plate of bright red mutton rolls. Only the heavens knew that the mighty Duke of Yi, the Right Martial Marquis Great General, and a martial arts grandmaster expert would actually do the business of cutting vegetables. If people from other countries heard this, they would mistakenly think that the Great Tang lacked chefs. The Great Tang truly did lack chefs, martial arts grandmaster chefs, chefs with superb knife techniques. Humph. Old Black, shut up. We still haven't settled accounts with you for this matter. Since you knew in advance that little Xian was going to make a move on the Chui clan, why didn't you tell us old fellows? Do you think that our ranks aren't as high as yours and that we can't help you? Or do you think that our old arms and legs aren't as good as your martial arts? When Cheng Yaojin heard that, he slammed the table and exploded. They only realized after the fact that Yuqi Jingda had long predicted that Li Zixuan would move against the Chui family, and even help Li Zixuan secretly add fuel to the fire. Otherwise, how could they explain the 300 crossbowmen and a large number of martial marquises lying in ambush at the Right Marquis mansion that night? Cheng Yaojin's words couldn't be said to not be poisonous. Yuqi Jingda's old face darkened even more. If he said something wrong, he would offend everyone in this room. Pa! Yuqi Jingda slapped the table and said angrily, Madman Cheng, don't you dare slander this old man. Even if you knew in advance, what can you do to help little Xian? The Chui family has a deep foundation, and it's impossible to defeat them with ordinary methods. Madman Cheng, if you knew about this in advance, it would only spoil the situation. Besides, this old man didn't expect Xiao Xian to take action so quickly. However, the reason why Xiao Xian was able to succeed this time was because he launched an attack on the Chui family at lightning speed. Otherwise, when His Majesty or the Chui family reacted, he wouldn't have another chance. Twisting words and forcing logic. Cheng Yaojin refused to accept this and wanted to continue arguing, but he was interrupted by Qin Xiong. Jingda's words are reasonable. Since the Chui family has been destroyed and Xiao Xian has been released from prison, there's no point in talking about these things. Eat hot pot. Eat hot pot. Haha. Second brother Qin is right. Eat hot pot. Haha. This thing tastes really good. Niu Jinda laughed loudly. Afternoon. Li Zixuan, who was reflecting on his mistakes behind closed doors at home, was waiting for Li Changqian and Changel to arrive. The brother and sister pair came in a carriage, specially coming to visit Li Zixuan. Xiao Xian, why do I feel that the heating in your house is warmer than in the Eastern Palace? Li Changqian asked in surprise as soon as he entered the house. The recent changes in Chang and city did not affect the progress of the heating in the palace at all. Now the Eastern Palace, Lijiang Palace, Ganlu Palace, Changel Palace, and other places were all installed with heating. This thing could not be removed if one was used to it. Therefore, Li Changqian had people install heating in Taiji Palace, which was the place where all the officials held morning court every day. This way, all the civil and military officials in the imperial court could enjoy the treatment of heating in their spare time. Li Zixuan smiled slightly and said, How can the size of this house compare to your eastern palace? Chengqian, if you want to be warm, you have to install at least 3 times the amount of heating in the eastern palace, right? The imperial palace buildings were much larger than ordinary houses in terms of length, width, and height. Under the same environment, if the palace wanted to be warm, it naturally had to install more heating. Li Chengqian patted his head and said in realization, Yes, that's true. When I go back today, I'll have the craftsman quickly modify it. Li Zixuan smiled and looked at Chengel. He asked, Chengel, when it's winter, the air outside is cold. You have qi disease, so it's best if you don't go out as much as possible. Also, you have to install more heating in your bedroom as much as possible. This can reduce the chances of you getting sick. Ever since Chengel entered the house, her eyes could not move away from Li Zixuan. However, she was also afraid that Li Zixuan would notice her abnormal state. Therefore, she only occasionally looked at Li Zixuan so that no one could sense her thoughts. At this moment, when she heard Li Zixuan suddenly call her name, she was first shocked and then said, Thank you, Brother Xiaoxian, for your concern. However, Chengel's palace has always been warm. Li Zixuan nodded. He suddenly thought of something and asked, Chengel, have you been practicing the Taiji fist that Yushi taught you? Chengel nodded crisply and said, Yes. Chengel has been practicing, and I feel much better than last year. Brother Xiaoxian, do you want to see? Li Zixuan's forehead was full of black lines. Li Zixuan hurriedly shook his head and said, No. Chengel, you've been practicing. Although this boxing technique may not be useful for your qi disease, it's still very beneficial for strengthening your body. What a joke. How many people could bear to see the princess of the Tang Empire practicing Taiji fist for you? Moreover, Li Chengqian was sitting next to her. Oh, Chengel was slightly disappointed. She really felt that her Taiji fist was good and wanted to show it. However, with her special status, it was indeed inappropriate to show it in this kind of situation. Glancing at Li Zixuan's handsome face, Chengel suddenly said, Brother Xiaoxian, next time don't quarrel with my father. Okay? When you quarrel, Chengel doesn't know who to help. Chengel, don't talk nonsense. Li Chengqian hurriedly patted his sister's arm and said. Li Zixuan was startled and then said with a wry smile, Chengel, people are born in this world. Sometimes they can't help themselves and sometimes they can't help themselves. However, I'm still very grateful that you and Chengqian spoke up for me in front of His Majesty 2 days ago. Otherwise, how could I have gotten out of prison so quickly? Chapter 11:14. How could one not be attacked when one was in the pugilistic world? Where there were people, there would be pugilistic world. Where there was pugilistic world, there would naturally be conflicts. Li Zixuan didn't want to have a conflict with Old Li, but many things couldn't be changed according to his subjective will. Inside the Li residence, hearing Li Zixuan's bitter laughter, Chengel frowned. After thinking for a while, she said something that made one not know whether to laugh or cry. All right then. But Brother Xiaoxian, the next time you have a conflict with my father, remember to tell us in advance. That way, Brother Crown Prince and I can think of an excuse in advance and intercede for you in front of my father. Li Chengqian was speechless. Was his sister siding with her own family, or someone else's family? Ahem. Chengel, it's getting late. Let's go back. Otherwise, father and mother will be worried. He was determined not to stay here any longer. Otherwise, his sister might say something scary later. Although he wanted to stay and chat with Li Zixuan, he felt that the way Chengel looked at Li Zixuan wasn't right. Brother Crown Prince, it's not even 5 p.m. yet. How is it too late? You haven't seen Brother Xiaoxian for so long. Don't you want to catch up with him? Chengel looked at the sky and said unwillingly. Li Chengqian almost vomited blood. He thought to himself, you're the one who wants to catch up, okay? Why do you have to drag me into it? Although he thought so, he couldn't say it out loud. After all, in front of outsiders he had to leave some face for his sister, right? Chengel is right. I do have a lot of things to talk to Xiaoxian about. Then let's stay for another half an hour. Li Chengqian had no choice but to compromise. Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel happy. This scene was very similar to the scenes of people in internet cafes in his previous life. Manager. Give machine number 5 another 2 hours. TSK. This scene was too beautiful. Hee. Changel looked at Li Zishuan gratefully. Then she said to Li Zishuan, right? Brother Xiaoxian. The song Dedication of Love, that was sung in Chang'an City last time was composed by you, right? Li Zishuan nodded and said, yes. It's me. Why? Changel's eyes were twinkling. Wow. Was it really composed by you? This song is so nice. The rhythm and lyrics were very different from the previous songs, but it was still very nice to listen to. I didn't expect Big Brother Little Xian to be proficient in music as well. Coincidentally, at this moment, Han Yushi brought over 3 cups of steaming hot tea and greeted with a smile. Come. The weather is dry. Your Highnesses, have a cup of tea and moisten your throats. Husband. Drink some water. Shinzasesli Changqian, and Changel hurriedly got up to thank her. Changel walked over and held Han Yushi's hand affectionately. How many times have I told you? Sister Yushi, you can just call me Changel. Why are you still so polite? The corner of Li Changqian's mouth twitched when he saw this. He didn't know why his younger sister, who had always been quiet and gentle, behaved so familiarly here as though she was in her own home. Perhaps this was the uniqueness of Li Zishuan's home. Everyone here was very happy, and the atmosphere was always very warm. Blame me. Changel, drink your tea. Han Yushi didn't dwell on this small issue. She laughed and said, what were you talking about earlier? When I came in I saw you chatting so happily. Oh, we were talking about the song Dedication of Love. That was widely sung in Chang'an City a while ago. Brother Xiaoxian is so awesome. He's good at studying, good at martial arts, and even knows how to compose songs. Sister Yushi, you're so lucky. Changel held the teacup and said with sparkling eyes. Han Yushi looked at Li Zishuan with jealousy. She also admitted that Dedication of Love was indeed nice, but the person Li Zishuan taught was not her, but the top courtesan of 100 Flowers Tower, Fang Fian. Although she didn't say it out loud, she couldn't help but feel a little sour in her heart. Stop praising me, Changel. If you continue, Brother Xiaoxian will go to heaven. The corners of Han Yushi's mouth held a smile as she spoke. Changel smiled and said, it's not as serious as you say, Sister Yushi. By the way, Brother Xiaoxian, it's going to be the new year soon. Do you have any new songs recently? It'll be lively then. A new year song? Li Zishuan was stunned. Anti-songs, good luck, I wish you good luck, echoed in his mind. He hurriedly shook his head. Wasn't it a little too out of place to create this song in ancient times? No. I don't have any free time these days. How would I have time to think about this? Oh, Changel replied with a slightly disappointed, oh. Li Changqian then asked, Xiaoxian, speaking of the new year, Curious Pavilion Workshop has made a lot of money this year. And I didn't expect that there would be so many big deals as the new year is approaching. This is a good sign. Curious Pavilion will definitely be more glorious in the coming year. Li Changqian had shares in Curious Pavilion, as well as Changel. So when he saw that Curious Pavilion had made a lot of money in the past year, Li Changqian was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. So many big deals recently? What kind of deals? Why didn't I know? Li Zishuan listened to the end, but he was puzzled. Husband, it's like this. Han Yushi hurriedly took over and said, 2 days ago, Faubert came to our house to look for you, but you weren't there at the time. I asked Faubert what happened, and Faubert said that he didn't know why the news of the heaters suddenly spread. Many people went to the workshop and asked Faubert to customize a set of heaters for their house. The price was negotiable. Many of them represented the officials of the imperial court. Faubert didn't want to offend them, so he came to ask for your opinion. Then wife, did you agree? Li Zishuan asked. Han Yushi nodded and said, if you don't agree, it's a small matter if you don't make money, but it's a big matter if you offend people. Since our house is open to doing business, there's no need to offend people because of such a small matter. Yes, wife, you're right. But in this way, can the workshop's coal furnace and honeycomb coal production keep up? He didn't intend to introduce the heaters to the market so quickly at first, because it needed to be customized for every household. It was very troublesome and time-consuming. However, since so many people came to buy it with a small amount of money, he didn't need to reject them. I've also asked Faubert about this and he said that it can keep up. Han Yushi replied. Haha. Xiaoxian, you should be content. The workshop can now make nearly 1,000 strings of cash by customizing a set of heaters for every household. Where else can you find such a good business? But you have to thank my father. If he didn't get people to install heaters in Taiji Palace, the civil and military officials wouldn't know about the benefits of heaters. Li Chengqian laughed loudly. Li Zixuan was secretly speechless. A customized set of heaters could make nearly 1,000 strings of cash. There were so many rich people in Chang'an City. Chapter 11:15. Oh, husband. The Warmtang Foundation is almost done with work. There are close to 60,000 poor people around Chang'an City. Almost all of them have received coal stoves, honeycomb briquettes, food, and clothing from the foundation. Now there are only some finishing touches left. As for Dr. Sun, he has already held free medical services in 7 counties. I estimate that he will only be able to visit all 20 counties after the new year. At the mention of the workshop, Han Yushi thought of the Nwantang Foundation and asked softly, 60,000 households? They finished delivering so quickly? Li Zixuan was surprised. It's all thanks to the assistance of the people sent by the Crown Prince. Otherwise it wouldn't be so fast. Han Yushi pursed her lips and smiled. Li Chengqian said half-jokingly, Haha. This winter, Xiaoxian, you've not only brought warmth to the poor, but also to the rich. Haha. Li Zixuan couldn't help but smile. He thought for a moment and said, Then let's reward the students tonight. Let's have a hot pot together. It'll be lively. 600 people eating hot pot together? That's a good idea. I'll be there too. After hearing Li Zixuan's suggestion, Li Chengqian's eyes lit up. Changle's eyes also sparkled. She was eager to give it a try. Chengqian, don't even think about it. The students are eating hot pot at the academy tonight. How are you going to come back if you go? Li Zixuan said mercilessly. The brother and sister pair immediately wilted. Han Yushi smiled. Then she seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, Husband, His Majesty said that he wants you to reflect on yourself at home for 2 months. You can't go tonight, right? Silence. But then Li Chengqian laughed loudly. Haha, that's good too. None of us can go. This guy was clearly taking pleasure in his misfortune. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and said with a smile, His Majesty said that I'm grounded at home for 2 months, but I was still at the Supreme Court this morning. So strictly speaking, these 2 months should start from tomorrow. I can still go out tonight. Poochie. Changle giggled. Her delicate little face was like a blooming white orchid, fresh and refined. She was really charming when she looked back and smiled. She had the potential to be the most beautiful woman in the world at such a young age. She covered her mouth and said happily, Big brother Xiaoxian, you're really cunning. If Imperial Father finds out, he'll definitely be furious. Imperial Father is so angry. Why are you still so happy? Of course, this was only what Li Chengqian thought in his heart, and he wouldn't voice it out at a time like this. At this moment, he first glanced at Changle and then looked at Li Zixuan. Little Xian, you're clearly twisting words and forcing logic. If my Imperial Father knew about this, he would definitely come looking for trouble with you. I think you'd better not go. It's just hot pot. Han Yushi nodded, indicating that she agreed with Li Chengqian's words. Since ancient times, the words of the emperor had always been of great weight. There was basically no official like Li Zixuan who didn't take the emperor's words seriously, and always wanted to take advantage of loopholes. Han Yushi felt that if this went on, it wouldn't be good if Li Zixuan came to settle accounts at an opportune time. Li Zixuan glanced at Li Chengqian in annoyance. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, Hey! His Majesty only ordered me to be grounded at home to reflect, but he didn't specify which home. I'll stay in Yunshan to reflect these 2 months. This way, it won't be considered disobeying His Majesty's imperial edict. He was so insistent on going to Yunshan to make hot pot for the students. First, it was to reward them. Recently, these students had been running around for Operation Warm Winter. Second, a few days ago, the people had caused a ruckus in the Chui family. If it weren't for the students maintaining order on the spot, many dirty things would have happened. At that time, not only would he be impeached by the officials, but he would also feel guilty in his heart. He had to thank this group of students. As soon as these words came out, Changel was stunned. There was such a quick-witted person in this world? Li Chengqian was stunned. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? The more Li Zishuan thought about it, the more pleased he became. He said, "Haha, it's settled then. Wife, quickly have the servants in the residence prepare the ingredients. Tonight, the academy will have a hot pot feast for more than 600 people. Have Wang Zhong take out all the frozen mutton in the freezer. I'll cut the mutton." Han Yushi was stunned, then she nodded and said, "Okay. Husband, please wait a moment. I'll go arrange it right away." Although the mutton in the freezer at home was reserved for the new year in a few days, Han Yushi saw that Li Zishuan was in high spirits and didn't want to dampen his spirits. At worst, she could just buy some more in a few days. "Chengqian Changel, have you eaten hot pot in the palace before?" Yes, we've eaten." The siblings nodded fiercely. Not only had they eaten it before, they had eaten quite a bit. Then who cut the mutton in the palace? Li Zishuan was suddenly curious and asked. Li Chengqian looked a little embarrassed. He looked around and said, "I heard Imperial Father say that Steward Zhao and the old consecrators in the palace took turns cutting it." The corner of Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. He didn't think that his initial worry would become a reality. Old Li was really deranged. For the sake of good food, he didn't even care about his face. "Okay, then I'll have to cut the mutton next. I don't have time to accompany you. You two can do as you please. Anyway, you two seem to be more familiar with this residence than I am." Li Zishuan waved his hand speechlessly. Then he turned and left to cut the mutton. Li Chengqian and Changel looked at each other, then followed Li Zishuan out the door. In the kitchen of the Li residence, the two of them witnessed the peerless swordsmanship of a grandmaster expert. Only then did they understand why the mutton they ate in the past had to be cut by Zhao Song or the imperial consecrators personally. It was because ordinary people couldn't possibly have such amazing and dazzling swordsmanship. After admiring Li Zishuan's peerless swordsmanship, for a while, Li Chengqian saw that it was getting late. He quickly pulled Changel back to the palace. Everyone in the Li residence was busy. Madame Li and Li Jingma didn't have any objections to Li Zishuan treating the students to hot pot. In their opinion, their son had just been released from prison and should be celebrated. However, they were a little dissatisfied that Li Zishuan was going to Yunshan to do closed-door cultivation. It was almost the new year, and Li Zishuan was obviously going to Yunshan for the new year. However, the old couple still couldn't bear to leave their home in Chang'an City. However, these were all trivial matters. With Madame Li's love for her son, she was naturally obedient. As for Li Jingma, what choice did he have? At 5 in the afternoon, Li Zishuan and his family, along with dozens of servants, set off for Yunshan. Li Zishuan planned to give up 2 villas in Yunshan for his parents, as well as the Yi families Yi Guochong and old Madame Yi to temporarily live in. This way, the family wouldn't feel crowded, even if they spent the new year in Yunshan. As for Li Zishuan, he went to the Warmtang Foundation and personally waited for the students who had gone to the nearby counties to send warmth back. Chapter 11:16. Master. Yamacho, you're here? When Li Zishuan arrived at the Warmtang Foundation, there were a few people lining up outside to donate money. In the courtyard, Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao led the 3rd Brigade to help with the donation collection. Seeing Li Zishuan, who had disappeared for many days, suddenly appear, Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao put down their work and came over to greet him with a surprised expression. How are you? Have you been busy recently? Li Zishuan asked with a smile. Meng Wenhao looked at Li Zishuan from head to toe and asked instead of answering, Yamacho, I haven't seen you recently. Are you all right? Iron Egg also looked over with a worried expression. Although he didn't know the inside story, he had vaguely sensed that something was wrong in the past 2 days. What could have happened to me? I've just been busy with writing books recently. Don't worry about it. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said lightly. Yamacho, you've really been writing books recently? What do you mean by really? Are you saying that it's fake? No, I thought Sun Zifan was lying to us. After all, that guy doesn't speak the truth. Meng Wenhao scratched his head suspiciously, then replied, "We haven't been that busy recently because there aren't as many people coming to donate money as before. Maybe it's because it's almost the new year? The people are busy stocking up on New Year goods now." After the initial madness of the donation storm caused by the Warmtang Foundation, people had gradually returned to rationality. Now, people had started to treat the foundation as a place of spiritual sustenance, such as a temple or a Taoist temple. If they wanted to do good, they would come here to donate money. Not only could they accumulate merit, but they could also seek peace of mind. Are there fewer people donating money? Li Zixuan muttered thoughtfully in a low voice. After a while, he asked again, "Are there statistics of the foundation's donation consumption these days?" "It's done." Meng Wenhao nodded. He ran into the room and took out an account book. After turning to one of the pages, he said, "The Academy's Operation Warm Winter has consumed a total of 43,512 strings of cash so far. As for Dr. Sun, because he needs to consume a lot of herbs every day, he has consumed a total of 5,074 strings of cash. So the total is 93,586 strings of cash. These accounts have already been calculated by all the members of the 3rd Brigade. More than 90,000 strings of cash? Thank goodness. Even if Sun Simiao were to provide free medical services in all the counties around Chang'an City, the total cost would only be around 200,000 strings of cash. The foundation can still afford it." Li Zixuan thought for a while and sighed. "When will the rest return?" Li Zixuan asked again. Iron Egg glanced at the door. "Should be soon?" Coincidentally at this moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. There were also some youths talking and laughing. "Haha, we're really lucky today to have met such a big rabbit. TSK, let's sneak to the west of the academy and roast the rabbit tonight." "Hee, that's a good idea. The roast chicken from last time really makes me miss it." TSK, these 2 rabbit legs are mine. I was the one who injured the rabbit. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to catch up with Chu Mo. Bullsh *T. Even if you weren't there, I could still catch up with him. Needless to say, these were the bastards who had sneaked out of the academy to steal chickens during the military training. Li Zixuan's old face darkened. He secretly thought that this bunch of brats really didn't learn their lesson. They wanted to sneak out of the academy at night to barbecue again. Most importantly, these bastards didn't even call him along when they went out to barbecue. He couldn't tolerate this. Ahem. In order to show his presence, Li Zixuan put his hands behind his back and coughed a few times with a serious face. "Gosh. Xiao. Yamacho is here too." Chang Chumo felt that the cough was somewhat familiar and looked towards the source of the sound. When he saw Li Zixuan standing in the middle of the courtyard, he was stunned. "Yamacho, are you okay? Are you done with your work?" Sun Zifan was just about to say, "Are you okay?" when he suddenly realized and quickly changed his words. "Heh. I just heard some people say that they wanted to sneak out to roast rabbits at night. Is that true?" Li Zixuan said lightly. "No, absolutely not." Chang Chumo quickly hid the rabbit behind him and shook his head. "Humph. Give it to me." Li Zixuan glanced at him and said unhappily. "No, Yamacho, we spent a lot of effort to catch it." Chang Chumo insisted. Li Zixuan said with a faint smile, "You really don't want to give it to me? Then you won't have a share of the hot pot tonight." "Hot pot? Yamacho, you want to treat us to hot pot?" Li Tai's eyes lit up. He was the first batch of people to try hot pot. When he heard that he could eat the hot pot personally made by Li Zixuan, he immediately became excited. Although there was hot pot in the palace, he always felt that Li Zixuan's hot pot was better. Li Zixuan nodded. He hadn't eaten wild game in a long time. He thought that it would be good to eat roasted rabbits tonight. Li Tai quickly pushed Chang Chumo and said, "Chon Yo, quick, give the rabbit to Yamacho. That hot pot is much better than rabbit meat. Quick, quick, quick." At the end of his sentence, he couldn't wait anymore. He directly snatched the rabbit that Chang Chumo hid behind his back and handed it to Li Zixuan. "Jinke, what's hot pot?" Sun Zifan was puzzled. His father was a civil official and didn't usually hang out with Qin Qiong and the other generals, so he didn't know what hot pot was. "You'll know in a while." While they were talking, The academy students who went out had already returned. When they saw Li Zishuan, the academy students were very surprised and came over to greet him. Li Zishuan let Li Tai do a head count. When he knew that everyone had arrived, he gathered the students together and announced a piece of news that made everyone happy. Of course, Chengchumo was an exception. This month, students, you've all worked hard for the Warm Tang Foundation. In order to reward everyone for their hard work, the Academy is holding a special banquet tonight and treating everyone to a new dish that you've never eaten before. Now everyone pack up and follow me out of the city. To the Academy. Oh! As soon as he finished speaking, there was a thunderous cheer. Who didn't know that Li Zishuan was very particular about food? Since Li Zishuan valued this new dish so much, they would definitely have a good meal tonight. Most importantly, their recent efforts were recognized by Li Zishuan. This was more important than anything else. In the noisy cheers, Chengchumo spat out a mouthful of blood. F***CK. This is too much. Too much. A rabbit was actually tricked by the mountain leader. What a loss. Li Zishuan didn't hear Chengchumo's complaints. When the cheers died down, he led the students out of the city. Yunshanjiang should be almost ready by now. Chapter 11:17. Priestly, will there be any strong winds tonight? Li Zishuan asked as he bumped into Li Chunfeng when he arrived at the academy. He was just a fake Taoist priest and a fake astronomer. How could he know anything about the weather and the weather? Li Chunfeng thought that Li Zishuan was not good at this and did not suspect anything. He looked up at the sky and said, "Marquis, there is no strong wind tonight." Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly ordered his men to set the banquet at the academy's field. He was worried that the wind would blow tonight, so he set the banquet at the cafeteria. However, since Li Chunfeng said that there was no wind tonight, he had nothing to worry about. Li Zishuan trusted Li Chuanfeng's weather forecast, 100%. If you are free tonight, how about having hot pot with me? Although Li Chunfeng was not an official teacher of the academy, Li Gang had assigned him a dormitory because he often observed the sky at night in the Cloud Mountain. This way he would not have nowhere to stay at night. Since the Marquis has invited me, how can I not go? This is the first time I've heard of hot pot. Today is a good opportunity to broaden my horizons. Li Chunfeng placed his hands behind his back and chuckled. Li Zishuan was curious to see how Li Chunfeng would look like when he ate the hot pot. He wondered how Li Chunfeng would look like. Haha, I won't disappoint you. After knowing that the hot pot banquet was going to be held at the field, the students of the academy moved the tables, chairs, coal stoves, and even torches. The group of servants that Li Zishuan had brought along distributed the mutton, fish slices, bean sprouts, and other hot pot ingredients to each table. Strictly speaking, there were 8 people around one stove tonight. Just the students alone had more than 80 stoves. Including the academy's teachers, there were more than 100 stoves. It was a spectacular scene. Fortunately, there was no wind tonight. Otherwise, they would have to hold the hot pot banquet in the cafeteria. With so many coal stoves in the cafeteria, wouldn't they be poisoned? With all the ingredients on the table, there was no opening speech. Li Zishuan only shouted, "Let's eat." Then the students and teachers around the stove began to dig in. In the beginning, only Li Zishuan, Li Tai, Chengchumo, Qin Huayu, Yuqi Baolin, and the others were eating. This was because the others didn't know how to eat the raw ingredients around them. Fortunately, humans were very good at imitating. When the people nearby saw how Li Zishuan, Li Tai, and the others ate, they all followed suit. They began to dip the ingredients in the pot and dip them in the sauce to eat. It was like a stone falling into a lake. In the beginning, only the area near the point of impact was affected by the ripples, but as the ripples spread, the water surface further away would also be affected. Not long after, word spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Basically, all the teachers and students on the field knew how to eat the so-called hot pot. Oh, delicious. It's so delicious. Is this still mutton? How come I've never eaten such delicious mutton before? Sun Zifan dipped his chopsticks into the mutton, dipped it in the sauce and put it into his mouth. The freshness of the mutton combined with the saltiness of the sauce almost made him swallow his own tongue. Delicious, it's really delicious. Li Tai didn't even raise his head. He was stuffing food into his mouth as he spoke vaguely. It wasn't that he was a reincarnation of a hungry ghost, but that the people around the stove were a bunch of animals. If he was like Sun Zifan, that idiot, he wouldn't be able to eat anything in a while and could only drink the soup. No one in the academy would accommodate him just because he was the Prince of Wei. F***CK. Chungchumo, are you F***King Pig? Bao Lin, why did you steal my food? Little Ku, you eat so fast too? Sun Zifan, who was lamenting for a while, looked down and was shocked. He could only hear him wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. This way of eating has a different flavor. I've eaten dozens of years of food before, but it doesn't seem to add up to the amount of food I've eaten in a year at the academy. Yanhuang College is really a paradise on earth. Li Gang, Yan Silu, Li Zishuan, and the heads of the 5 academic departments were originally sitting at the same table. However, Li Gang's grandson Lian Ren was called to another table by the drunkard. Li Gang's little grandson Lian Ren was able to take the seat as he wished. At this time, Li Gang tasted the mutton rolls that were dipped in the sauce with his chopsticks. He squinted his eyes and praised. Li Wenji, I might not agree with other things you said, but I agree with this sentence very much. In the entire academy, there was only one person who dared to call Li Gang that. It was probably only the bearded man. This old hooligan didn't submit to anyone but Li Zishuan. As for Li Gang, this great scholar, he used to disdain him. However, after getting along with him for a long time, he would often bicker with him. At this moment, the bearded man ate a large portion of the mutton and drank a mouthful of iced wine. The hot and cold wine stimulated all the taste buds in his mouth. The mellow wine aroma made the fresh taste of the mutton roll even more intense. The bearded man had traveled all over the world in his life, but he had never enjoyed so much. At this time, when he heard Li Gang's praise, he couldn't help but loudly echo. Li Gang shook his head. He didn't get angry because of the bearded man's rudeness. He must have gotten used to it. Mr. Bearded Man, why is your wine still smoking? Did you put it in the pot to cook? Li Anren's eyesight was quite good. He could actually see the white smoke coming out of the bearded man's cup under the light of the torch. Hey, Anren, when you grow up you must go to Yanhuang College. Don't be like your grandfather and spend your whole life studying. Do you understand? The bearded man smiled at Li Anren and said, You're not allowed to talk about my grandfather. Li Anren pouted and said crisply, Hey! The bearded man shook his head. He pointed to the wine cup in his hand and said, Do you know why I told you to go to Yanhuang College? Do you see? When ordinary people see that my cup is smoking, they think that the things in the cup must be hot. However, the students from Yanhuang College don't think that way, because they know that an ice-cold cup will also emit white smoke in a hotter environment. Hey! You said that your grandfather's studies were superficial. Are there such things in it? Definitely not. The heavens took pity on him. The dignified pirate leader who traversed the 4 seas actually understood science. Li Zishuan, who was drinking a mouthful of wine, almost spat it out. If the pirate leader understood science, then those small island nations on the sea would have no way to survive. Wasn't this too cruel? Oh. Chapter 11:18. Come. Eat meat. There's still a lot of mutton left. During the meal, Li Zishuan kept persuading Li Gang, Yan Silu, and the rest to eat more mutton. As for himself, he only took a few bean sprouts. Ma Zhou was touched. He thought that Li Zishuan would leave the meat for them and only eat vegetables. Yamacho, you should eat some mutton too. There's still so much left. We can't finish it with so few people. Ma Zhou wanted to rinse the mutton with his chopsticks and put it into Li Zishuan's bowl. But Li Zishuan quickly stopped him. Hey. Stop. Brother Ma, I'm allergic to mutton. I can't eat mutton. So, to prevent me from getting sick, you must finish all the mutton on the table. If you don't finish it, you're not giving me face. In a moment of desperation, this guy started to talk nonsense. Yamacho, what's allergy? Ma Zhou said with a puzzled expression. Li Zishuan was stunned. He quickly explained, It's just that you're not used to it. You'll feel uncomfortable all over if you eat it. Oh, there's such a thing? Ma Zhou was even more puzzled. How could anyone eat mutton until they felt uncomfortable? Seeing old Ma's dumbfounded expression, Li Zishuan hurriedly called out, Mr. Li, Mr. Yan, Mr. Mo, hurry up and eat. And run, hurry up and eat. You have to know that you can't eat this kind of tender mutton anywhere else. Although the few big shots of the academy felt that Li Zishuan was a little strange, they couldn't pinpoint what was strange about it. They could only eat as they were told. Young master, I've brought the things you wanted. Halfway through the hot pot, Sanbao came over and whispered in Li Zishuan's ear. I got it. Li Zishuan nodded and replied softly. The ears of the bearded guest, who was eating large chunks of meat and drinking large bowls of wine, trembled slightly, but he did not take any further action. After a while, Li Zishuan left the table without anyone noticing. But after a while, the teachers and students on the field smelled that something was wrong. Why did he say that he smelled something wrong? Because it smelled so good. What was that smell? It smells so good. Oh, it smells like barbecue. Look, Yamacho is barbecuing meat. A group of people raised their heads and sniffed, trying to find the source of the fragrance. Someone shouted and everyone's eyes instantly turned to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was leisurely barbecuing a rabbit on a square grill. He kept turning it while sprinkling salt, pepper, cumin, and other condiments on it. The rabbit's body was already golden brown, and drops of oil dripped from it from time to time, making sizzling sounds when they landed on the flames. Just looking at this rabbit was enough to whet one's appetite, not to mention the waves of fragrance that were constantly wafting in this direction. The teachers and students on the field all looked eagerly at Li Zishuan. F***ck. That's my rabbit. Burp. Cheng Chumo sighed and couldn't help but burp. Who asked him to eat too quickly just now? He was completely full now. The greatest helplessness in life was when one's stomach was full when one encountered delicious food. Barbecued rabbit. Yamacho is barbecuing a rabbit. It smells so good. I didn't expect a barbecued rabbit to be so fragrant. Burp. It smells so good, but I'm so full. Barbecued meat was actually not a patent of modern people. Compared to modern people, the ancient people's love for barbecued meat could be said to be even greater. The Book of Songs said, "The head of the rabbit, the roasted meat of the cannon. The gentleman has wine, and he offers it with discretion." The meaning was, barbecued rabbit is wine. The more you eat, the better. By the Han Dynasty, barbecuing had already become a culture. According to historical records, Emperor Gaozu of the Han Dynasty, Liu Bang, often barbecued deer liver raw to go with wine. Emperor Zhao of the Han Dynasty also once held a barbecue festival. As the saying went, if a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. As early as the end of the Warring States period, cloud-patterned square grills specialized in barbecuing appeared. The grill that Li Zishuan was using now had a rough outline similar to the cloud-patterned square grill. Sanbao found it in the workshop at the foot of the mountain. Although the barbecued rabbit was fragrant, the students' stomachs were already full. They could only snort the rabbit. Tsk. It should be about time. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Zishuan put the rabbit meat to his nose and took a sniff. He clicked his tongue and sighed. Everyone's face was full of black lines. They secretly thought that their Yamacho was too despicable. They clearly had better food, but they left it for last. Eat. Why are you all looking at me? Hurry up and eat. Whoever has leftovers on the table tonight will have to wash all the dishes today. Li Zishuan pointed at Cheng Chumo's table and said loudly. All the students were shocked. What a joke, how many bowls and chopsticks were there? Wouldn't it be tiring to wash all of them? So, F***ck. Cheng Chumo, these dishes are clearly on your plate. Why did you put them in my bowl? Bullsh**t. They were yours in the first place. There was a commotion from the crowd. Li Zishuan didn't pay any attention to these students. He carried the roasted rabbit and walked back to his previous table. Come. I just finished barbecued rabbit. Mr. Li, Mr. Yan, Mr. Mo, Mr. Su, Mr. Xiao, Brother Ma, do you all want some? Li Zishuan put the rabbit on an iron plate and took out a dagger from somewhere. He smiled and said to the people around the stove. Yamacho, you're really burp? I'm not eating anymore. I really can't eat anymore. Ma Zhou wanted to say that Li Zishuan was despicable, but halfway through, he couldn't help but burp. He shook his head and waved his hand. Everyone else was speechless. Li Anren's little face was bitter. Brother Xiaoxian, this rabbit meat is really fragrant, but Anren's stomach is too full. Brother Xiaoxian, can you leave some for Anren to eat tomorrow? Li Zishuan laughed loudly and said, Good. I'll leave a rabbit leg for Anren. Hey, Yamacho, since you gentlemen have no more space in your stomachs, why don't I help you share the burden? Suddenly, the bearded guest came behind Li Zishuan with a wine bowl and said. He had been paying attention to Li Zishuan's movements. When Li Zishuan first started barbecuing the rabbit, he saw it and immediately slowed down his eating speed. In addition, his martial arts realm was the best in the world. Not to mention one rabbit, even if there were two, he could finish it. This time it was Li Zishuan's turn to be helpless. He only wanted to be mischievous, but the bearded guest didn't let him be. How depressing. Since Mr. Zhang-san can still eat, then please. Li Zishuan invited with a smile. Haha, then I'll drink a few cups with Yamacho. The bearded man laughed heartily, while Li Zishuan held his forehead with his hand, feeling a headache coming on. Oh. Chapter 11-19. The grand hot pot banquet for 100 people lasted until midnight before the students and teachers of the academy left. Everyone was very tired these days, but after eating this hot pot banquet, especially after receiving Li Zishuan's affirmation, the students suddenly felt less tired. They did not regret choosing to stay during the previous holiday because this winter holiday was very meaningful for many of them. Set a heart for heaven and earth, and set a life for the people. This was not only Li Zishuan's dream, but also their dream, and they had always been acting like this. They had walked a long way on this road, but there was still a long way to go. Fortunately for everyone, they were not alone on the road ahead. They all had a group of like-minded companions to forge ahead together. When Li Zishuan returned to the courtyard, Han Yushi had already fallen asleep. As for the other two courtyards, when he came back and passed by, he found that the lights inside were already out. Presumably, his father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother had already fallen asleep. After all, it was close to the end of the year, and he suddenly decided to spend the new year in Yunshan. His father and mother would definitely have a lot of things to arrange the next day. Li Zishuan did not wake up the two maids, Xiao He and Xiao Shi. He casually washed up and quietly went back to his room to sleep. 2 months. I can have another 2 months of holiday. Li Zishuan lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. He could feel his wife's gentle breathing beside him and could not help but sigh in his heart. Being grounded for 2 months was torture for others, but for him it was a holiday. Since Yanhuang College was established, he basically did not have a day of leisure. If he was not busy at the academy, he would be giving advice at the workshop. Now that he had 2 months of holiday, he should spend some time with his family. After all, he worked so hard to earn a family business, so that everyone in the family could live a carefree life and not be bullied by others. Imperial Palace, Lijing Palace. Li Er had just finished reviewing the memorials and came to Empress Zhangsun to lie down. He suddenly muttered, I heard that Li Zishuan is treating the students of Yanhuang College to hot pot in Yunshan tonight? This stinking brat actually ignored my order of confinement. How preposterous! Empress Zhangsun was stunned. Chang'e and Li Changqian didn't tell her or Li Er about this after they returned to the palace. After being stunned for a moment, she said, Your Majesty, you only restricted the Marquis of Yong'an, but you didn't specify where. He had a home in Yongla Lane, and he also had a home in Cloud Mountain. So strictly speaking, he is not disobeying His Majesty's decree. Although she understood that Li Zishuan was not really angry, Empress Zhangsun still defended him because she knew that Li Zishuan's role in the Tang dynasty was irreplaceable. Li Er was amused. No wonder this brat dared to go to Cloud Mountain so openly. It turned out that he had such a plan. Mei Guanyin, look at how bold he is to play petty tricks in front of me. Empress Zhangsun covered her mouth and laughed. It's mainly because Your Majesty is broad-minded. Otherwise, the Marquis of Yong'an wouldn't be like this. This is the sign of a prosperous era. Haha. Let's not talk about it. Let me see if Maid Guanyin is broad-minded or not. Li Er suddenly laughed evilly. His hands and feet started to move, which naturally caused a wave of coquettish anger. Your Majesty! The next day, Li Zixuan originally planned to sleep in, but things like biological clocks couldn't be changed so easily. Just after 7 in the morning he got up. When he went downstairs, he saw his father, mother, and the 3 members of the Yi family all come over. Although their family lived in different courtyards, they still ate together. The distance between the courtyards wasn't far. Little Xian, your Yanhuang College is really imposing. Previously, grandmother heard that you built an academy in Nanyang. She thought it was just a few straw huts, but how is this a straw hut? It's simply a paradise on earth. After dinner, I have to go to the academy to take a good look. Oh right, does your academy allow outsiders to enter? Seeing Li Zixuan come down, old Madame Yi happily chattered. Yi Guozhong, who was beside her, was also moved. However, due to the restraint of an elder, he didn't say anything. He only stroked his beard and kept glancing at Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. Grandmother, the academy naturally doesn't allow outsiders to enter. However, since you want to go, you can go as many times as you want. Old Madame Yi was excited at first, but then she waved her hand and said, That won't do. Although grandmother can't help you much, I can't break the rules you set. Grandmother can just take a look from outside. Compared to those people in his previous life who liked to use connections to get in through the back door, this grandmother of his was really kind and reasonable. Li Zixuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Mother, the academy is on holiday now. You can go and take a look if you want. It's not considered breaking the rules. Yi Yuzhu hurriedly persuaded. Li Zixuan also nodded and said, Grandmother, my mother is right. The academy is on holiday now. You can go as you wish. Old Madame Yi then replied, Haha, that's good. Since it's not considered breaking the rules, I'll go and take a look today. After breakfast, the Yi family of 3 went to Yanhuang College accompanied by Mrs. Li. Li Zixuan wrote a note and handed it to Han Yushi. He said, Yushi, if you go to the foundation today, remember to hang this message outside the foundation's gate. Han Yushi looked at the content of the note strangely and was suddenly shocked. She said, Husband, did His Majesty agree to this? Li Zixuan said proudly, Of course. Look at what you're saying, wife. If His Majesty didn't agree, how would your husband have the guts to make a private decision? Han Yushi patted her chest and sighed in relief. She said, Phew, that's good. I'm going to the foundation today, so I'll help my husband announce this announcement. Be careful, wife. Latest announcement. From this year onwards, the businessman who donates the most to the Warm Tang Foundation will be awarded the title of Righteous Businessman by the Imperial Court. Today, the Warm Tang Foundation opened its doors as usual. Although there were fewer people who came to donate money than usual, there were still some people. The people in line quickly realized that the foundation today was different from usual. There was an eye-catching sign at the entrance, and the words on the sign were as follows. Everyone was shocked. Righteous Businessman. The Warm Tang Foundation actually had the power to be recognized by the Imperial Court as a righteous businessman. This was serious news. Ooh. Chapter 11:20. Old Master. Old Master. Big news. Big news. Chongren Lane, Chow family's courtyard. A servant in a green shirt and a gray hat rushed in and said as he ran. Old Master Chow was flipping through the latest issue of Datong Daily. Datong Daily had developed to this point. Other than reporting on recent news, there were also many business opportunities in it. For example, there was a shortage of coal in Bing Province in Qinzhou. For businessmen, if they could capture business opportunities immediately, it meant that there was a chance to make money. What's the fuss about? Chow Wendong frowned when he heard the servants shouting outside. Old Master. Big news. Today, a notice was posted in front of the Warm Tang Foundation. It says that from this year onwards, the person who donates the most money will be rewarded with the title of Righteous Merchant. The servant pushed the door open and bowed. If the superiors were good, the subordinates would be even better. Chow Wendong had wanted the title of Righteous Merchant for a long time. The servants of the Chow family naturally paid attention to this news. Wasn't there a servant who came to report the news as soon as it was released? Smack! Chow Wendong slammed the newspaper on the table and stood up. What? The Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce wants to give the person who donates the most money the title of righteous merchant? The servant replied, Yes, old master. Chao Wendong's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. He said, Is the source reliable? The servant said confidently, Don't worry, old master. I personally saw the notice posted in front of the Warmtang Foundation. It can't be fake. Huff. Chao Wendong took a deep breath. His eyes flashed and he immediately ordered, Get the 7 shopkeepers to come to me immediately. Yes, old master. Sigh. There's no hope for our Lin family this year. Some families were happy while others were sad. When Lin Wenyuan of the Lin family heard the news, his face was full of worry. This was because the Lin family's money was all tied up in the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Currently, there was not much money circulating in their accounts. The so-called first good deed of the year was something that the Lin family would not be able to get. Master Hauer is familiar with Han Xiao. Why don't we let him ask Han Xiao to beg the Marquis of Yong and to release a batch of bicycles for our family? They will definitely sell well. When the time comes, I'll have extra money. Madame Lin thought of an idea and said, No. Lin Wenyuan didn't even think about it and directly refused. It's Hauer's good fortune to be friends with Mr. Han. We can't ruin their friendship because of such a small benefit. Even if they had a batch of bicycles now, it would be too late. The Chao family is even more prepared. We can't compare to them no matter what. Now it seems that we can only fight for it next year. Master is right. Zhang Jingyang of Huaiwen House donated 10,000 strings of cash to Nuantang Foundation. Murong Yunhai of Yongping Square donated 20,000 strings of cash to Nuantang Foundation. Qi Hushing of Changsho Square donated 10,000 strings of cash to Nuantang Foundation. The Warmtang Foundation, which had been quiet for almost 10 days, suddenly became lively again. All kinds of large donations came in, attracting circle after circle of passers-by. The popularity of the event was even greater than before. Yo, why are there so many people donating money today? And they're all donating 10,000 strings of cash. What's going on? TSK, didn't you see the notice on the door? From this year onwards, the Nuantang Foundation will give the title of Righteous Merchant to the businessman who donates the most money every year. It's already the end of the year. Aren't those who want the title of Righteous Merchant in a hurry? Oh, I was wondering why that was. So that's why. Hey, this way, the Nuantang Foundation can receive more donations and help more poor people in the future. Of course. I saw the students of Yanhuang College in Xinfeng County yesterday delivering coal stoves and clothes to Zhao Ermatzi's family. The Nuantang Foundation is really doing this for our good. Your Majesty is wise. The people gathered outside the Nuantang Foundation's gate and discussed. At the same time, they were praising the notice because they all knew that the more donations the Nuantang Foundation received, the more poor people would be able to improve their lives. This was a great merit, and at the same time, something that could benefit them. Chongren Lane's Chao Wendong donates 50,000 strings of cash to the Nuantang Foundation. Suddenly, a clap of thunder blasted through the entire Ndi lane. Everyone was stunned. 50,000 strings of cash. Old Master Chao is so generous. Oh my God. Old Master Chao is too kind. This year's righteous merchant is definitely going to be him. Of course, in addition to the previous donation, Master Chao has donated a total of 60,000 strings of cash. Li Er did not know that the people were praising him. However, when he heard about the notice posted by the Nuantang Foundation after the morning assembly, his old face immediately darkened. Bastard! That brat dares to make a decision on his own? Who gave him the guts? Li Er slammed the table and stood up angrily. Your Majesty, please calm down. Empress Zhongsun brought a bowl of lotus seed soup over, and happened to see Li Er throwing a tantrum. She quickly came over to console him. Humph. Guanyin, look. Isn't that brat getting bolder and bolder? Li Er threw the booklet in his hand on the table and snorted. Empress Zhongsun put down the lotus seed soup and picked up the booklet. She opened it and read it seriously. A moment later, she frowned and said hesitantly, Your Majesty, I feel that with the Duke of Yong'an's personality, he would not act on his own in the face of such an important matter. Your Majesty, please think carefully. Did you promise the Duke of Yongan to do this? Li Er raised his eyebrows. Guanyin, you don't believe me? I wouldn't dare. Empress Zhongsun hurriedly bowed. Your Majesty is busy every day, so it's inevitable that you will remember some things incorrectly. Although the Duke of Yongan is somewhat frivolous on the surface, he would not be so rash when it comes to matters of right and wrong. Therefore, I would like to be so bold as to ask your Majesty to recall. Li Er shook his head. I might remember other things incorrectly, but I will not remember this matter. At the time, Li Zishuan asked me to give rewards to merchants who donated a large amount of money, so I gave him a righteous merchant spot. But that was clearly starting from next year. That brat probably took advantage of a loophole again. He's getting bolder and bolder. The specific situation that day was, enough. I will grant you a righteous merchant spot every year. Your Majesty. Then does this year count? Scram. Li Er's original intention was to start from next year, but he did not expect that Li Zishuan would take advantage of a loophole again. Your Majesty. Although the Duke of Yongan might have taken advantage of a loophole, considering that he did it for the sake of the people, you should not blame him, right? Empress Zhongsun held back her laughter and persuaded. Chapter 11:21. When the civil officials heard the news of donating money to be rewarded with the title of righteous merchant, their reactions were very big. In their eyes, this was no different from Emperor Ling of Han selling his official position. Although the so-called righteous merchant was not an official, simply judging the amount of donations to decide whether to give the title of righteous merchant would damage the credibility of the imperial court and indirectly raise the status of merchants. Therefore, many of the civil officials began to draft memorials at home, planning to ask Li Er to take back the imperial decree tomorrow morning. Yes, there were those who agreed and those who disagreed, but no one suspected that the Nguyen Foundation was faking the imperial decree. Because in everyone's hearts, the Nguyen Foundation would not be so daring, and Li Zishuan, who was behind the foundation, would not have the guts either. The mess that Li Zishuan made in the end still had to be cleaned up by Li Er. Otherwise, if Li Zishuan was accused of faking the imperial decree, the Great Tang Empire would lose such a peerless genius forever. Husband, in just half a day this morning, the foundation received more than 100,000 strings of coins in donations. The power of this announcement is too great. Han Yushi said excitedly to Li Zishuan during lunch. Now, only the two of them were left at home. The others were still at Yanhuang College. They must have had too much fun in the morning and went to the college cafeteria for lunch. Of course. Li Zishuan said matter-of-factly as he ate. It's said that scholars value their reputation, while merchants value their profits. In fact, scholars and merchants both value their reputation and profits. Because with fame, profits will naturally come. Han Yushi thought about it thoughtfully, then nodded. Husband, what you said makes sense. But my husband doesn't seem to value his reputation, nor does he value profits. Li Zishuan laughed and said, What's the point of valuing those things? As long as our family can live happily for the rest of our lives, that's enough. Wife, don't you think so? Yes. Han Yushi nodded her head heavily. After getting married, she finally understood that for a family, unity and harmony were the most important things. Oh right, husband, did His Majesty really allow this announcement in the morning? How come I've never heard you mention it before? Li Zishuan sweated slightly and said, His Majesty did say that, but he hasn't officially issued an imperial edict yet. In any case, you don't have to worry. The only reason he released the news now was because he wanted the Nguyen Foundation to increase its performance by the end of the year. After all, Li had already agreed to award the title of philanthropist to the person who donated the most money every year. So, what difference did it make whether it started this year or next? The next day, as soon as the morning court session began, there was indeed an official who requested Li Er to retract his order. He even said, If not, the country will be in danger. Li Er was already prepared. He had Kong Yingda tell the civil and military officials the story of Zilu rescuing drowning and Zigong redeeming people. Ever since we ascended the throne, we have worked hard every day for fear of repeating the mistakes of the previous dynasty. Although the Great Tang is at peace right now, there are still many people who can't get enough to eat and wear. We are concerned about the suffering of the people. So we set up the Warm Tang Foundation to gather the strength of all the wealthy in the Great Tang to help the poor. However, if we want the people to continue doing good deeds, how can the court not give out some decent benefits? Thus, we set up this rule to award the title of philanthropist to the philanthropist every year. Furthermore, this so-called philanthropist title is just a title. He has no real power and will not receive any special treatment. Why are you all so against it? Since the incident had already happened, there was no way he could push the blame to Li Zishuan. Before Li Er went to court, he had already thought of an excuse to deal with the stubborn scholars. In fact, his excuse was basically the same one that Li Zishuan had used to persuade him. However, Li would remember this grudge. As for whether he would find a chance to make things difficult for Li Zishuan in the future, that person could only pray for the best. Your Majesty is wise. This old subject agrees with Your Majesty's philanthropist reward system. A person that even Li Er himself did not expect to stand out and support Li Er's philanthropist system. Who else could it be other than Wei Zheng? The Cui family had fallen, and Cui Junshua was temporarily detained by the Supreme Court. After the new year, Wei Zheng would bring Cui Junshua to Hunan province to clean up the government and thoroughly investigate the evil deeds that the Cui family had done over the years. This old subject has heard that those who seek for wood must strengthen their roots. Those who desire to flow far must dredge their source. Those who desire for the safety of the country must accumulate virtue. The source is not deep but the stream is far. The root is not solid but the tree is long. The virtue is not thick but the country's safety. Although this subject is foolish, I know that it is not right. The emperor is the weight of the divine weapon, the vastness of the region, the height of the sky, and the boundless safety of the land. Do not think of danger in times of peace, abstain from extravagance and thrift. The virtue is not thick, the affection is not strong, the desire is not strong, the root is cut in order to flourish, the source is blocked, the flow is long. Your Majesty's action is for the people. Although there are flaws, it is beneficial to the country. This old subject believes that Your Majesty's action is very good. You can even increase the quota of philanthropist merchants every year by 2 more. This way, the Warm Tang Foundation will be able to collect donations from all over the world and help the people of the world. In the future, even if there is a natural disaster in the Tang Empire, the imperial court will not have to exhaust the national treasury to help the people. The Warm Tang Foundation will be able to overcome it alone and ensure the safety of the people of the Tang Empire. What Li Er did not expect was that the flamethrower Wei, who liked to scold people in the past, had now turned into a virtuous person. He wrote an essay in front of the court, giving him and the other officials a lesson on how to govern the country by valuing the people's lives. It was so long that Li Er could not help but applaud. Good, good, good. Beloved official Wei's words have won my heart. I believe that the emperor is like a boat. The commoners are like water. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. I will always reflect on myself with this sentence. At the same time, I hope that all of you can take this as a warning and be good officials who serve the people wholeheartedly. Ensure the peace of the Tang Empire for generations. Li Er slammed the table and stood up. At this moment, the more he looked at Wei Zheng, the more he liked him. He even regretted sending Wei Zheng to the Hunan province next year. That's right. When Wei Zheng was sent to the Hunan province, it was partly for the sake of the public. In terms of fairness and honesty, there were not many people in the imperial court who could be compared to Wei Zheng. The other part was because of Li Er's selfishness. He wanted to have a few days of peace. But now, old Li was a little regretful. If Wei Zheng, this mirror, left, would he be so complacent that he would make a foolish decision? Left Minister Wei's words are like pearls of wisdom. This old subject is enlightened after hearing them. This old subject also agrees with Your Majesty's reward system for philanthropist merchants. Li Er's water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it, shocked the officials. The civil official number 2, Fang Xianling, immediately stood up and clasped his hands. Seeing this, the civil official number 1, Zhang Sun Wuji, also stood up and said, "This old subject agrees." Since the two of them supported Li Er, the rest of the officials could not do anything even if they objected. In the imperial court, there were voices of seconding. Chapter 11:22. If Li Zishuan had attended the morning assembly today, he would have screamed, F***ck, because Wei Zheng's 1,000-word proverb was basically the original text of the famous 10 Thoughts on Admonishing Emperor Taizong. However, the 10 Thoughts on Admonishing Emperor Taizong was written in the 17th year of Zhengguan. It could only be said that as a transmigrator some things could be changed but some things could not be changed no matter what. This was fate and also the cycle of the heavens. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan, who was concentrating on his book at home, received an imperial edict from Li Er. From next year onwards, the Warm Tang Foundation's quota for charity merchants will be increased to 3. At the end of the imperial edict, there was even a warning for Li Zishuan to not play any more tricks. This made Li Zishuan speechless. He thought to himself, old Li's tolerance is only a so-so. This guy doesn't know that with his actions, any random dynasty or emperor would have died countless times. Young Master Steward Fu is here. He's in the front hall. Han Yushi had been at the Warm Tang Foundation for the past 2 days, so only Li Zishuan and the 2 maids were left at home. At this time, Xiao He knocked on the door of the study and said to Li Zishuan, "Oh, I'm coming." Li Zishuan replied, then put down his pen and walked out the door. "Young master, I'm sorry for disturbing you while you're writing." Faubert saw Li Zishuan coming over and quickly stood up with an apologetic expression. Li Zishuan laughed and waved his hand. "Haha, Faubert, what are you saying? Writing a book is not something that can be finished in a day or 2. How is this disturbing? Please take a seat. Xiao He, boil a pot of tea and bring it over." "Yes, young master." Xiao He answered and left. Now that there was a coal stove and honeycomb briquettes at home, boiling water was just too convenient. "Young master, this old man is here to ask if we should start producing the bicycles from before? After all, the demand for coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes is starting to decrease. We should be able to free up a lot of manpower to produce bicycles." After a while, Xiao He brought 2 cups of tea. Faubert stopped the small talk and got down to business. Li Zishuan was startled. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Since the workshop has enough manpower, we can naturally produce bicycles. But in this season, the people are usually so cold that they don't even want to go out. Will anyone be willing to buy a bicycle?" Faubert smiled and said, "Young master, you don't have to worry about that. Just a few days ago, many of the old masters who came to the workshop to ask for custom-made heaters asked if the workshop sold bicycles. That's why we don't have to worry about selling this bicycle." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "If that's the case, then go ahead and build it. Now that the workshop doesn't lack iron, rubber or sulfur, it's better to make a batch by the end of the year, and let the members of the Chamber of Commerce make a profit." At this time, he remembered that he still had a group of hungry members of the Chamber of Commerce under him. A while ago, the coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes were beneficial to the country and the people. But to the members of the Chamber of Commerce, it was not beneficial. Only bicycles were profitable. But in order to carry out the warm winter operation well, he let the workshop focus on producing coal stoves. This was considered as sacrificing the interests of the members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Now was the time to compensate them. "Okay, then I will make the arrangements later. The molds and materials are all ready-made. We should be able to produce a batch before the new year." Faubert nodded. "Faubert, how is Xiaobing doing over there? That kid should have sent you a message, right?" Li Zishuan smiled and asked. Hearing Li Zishuan mention his nephew, Uncle Fu's face was full of smiles. He replied, "Thank you for your concern, young master. That kid is fine. I heard that he used the money young master gave him to buy a house over there, and bought a few acres of land. He said that he plans to let me retire in the future." Li Zishuan could not help but laugh. "From what I see, he wants to settle down there himself." Faubert was a little embarrassed. "I don't think so. He just wants to have a place to stay while helping young master." Li Zishuan shook his head and did not probe further. He asked again, "Then does he have news of my father-in-law?" Ever since Han Lijing went to Hudong Road, he had not sent any messages to Li Zishuan or Han Yushi. Han Yushi was naturally very worried. Li Zishuan was also a little worried. He even sent people to Hudong Road to check for news. But the world was big. If a person fell into a sea of people, how could it be so easy to find him? Faubert stroked his beard and carefully recalled for a moment. He said, I remember Xiao being mentioned in a letter that Han Lijing went to Yunzhou. He did not mention anything else. Li Zishuan's heart sank. After a moment he nodded and said, I know. That's all for now. Faubert cupped his hands and said goodbye. Li Zishuan sat on the sofa and closed his eyes. Suddenly he said, Husband! Husband! Father is back. There was a flurry of footsteps and Han Yushi's surprised cheers at the door. Li Zishuan opened his eyes and saw Han Yushi panting in front of him. Her little face was red from the cold. The breath from her mouth formed clouds of white mist in the air. After a moment of shock, Li Zishuan said, Wifey, are you saying that father-in-law is back? Under normal circumstances, Han Yushi would call Li Zishuan father, and Han Tianhu father. Li Zishuan was very sensitive to the key point in Han Yushi's words. Yes, yes. Father is back. Han Yushi nodded happily. Li Zishuan heard and hurriedly stood up. He said, Where is he? Let's go and see father-in-law. At the same time he finally felt relieved. As long as Han Lijing was fine, it was fine. Otherwise, his wife would cry to death. No need, Xiaoxian. I'm here. At this moment, Han Lijing appeared at the door and said. It turned out that Han Yushi had come to Yunshan with him. However, perhaps because Han Yushi was too excited and wanted to tell Li Zishuan the news earlier, she ran faster and arrived first. Li Zishuan looked over and saw Han Lijing standing upright in front of the door. His face was unshaven and looked a little weathered. Although his clothes were a little shabby, they still looked tidy. His back was as straight as usual, but there was more depth in his eyes, making him look a little melancholy. Father-in-law. Li Zishuan went forward and greeted him with a smile. How have you and Yushi been? Han Lijing asked with a smile. Both are good. Both are good. Father-in-law must be tired from the journey. Come in and sit down. Li Zishuan felt that there were many stories behind his father-in-law's smile. He guessed that he had experienced many things on this trip to Hudong Road. Chapter 1123. Father-in-law, I heard that you went to Yunzhou a while ago? Li Zishuan asked after Han Tianhu sat down in the Yunshan residence. Han Lijing replied, Yes, I went to Yunzhou to visit my old brothers. Li Zishuan sensed that something was wrong with Han Lijing's tone. So he asked, Father-in-law, did something happen? Han Lijing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Nothing, nothing. Let's not talk about it. When I came back, I heard that the Cui family had fallen. Is that true? Li Zishuan saw that his father-in-law did not want to talk about Yunzhou, so he did not ask further. He nodded and said, Yes, that's true. Han Lijing sighed with emotion, then his expression changed. Xiaoxian, tell me honestly, did you secretly add fuel to the fire behind the Cui family's incident? There were less than 10 people in the Tang Empire who knew the real mastermind behind the Cui family's incident. Han Lijing could guess it because he knew that Li Zishuan had a history with the Cui family. Li Zishuan met his father-in-law's aggressive gaze and could only say helplessly, I do have some connections. Han Lijing asked anxiously, Does His Majesty know about this? Li Zishuan smiled bitterly and said, If His Majesty doesn't know, why would I be grounded for 2 months? Han Lijing's face turned pale instantly. He said angrily, Grounded for 2 months? Xiaoxian, you're still not satisfied with being grounded for 2 months? What you've done is taboo. Luckily, His Majesty is benevolent and magnanimous. Otherwise, even if you had 10 heads, it wouldn't be enough to chop them off. Xiaoxian, I hope that you can think twice before you do anything in the future. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Now, you don't only represent yourself. Behind you there's Yushi, your father, mother, and sister, and even the students of the academy. There's more than one solution to many problems. Being rash and impulsive will only lead to endless troubles. Imperial power was greater than the heavens. Little Xian, I've been there before. I know you don't like to be restrained, but since you've left Mount Longhu and entered the secular world, you have to maintain a respectful heart towards imperial power. Otherwise, once His Majesty becomes suspicious of you, everything in the Li family, including the Yanhuang College, will be reduced to nothing. In the past, my father lost his respect for the imperial power and was momentarily blinded by greed. He rebelled with Yang Xiangan, and in the end his family was destroyed. Father-in-law hopes that you can take this as a warning and try not to let your emotions affect your decisions. Han Tianhu's personal experience had instilled in Li Zixuan the concept of imperial power is supreme. After Li Zixuan finished listening to his father-in-law's description, a layer of cold sweat formed on his back. At this moment, he finally understood that he was indeed a little too reckless and selfish back then. He had only considered the temporary satisfaction and comfort he would get by wiping out the Cui family, but he had not considered that his family and even his students would be implicated by his actions. Although it was refreshing to see injustice on the road and draw a sword to help, it would be fine if he had no attachments, but he still had a group of old and weak women and children behind him. His father-in-law was right. He had indeed lost his respect and acted too rashly. Father-in-law is right. I will take this as a warning and think thrice before doing anything in the future. Li Zixuan solemnly cupped his hands and said. He was not someone who could not listen to other people's opinions. Han Lijing's eyes were filled with both gratification and complexity. He sighed and said, I hope this incident will not arouse His Majesty's suspicion. Otherwise, little Xian, you will have a hard time in the imperial court in the future. Father-in-law, you don't have to worry. His Majesty has already punished me by grounding me for 2 months. Even if he is suspicious at most, he will just strip me of my official title. At that time, I will be able to peacefully be a rich man and a teacher. Anyway, it had already happened. Li Zixuan was very open-minded. First, he did not rebel, and second, he did not usurp the throne. At most, Li Zixuan would just strip him of his official title and let him go home to farm. Throughout the entire Zhengguan dynasty, except for those who rebelled, no minister had been beheaded because he angered the emperor. In this era, the monarch was quite tolerant of his ministers. It was far from the Qing dynasty, where one's entire family would be killed because of one wrong word. As long as he did not touch that red line, his life would not be in danger. Alas, this is the only way. I just came back. There are still many things to do at home, so I will go back first. Little Xian, take care. Han Tianhu let out a long sigh. He stood up and patted Li Zixuan's shoulder. Then he was about to leave. Li Zixuan felt an inexplicable sense of heaviness. He always felt that after his father-in-law went to Yunzhou, he seemed to have changed a little. He had become more profound. Husband, father may be thinking too much. Don't take it to heart. Han Yushi saw Li Zixuan frowning and sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. She could not help but feel a little distressed. Li Zixuan sighed, took his wife into his arms and said, Wife, I am sorry. A while ago I was too impulsive. I only wanted to have a clear mind for a moment, but I neglected you all. I almost implicated the entire Li family into a sea of fire. In the future I will not. Husband, don't say that. Before Li Zixuan could finish, Han Yushi placed her slender finger in front of Li Zixuan's mouth and said anxiously, Since this concubine is married to my husband, I am naturally willing to share honor and disgrace with my husband. No matter what my husband does, this concubine will support him. No matter what the consequences are, this concubine is willing to bear them with my husband. Looking at the pure eyes and sincere face of the beautiful lady in front of him, Li Zixuan's heart was suddenly greatly touched. He couldn't help but hug Han Yushi tightly in his arms again. He silently patted her back and thought in his heart, Don't worry about me. Wife, I will protect you in this life. I will also protect father, mother, and Lan. Han Lijing's words made Li Zixuan suddenly wake up. He could not be reckless, especially when he was the head of the family. The fate of the whole family was related to him, so he had to be more careful. However, not being rash did not mean that he would remain silent the next time he saw injustice. Han Lijing was right. There were some things that could not be solved by being rash. Although it was domineering and satisfying to take revenge without caring about anything else, the repercussions that came with it were equally huge. Li Zixuan felt that he should be more stable in the future. After all, this was a feudal society. No matter what happened in the future, he had to live day by day. After another 2 days, on the 24th day of the 12th lunar month, the warm winter operation ended. Li Zixuan announced that all the students were on holiday. Those who lived close to him could go home, and those who lived far away could stay in the academy for the new year. During this period, the academy would provide all the students with free food. Such attractive conditions made some of the teachers in the academy, who lived close to Yunshan, couldn't help but stay. After all, the food in the academy was completely comparable to the restaurants outside. Li Zixuan knew that he could not help but laugh. In addition to free food for the students who stayed for the new year, he also prepared something else. Chapter 11:24. As the end of the year approached, the atmosphere in the capital became more and more intense. On the streets of Chang'an City, people could be seen purchasing New Year goods everywhere. The price of pork in the eastern and western cities quietly rose. Although it was cheap meat in the eyes of the rich, it was a supreme delicacy to the poor. Furthermore, Zuaxian restaurant had introduced a few new dishes that were related to pork. There were more and more ways to cook pork among the people, but they were not as delicious as Zuaxian restaurants. Even so, the pork dishes among the people were many times more delicious than before. Therefore, no matter if it was rich or poor, they would stock up on pork at home as the end of the year approached. As a result, the demand for pork in Chang'an City naturally soared. It was difficult for the price of pork not to rise. However, with the previous example of cloth prices skyrocketing in Chang'an City and cloth merchants being arrested, the peddlers did not dare to go overboard. The price of pork was still within a controllable range. In addition to pork, the sales of other goods were also booming, such as cloth, silk, jade Buddha, porcelain, and so on. All kinds of small items for children to play with also filled the streets and alleys. Jianghu merchants also hoped to take advantage of this annual festival to make a fortune. Although Yunshan City was far away from the bustling city, one could still feel the flavor of the new year. Li Gang had 2 sons. The eldest son was called Li Shaoji. He left behind Li Anren, who died a few years ago. The youngest son, Li Lian, had been an official in another city and had returned to Chang'an 2 days ago. The old man had lived in Yunshan City for a long time and was used to the elegant atmosphere here. He insisted on celebrating the new year here. Li Lian was not by his father's side all year round. Naturally, he had to stay by Li Gang's side to fulfill his filial piety. Therefore, he brought his wife and servants to Yunshan City. The couple had stayed in the Cloud Mountain courtyard for 2 days. They were actually reluctant to go back because the house and furniture in the courtyard were too comfortable to live in. As the end of the year approached, Li Lian's wife also began to arrange for the servants to buy New Year's goods. She and Li Lian were very respectful to Li Zixuan, the owner of Yunshan. Therefore, when buying New Year's goods, they would often come over to ask Li Zixuan or Han Yushi if they wanted to help bring anything. Sometimes, Han Yushi would go to the Chang'an Warmtang Foundation and often use a carriage to give Li Lian's wife a ride. After a few exchanges, the two families quickly became familiar with each other, and there was a sense of closeness between them. Recently, Yen Lide had been coming to Cloud Mountain more frequently. In a few days, the officials of the imperial court would welcome a rare 7 days of annual leave. Yen Lide also planned to bring his family to Cloud Mountain for the new year. As a person grew older, he preferred peace and quiet. Therefore, at Yunshan, the Yen family's residence was also decorated with lanterns and colored banners to welcome the new year. As for Sun Simiao, the old Taoist had always been a loner. He had no concept of celebrating the new year, but he had a good disciple. After failing to invite Sun Simiao to his home for the new year, he asked Hu Hanyun to go to Yunshan Mountain to buy New Year's goods for his master. Of course, old Hu agreed. Even Lu Yue, who had always been stingy, became generous at this time. She let Hu Hanyun carry the pork and fish bought at home to Yunshan Mountain as if they were free. Hu Jing and Hu Zhan, on the other hand, helped Sun Simiao tidy up the courtyard inside and out after the free medical consultation every day. The two of them claimed that they would definitely go to Yunshan during the new year to celebrate with Sun Simiao. As for the free medical consultation in the surrounding counties, they would definitely have to stop in a few days and could only continue after the new year. Yen Silu returned to Chang'an after the holidays. He still had a big family in Chang'an. Wang Ji was unwilling to go to his brother's house, so he stayed in the academy. He bragged to the bearded man all day long and drank some wine. He was quite carefree. Ma Zhou rented a house in Chang'an City, so he had somewhere to go. However, he spent more time in the editorial department of Datong Daily recently. Mo Huai and Mo Lingwei went down the mountain and returned to their mansion in Plum Village, which was the house of Lu Shuren and his son. As for the rest of the Mo family, the civilian staff returned to their homes in Plum Village, while the military staff continued to guard the academy. This was because there were many scientific secrets in Yanhuang College. If they were stolen by someone with ill intentions, the loss would be huge. In fact, people like Ma Zhou, Wang Ji, Yan Silu, and Mo Huai were very likely to be evaluated as professors in the Academy's teacher title evaluation at the beginning of next year. When that time came, they would naturally obtain a modern residence in Yunshan Mountain that everyone envied. Li Zishuan did not lack money or residences. He lacked talents. If there were 10,000 talents like Ma Zhou and Wang Ji, he would dare to take them all. Wasn't it just a house for each of them? In Li Zishuan's eyes, it was just a small amount of money. However, if he did this in the modern world, he would really be a super rich boss. Even the richest man in the country would not dare to play like this. Feiji, go and invite Mr. Li Gang over. Tell him that I've warmed a pot of good wine and invited him to taste it. Li Zishuan saw that the house was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, but he still felt that something was missing. Suddenly, he thought of something and gave the order. Yes, Marquis. Peng Feiji immediately received the order and left. After half an hour, Li Gang's laughter came from outside. You must be lying to me. You said that you've warmed a pot of good wine? Haha, I'm afraid you have something to ask me, right? His voice arrived before his person. Although Li Gang was already over 80 years old, his voice was still full of energy. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man had already arrived at the door. Li Zishuan quickly stood up and greeted him. What are you talking about, old man? Look at this stove. Isn't there a pot of good wine that I've warmed for you? Oh, it really is. Judging from the smell, it doesn't smell like a gentle village, and it doesn't smell like drunken immortal either. Why does it smell like herbs? Li Gang sniffed lightly, and his face was filled with confusion. Li Zishuan laughed and stretched out his hand. This is a medicinal wine recipe that I got from Sun Daozhang last month. Drinking it can strengthen the bones, strengthen the muscles, and nourish the blood. Moreover, the method of making this medicinal wine is quite unique, causing the taste of this medicinal wine to be even more unique. Mr. Li, would you like to try it? He wasn't making this up. The prescription for the medicinal wine was real. Originally, it was meant for his father, but Li Jingma felt that his body was still strong and didn't need to drink it. After drinking it a few times, he didn't drink it. Now, it was a good idea to give it to Li Gang. At his age, the old man's ability to produce blood was insufficient, and his muscles and bones were seriously aging. He needed nourishment like this. Haha, Yamacho, you've praised this medicinal wine as if it's the only thing in the world. How can I not give it a try? Li Gang sat down and smiled while stroking his beard. Suddenly he changed the topic. Yamacho, why don't you tell me why you're looking for me first? Otherwise, I won't feel comfortable drinking this wine. Li Zishuan's old face, or rather, his small face, immediately stiffened. Chapter 11:25. Ahem. Mr. Li's eyes are as sharp as a torch, so I told you the truth. In the Yunshan residence, Li Zishuan coughed awkwardly before telling the truth. I wanted to ask for a few words from Mr. Li, but because I've been grounded at home by His Majesty, it's inconvenient for me to go out, so I had to ask Mr. Li to come over. Li Gang was speechless. Our residences are only a few steps away from each other. Even if you go out, do you think His Majesty will find trouble with you? Besides, there are no outsiders on Yunshan. Who would be so free as to inform His Majesty of such a small matter? Li Zishuan was sweating profusely. Who asked him to be well-meaning by his father-in-law 2 days ago? Naturally, he would be a little more careful when doing things. Ahem. Since His Majesty wants me to stay at home and reflect, then I must be sincere. Ha! Li Gang shook his head. He obviously didn't believe him, but he was too lazy to investigate further. At this time he said, in terms of calligraphy, I'm far inferior to Deng Shan Chu Suiliang, and Bo Shi Yu Shernan. Why would Yamacho come to me for help? Haha. What I seek is Mr. Li's artistic conception, and also Mr. Li's spirit. Mr. Li has noble character and unquestionable integrity. I must hang Mr. Li's calligraphy at home and study it at all times. Li Zixuan flattered. In fact, this fellow wanted to take Li Gang's calligraphy and leave it as a family heirloom for future generations. Although Li Gang's calligraphy wasn't as famous as Yu Shernan and Chu Sueliang's, Li Gang's fame wasn't any less than those two. Besides, he was now grounded. How could he go out and ask Yu Shernan and Chu Sueliang to write for him? Sending someone to invite them to his residence wasn't realistic either. After all, their friendship wasn't that good yet. Haha. Yamacho, don't flatter me. What do you want me to write? Just tell me. When the time comes, don't complain that my calligraphy is ugly. Li Gang waved his hand and smiled helplessly. Li Zixuan nodded at Xiao He. The latter turned around and left. Soon, she returned with 2 rows of red papers in her hands. Li Zixuan said to Li Gang, "It's going to be the new year soon. I want to hang 2 auspicious characters in front of the door to make it seem more festive. It's just that these characters are a little difficult to display, so I asked Mr. Li Gang to come and inscribe them." Li Gang frowned. "What are you going to inscribe on Yamacho?" "I call this a couplet because it's going to be the new year soon. It's also called Spring Festival Couplets." "Couplet? Yamacho, tell me about it." It could not be said that there were no couplets in this era, but there was no such thing as a couplet. In fact, long before the Qin and Han dynasties, people in our country had the custom of hanging peach talismans during the new year. The so-called peach talisman was to write the names of the legendary exorcist gods Shen Cha, and you lay on 2 peach planks and hang them on the left and right doors to exorcise ghosts and suppress evil. This custom lasted for more than 1,000 years. It was only in the 5th generation that people began to inscribe couplets on the peach planks. According to the records of the Song dynasty and the Shu family, Mengchong, the ruler of Shu in the 5th generation, every year, scholars were appointed to write poems and inscribe peach talismans on the left and right of the bedroom door. At the end of the year 964 AD, the scholar Xing Yinshuan wrote poems. Chong used his non-professional skills to write poems and wrote New Year's celebration festivals Chongchun. This was the earliest form of couplets, and it was also the earliest spring festival couplets in our country. After the Song dynasty, it was quite common for people to hang spring festival couplets during the new year. Wang Engxi's poem, "Thousands of families always exchange new peach talismans for old ones," was a true portrayal of the grand occasion at that time. Because the appearance of spring festival couplets was closely related to peach talismans, the ancients called them peach talismans. Therefore, when Li Gang heard the couplets in spring festival couplets, he was stunned. Li Zixuan was already prepared, and he said without hesitation, "The first part of the couplet is called Smooth Sailing, Happy Every Year. The second part is called Everything Goes Well. Every step is high. The horizontal inscription is, Lucky Star Shines High." This couplet wasn't considered literary, but it stood out because it was festive. It was considered one of the more widespread spring festival couplets in modern times. Li Gang heard this and squinted his eyes. After a moment of silence, he nodded and praised. Although it doesn't have any novelty, it wins in that the couplet is neat and tidy. Furthermore, these 2 sentences can be considered appropriate for the occasion. But why do I feel that this couplet is similar to the peach talisman? Peach talisman? Li Zixuan was stunned. Fortunately, he wasn't an ignorant person. After thinking for a while, he finally recalled the peach talisman in an ancient poem. Therefore, he nodded and said, That's right. This is also called a peach talisman, but I feel that couplets are more suitable for it than peach talismans." Li Gang shook his head and didn't deny it. The old man placed the red paper on the table. Li Zixuan hurriedly asked Xiao He to grind the ink with the best pine smoke ink. The Tang dynasty was a period of rapid development of ink production technology. From the Wei and Jin dynasties, the ink balls made of lacquer and pine coal were gradually popularized and finalized in the Tang dynasty. Various solid ink ingots were made with pine smoke and glue, and the quality was getting better and better. Famous inks such as Zhu Min, Li Yongbing, Shi Chao, Shi Tinggui, and other famous inks made by famous artists such as Zhu Min, Li Yongbing, Shi Chao, and Shi Tinggui were all tributes to the imperial family. Li Gang held the brush and concentrated. After a series of strokes, 16 large characters suddenly appeared on the paper. Li Zixuan looked at it and realized that Li Gang's handwriting wasn't as bad as the old man said. It was different from Chu Suoyang's calligraphy, which was long and flat, and was also different from Yu Shernan's calligraphy, which was dignified and full of spirit. Li Gang's handwriting was as smooth as jade, graceful and elegant. Perhaps his handwriting was just like his character. A gentleman like jade. Good handwriting. Good handwriting. Xiao He, quickly send it to the workshop and let Faubert frame it with high-quality glass. This year, during the new year, we will put this couplet in front of our house and pass it down for generations to come. Li Zixuan clapped his hands and laughed. Speaking of which, even if his future descendants were to be prodigals with just this couplet, they should be able to live without worries, right? Yes, young master. Xiao He responded. Then she carefully dried the ink on the red paper and brought it to the workshop. Li Gang couldn't help but laugh. He said helplessly, Yamacho, don't joke around. In terms of calligraphy, I am far inferior to Dangshan and Bashi. I really don't understand why you want me to come and inscribe it. Li Zixuan waved his hand and retorted. Mister, you are wrong. In terms of calligraphy, there is no such thing as good or bad. At most, each of them has their own merits. Haha. In terms of speaking skills, Dangshan and Bashi are no match for you, Yamacho. Li Gang smiled and pointed at Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan was helpless. He wasn't trying to flatter him just now. Forget it, let's not talk about that anymore. Mister, please sit down and drink. Now I can finally relax and drink. Haha. Li Gang joked again. Oh. Chapter 11:26. Feiji, go get these materials for me. After sending off Li Gang, Li Zixuan wrote and drew in the study for a while. Then, he took out a list of materials and ordered Pang Feiji. Pang Feiji did not even look at it. He took it and cupped his fist. Yes, Marquis. Then he turned and left. Li Zixuan hurriedly called out to him, instructing him with a stern face. Keep this list safe for this Marquis. If it's lost or seen by others, you won't be able to pay for it, even if you use your life. Do you understand? Pang Feiji straightened his back and said seriously. Understood. Marquis. I'll definitely keep it safe. Walking out of the courtyard, he took out the list of materials that Li Zixuan gave him. He was dumbfounded. What does Marquis want these things for? Is he keeping them for the new year? Previously, when Li Zixuan asked Li Gang to write couplets, Pang Feiji guessed that Li Zixuan was preparing for the new year even though he was not there. However, what did the things on the list have to do with the new year? Forget it. I don't care anymore. I just need to find these things for Marquis and make sure that no one else sees this list. Pang Feiji could not figure it out no matter how hard he scratched his head. In the end, he could only put the list back carefully and walk down the mountain. After instructing Pang Feiji, Li Zixuan returned to the study and continued writing. In fact, he had already written a portion of the second semester's teaching materials a few months ago. After so many days of seclusion, he was almost done with the second volume of teaching materials. Now his main job was to proofread. The house was quiet. There were only him and two maids. Han Yushi went to Chang'an in the morning. The rest accompanied Yi Guozhong and old lady Yi to tour the academy. That's right. This group of people had been walking around the academy for a few days and they were still not tired of it. Li Zixuan sometimes did not understand. Wasn't it just a bunch of reinforced concrete buildings? Was it that attractive? This guy was just standing there and talking. He didn't even think about it. Yi Guochong and old Madame Yi were born and raised in the Tang dynasty. How could they not feel refreshed when they saw the tall cement building? It was like a modern person seeing an ancient house for the first time. It would be strange if they didn't find it novel. Bang bang bang. Marquis, I've already found everything you need. After an unknown amount of time, Pang Feiji knocked on the door. Li Zixuan put down the document in his hand, raised his head and said, "Come in." With a creak, Pang Feiji came in with a gunny sack. Seeing this, Li Zixuan frowned and said, "You put everything in a sack?" Pang Feiji quickly put down the sack and opened it, saying, No. Marquis, look, these are all wrapped in small packets of paper." Li Zixuan nodded in satisfaction. "All right. Well done. Go guard the front yard. I'm going to the backyard to do something. Without my orders, no one is allowed to enter the backyard." Peng Feiji nodded and replied, "Yes, Marquis." Then he couldn't help but ask, "Marquis, what are you going to do with these things?" After saying that, Peng Feiji immediately regretted it. In a big family it was taboo to know too much. Li Zixuan wasn't angry. He raised his eyes and glanced at Peng Feiji. "You'll know when the time comes." "Oh right, did you destroy the list just now?" Seeing that Li Zixuan didn't blame him, Peng Feiji heaved a sigh of relief. He then replied, "The list is here. I haven't destroyed it yet." Li Zixuan picked up the gunny sack with one hand and walked out of the door. He said calmly, "Remember to burn the list later." Peng Feiji was stunned. He then said, "Yes." However, Li Zixuan was no longer beside him. The latter had already gone to the backyard to do something. "Husband, I'm back." It was close to noon when Han Yushi returned from Chang'an City. Once she entered the house, she habitually shouted inside. However, there was no response from inside. At this time, Xiao He appeared out of nowhere and said, "Young mistress, young master is doing something in the backyard alone." "Oh, then I'll go take a look." Han Yushi put down the package in her hands, then clapped her hands and walked towards the backyard. Peng Feiji, who was guarding the front yard, obviously heard it. However, he wasn't stupid enough to stop her. Although Li Zixuan had instructed him not to let outsiders into the backyard, Han Yushi was obviously not an outsider. "Wife, you're back." In the backyard, Li Zixuan was using glue to make thick paper cylinders. The diameter of the cylinders was about a little thicker than a thumb, and the cylinders were about 20 centimeters tall. There were materials scattered all over the ground beside him. Li Zixuan, who was fiddling in the yard, heard the sound of footsteps and spoke without turning his head. Judging by the sound, this was the tacit understanding between an old couple. Speaking of glue, many people subconsciously thought that there was no glue in ancient times. In fact, there was glue, but it wasn't the modern chemical glue. The glue Li Zixuan was using now was fish gelatin. As the name implied, it was made from fish bladders. The fish bladders were steamed, boiled, pounded, and filtered before they were finally made into fish gelatin. When it was used, it was heated in water. After it was melted, it would be applied to the surface of the object. After it cooled and dried, it would be successfully adhered. In terms of viscosity, it was much stronger than most modern adhesives. Other than fish gelatin, there was also pig gelatin. It was made from pig skin. After boiling, it became something like glue. When it was used, it was also heated in water. It was used in the same way as fish gelatin. It could be said that the wisdom of the ancient people in terms of tools and materials wasn't as weak as most people thought. Husband, what are you doing?" Han Yushi saw the paper tubes lying on the ground and other materials scattered everywhere. She couldn't help but ask curiously. Li Zixuan thought for a moment and said, "Well, I'm making something similar to firecrackers, but it's not only louder than firecrackers, but also better looking than firecrackers. Wife, you just came back. Go and rest. I'll be done in a while." That's right, Li Zixuan wanted to make fireworks. At this time, the firecrackers wrapped in gunpowder with paper had not appeared yet. There were only firecrackers or exploding rods. To put it bluntly, this thing was a bamboo rod. Because the bamboo rod was sealed in sections, when it was heated, the gas inside would expand. If it was heated for a long time, the bamboo rod would explode, so it was called a firecracker. Usually, during the New Year, naughty children liked to play with this thing the most. They could often see naughty children on the street throwing bamboo rods into the fire in groups of 3 to 5. They mainly wanted to hear the sound. Official firecrackers with gunpowder were only recorded in the Northern Song dynasty. At that time, they were also called firecrackers. The fireworks that Li Zixuan was making now with the help of gunpowder were definitely not available in the Tang dynasty. Chapter 11:27. Just after lunch, Lanner impatiently urged him to hurry up. "Brother, set off the firecrackers. Lanner wants to see firecrackers." The little girl was a little tired of accompanying her grandparents around the academy. After all, she had been playing at the academy before, and the novelty had long worn off. Therefore, she came back alone in the afternoon. During lunch, she heard from Han Yushi that Li Zixuan had made a big baby that was similar to firecrackers in the morning. The little girl was instantly excited. If it weren't for Li Zixuan watching her, She probably wouldn't even want to eat and would have gone to play with fireworks. Playing was a child's nature. Whether it was in modern times or ancient times, it was mostly like this. Especially things like fireworks and firecrackers. Children loved to play with them even more. In his previous life, Li Zixuan still played with firecrackers during the New Year, even when he was in high school. Okay, I'll set them off for you. But Lan'er, you have to stand a little further away. Li Zixuan patted Lan'er's little head and said dotingly. The main reason he wanted the little girl to stand a little further away was that he wasn't confident in the fireworks he made. After all, he had only played with them in his previous life, but he had never made them. In the morning, he had only used the memory of dismantling a section of fireworks in his previous life to slowly fumble around and create an experimental product. He had no idea whether it could be fired or whether it would explode on the spot. Yes, Lan'er will definitely stand far away. In order to see Li Zixuan set off firecrackers, Lan'er was willing to agree to anything. Okay, you go to the front yard first. I'll go to the backyard to get something, Li Zixuan said as he stood up. Of course, such a dangerous experiment had to be as far away from home as possible. Otherwise, if he were to test the fireworks in the backyard and blow up the house, he would be heartbroken. Yes, Lan'er responded, then pulled Han Yushi's hand and said, Sister Yushi, can you go too? Lan'er is scared alone. Plop! Li Zixuan, who had just walked to the backyard door, almost fell to the ground. You're scared? If you're scared, you won't cry and shout that you want to play with firecrackers. Okay, then I'll go with Lan'er. Han Yushi nodded and agreed. Actually, she really wanted to go. However, when she thought about how she was already married, it would be inappropriate for her to watch these children's games. Now that Lan'er had invited her, she decided to go with the flow. Wife Lan'er, stand back a little more. Ah, brother. You're already so far away, why are you still standing back? Yes. It was still not enough. A little further. In front of the Yunshan villa, Li Zixuan was holding a plate of experimental fireworks. This experimental product was made by connecting 9 fireworks together with a lead wire. The 3x3 arrangement made its chassis very stable. Li Zixuan took a shovel and dug a shallow pit. He buried 1/5 of the firework in the soil to ensure that it wouldn't tilt during the process of being set off. After that, he repeatedly urged Lan'er and Han Yushi to retreat. To be honest, Li Zixuan didn't care about the small amount of gunpowder in the fireworks. However, it was a completely different story for his wife and sister. If it exploded on them, they would be scalded at the very least, or even disfigured at the very least. Brother, this should be enough, right? Lan'er shouted at Li Zixuan impatiently with her hands on her hips. She felt that Li Zixuan was making a fuss over nothing. Even if this firecracker was more powerful than the one she used to play with, it shouldn't make them stand so far away. The little girl even doubted that she would be able to hear the firecracker clearly later. Okay, Lan'er, remember to cover your ears. After visually estimating the distance, Li Zixuan shouted at his sister. Lan'er curled her lips and didn't move. Li Zixuan smiled and thought to himself, little girl, you still don't believe me. You'll regret it later. At that moment, he didn't waste any more time talking nonsense. He stretched the match beside him towards the lead wire of the fireworks. The fuse was made from a small amount of gunpowder wrapped in straw paper, which was extremely easy to ignite. The moment the burning match in Li Zixuan's hand touched the fuse, a spark immediately appeared and a burst of sizzling sounds could be heard. Under such circumstances, it wasn't the time to act cool. Li Zixuan saw that the lead wire had been ignited and quickly ran away. Although he was strong in martial arts and wasn't afraid of such a small explosion, he didn't want to embarrass himself for an unnecessary act of acting cool. If that happened, he wouldn't be acting cool, he would be an idiot. Bang! In the quiet sky above the cloud mountain, there was a sudden deafening sound. In this era, there weren't many tall buildings to block the sound, so the loud sound could be heard from afar. After the loud sound, it didn't stop. The next loud sound followed. At this time, Lan'er was already screaming in fear. The little girl reacted at that moment and quickly covered her ears with her small hands. Then she glared angrily at Li Zixuan as if to say, "Why didn't you tell me that the firecracker was so loud earlier?" Li Zixuan didn't notice his little sister's angry and resentful gaze. He was looking up at the results of his experiment that he had painstakingly worked on for the entire morning. TSK, the height is okay. It's just that the sound is too loud. I have to reduce the amount of gunpowder. Also, the flame isn't bright enough. Maybe it's because it's daytime now. I can try again at night. Li Zishuan looked up and whispered softly, "Brother, this firecracker is amazing. Do you have more?" 9 fireworks were released very quickly. It was the first time Lanner had seen fireworks that could shoot up into the sky and explode. Although she was scared half to death at the beginning because she was caught off guard, she got used to it and the fear in her heart was immediately replaced by excitement. "Hey, Lanner, weren't you scared just now?" Li Zishuan said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Lanner was embarrassed. Just as she was about to say something, the few of them heard the sound of something breaking through the air not far away. Then they saw a bearded man and a white-haired old man rushing towards them. It was Emozhong and the bearded man. "Yamacho, we just heard 9 loud sounds coming from here. What happened?" Emozhong stopped in front of Li Zishuan and asked anxiously. Li Zishuan was stunned for a moment. Then he said embarrassedly, "Nothing happened. I was just setting off firecrackers just now." Firecrackers? This time it was Emozhong's turn to be stunned. He was the head of the Mo family. What kind of new things had he not seen before? Why hadn't he seen any firecrackers that were so loud? At this time, the bearded man saw the firework tube that had just been released in the distance. He walked over to take a closer look and said in surprise, "This is the firecracker Yamacho was talking about? Why is it made of paper? Wow! What's that? What was that sound just now?" It was Chang Chumo holding a football and running over with a group of students. He screamed as he ran. Chapter 11:28. Chonyo, Qingke, Xiaoku, Xiaochong and Baolin? You guys didn't go back to Chang'an and are playing football in school? To put it nicely, the group of students came whistling like the wind. To put it bluntly, they were like a group of bandits, rushing over like a whirlwind. Li Zishuan looked at the football in Chang Chumo's arms and the group of students who were all sweating profusely as he asked. The academy was now on holiday, and the students who lived nearby were free to go home. Chang Chumo and his group did not go home to prepare for the new year, but instead they were loafing around at the academy. It was really unreasonable. Chang Chumo wiped his sweat and said, "How can going home be more interesting than staying at the academy? If we stay at the academy, we can still play football with more people. But if we go home, we can only go to the brothel." Ouch! Yamacho, why did you hit me? The first half of Chang Chumo's sentence was the truth. After staying at the academy for half a year, this group of second-generation hedonists in Chang and had basically gotten used to the social life at the academy. Here, everyone did not have to worry about their identity. They could work together and play together. Compared to the days of walking chickens, playing with dogs, and visiting brothels in the past, they undoubtedly preferred their current life. Every day was fulfilling and happy. Li Zishuan glared at this idiot and said unhappily, "Hit you? See if Uncle Chang will chop you up after I tell him what you just said." Chang Chumo immediately withered. He hurriedly said, What did I say just now? Why don't I remember?" Li Tai and his group all distanced themselves from this idiot, indicating that they did not know him. "Yamacho, what was that noise just now?" Li Ku looked up and asked seriously. "There, it's that thing under Mr. Zhang San's feet." Li Zishuan pointed at the bearded man not far away and said. The students immediately swarmed over, and Lanner also followed curiously. "That's it? Isn't it made of paper? Why did it make a noise? Why are there burn marks on it?" Li Tai picked up the finished firework and looked at it from top to bottom. He couldn't help but mutter in disappointment. "Exactly. How could a few broken paper tubes make such a loud noise? Yamacho must be lying to us." Chang Chumo also muttered. "My brother didn't lie to you." Just now Lanner had seen it with her own eyes. After her brother ignited this thing with a bang, something would rush out from it. It would rush into the sky and even explode. "Brother Qing, the noise you heard just now came from here." As one of the parties involved, Lanner crossed her arms and explained to the group of mortals in front of her with a look of superiority. When Li Tai heard this, his eyes lit up. He asked excitedly, "Little sister Lanner, is what you said true? Did something really rush out of here and explode? Lanner nodded and said crisply, of course it's true. When this thing explodes in the sky, you can still see the flames. When Chang Chumo heard this, his saliva almost flowed out. He said covetously, F***CK. Doesn't that mean that if I have this thing I can blow up whoever I want in the future? Smack. Chang Chumo, you're too bad, aren't you? How can you use this thing to blow people up? The bearded man standing next to Chang Chumo slapped Chang Chumo without hesitation. He was also a teacher of the academy, so of course he had the right to teach Chang Chumo a lesson. Ouch! Chang Chumo cried out in pain. Seeing that the person who hit him was a great expert, how could he dare to be rash? He quickly explained, Haha, Mr. Zhang-san, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously. Li Tai ignored the two of them. The little fatty carried the firework tube to Li Zishuan and said, Yamacho, do you still have this thing? Can you give it to us to broaden our horizons? That's right. Yamacho, can you broaden our horizons too? Zhang Sunchong also jeered. Li Zishuan said helplessly, Don't think too much. There's no more. The ones I made in the morning have been finished. Li Tai immediately became anxious. He quickly said, If you're done playing, why don't you do it again? Yamacho, are you short of manpower? We can all help. Yes, we can all help. The rest of the students immediately said in unison. At the end of the day, they were still a group of brats. How could they resist the temptation of fireworks? Li Zishuan thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay, all of you come. Mr. Mo, Mr. Zhang-san, do you want to come together? Me too. Me too. Yamacho. Hey, Xiaoxian, there's still me. Brother Xiaoxian. Anren also wants to see you make fireworks. Wang Ji, as well as Li Zishuan's neighbors, Yan Xiaoning and Lian Ren had all come. Okay. All of you come. Li Zishuan waved his hand, then turned around and walked towards the courtyard. After a short while, a group of people started to make fireworks in the front yard. Of course, it was under Li Zishuan's guidance. Li Zishuan was actually not worried that these people would learn how to make fireworks. This was because the two gunpowder formulas used in fireworks were in his hands. Yamacho, that's it? This thing can fly to the sky and explode? Li Tai made two individual fireworks and asked Li Zishuan in disbelief. Li Zishuan glanced and said with a nod, That's right. Qingke, if you don't believe me, why don't you try lighting it? That's great. Li Tai had the same idea. He laughed and quickly took his two creations and walked away. Following Li Zishuan's instructions, he fixed the fireworks and lit the fuse with his trembling hands. Then he quickly retreated. Bang bang. The two loud noises almost shattered everyone's ears. Li Tai's legs were trembling. He was scared and excited at the same time. F***CK. That's awesome. Qingke. Chang Chumo gave Li Tai a thumbs up. Then he ran to Li Tai with his creations and asked, Qing, help me take a look. Is this okay? Li Tai roughly looked and said, It should be okay. Okay. I'm going to set off the firecrackers too. Chang Chumo smiled proudly. He hugged the two fireworks and walked towards the place where Li Tai had buried the bomb. Haha. Get ready to cover your ears. I'm going to set it off. Chang Chumo laughed heartily as he turned his head and said to the crowd. The students stopped what they were doing and covered their ears. Only then did Chang Chumo turn around, but when he saw who it was, he turned pale with fright. Holy shit! How did it light up? Run! It turned out that when he turned around to talk to the students, the fire in his hand accidentally touched the fuse at that moment. He couldn't care less about anything else. He scampered off. But as luck would have it, when he was running, he brought along the soil next to his feet. The smoking firework fell just like that, and the direction it fell was exactly where the bearded man was. Swoosh! It was too late to say. The moment the firework fell, a bullet shot towards the bearded man. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the bearded man. Chang Chumo, who hadn't run far, heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Bang! The bearded man's face was solemn. He shouted and gathered all the inner energy in his body to condense a force field in front of him. The bullet stopped 3 inches in front of him and couldn't go any further. Just when the bearded man heaved a sigh of relief, the bullet exploded with a bang and the bearded man. Chapter 11:29. Bang! The gunpowder inside the pellet that was flying towards the bearded man suddenly exploded. Instantly, heat waves surged and sparks flew in all directions. Even though the bearded man had condensed all of his internal energy, it was still difficult for him to defend against this sudden explosion of firepower. Pooh! Haha! After the smoke and fire dispersed, the bearded man, who had been bombarded by gunpowder, finally revealed his true appearance. His old face was as black as the bottom of a pot. His originally neat hair was now mostly standing up, and there were many holes in his clothes. His originally dignified image of an academy teacher had instantly turned into an old beggar wandering the streets. No. His shamade appearance was even more miserable than a beggar's. At this moment, the bearded man opened his mouth. What was amazing was that there were actually a few wisps of green smoke coming out from his mouth. Seeing this scene, Li Zixuan could no longer hold it in and laughed out loud. Mr. Zhang San's appearance is so ugly. Lan covered her small mouth and giggled. The others present were already having a hard time holding it in. Seeing the brother and sister laughing first, how could they hold it in any longer? Instantly they roared with laughter. Many people laughed until tears came out of their eyes. However, there were 2 people who were exceptions. One was the bearded man. This old fellow was originally not a kind person. In this world, there was almost no one who dared to humiliate him. If he had not stayed in the academy for so long and restrained some of his wild nature, the scene would probably have turned red. The other person was Cheng Chumo. After this fellow felt the bearded man's gaze that wanted to eat him, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. How could he still laugh? Cough cough. That? I have something to do at home. I'll take my leave first. I'll take my leave first. In the midst of everyone's laughter, Cheng Chumo coughed dryly and slipped away as he spoke. Of the 36 stratagems, escape was the best stratagem. He did not want to bear the anger of the bearded man. He felt that with his small body, he would not be able to bear it at all. Everyone was stunned. The bearded man roared and chased after him. Bastard brat! Where do you think you're going? Even if your father comes today, I will beat you up so badly that even your mother won't be able to recognize you. Hearing this, Cheng Chumo's heart was filled with shock. He hurriedly circulated 120% of his internal energy and ran as fast as he could. He felt that in all these years he had never run as fast as he did today. However, he was only a trash, who had just broken through to the Qi transformation realm not long ago. How could he be faster than the bearded guest, a peerless expert at the peak of the Grandmaster realm? After running roughly 20 to 30 zhang, the bearded guest flashed. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes, and the bearded guest had already flashed behind Cheng Chumo. Following that was the scene of an eagle carrying a chick. The bearded guest's face darkened as he carried Cheng Chumo back. Bang! How dare you point a firecracker at someone? I didn't mean it. Bang! Who told you to play with firecrackers? Roar! I won't do it again. Bang! I'll let you run. Are you trying to run again? Stop running. Stop running. Mr. Zhang San, stop hitting him. Bang! Run. Keep running. Shaoxian Yamacho, help. Someone's going to die. For a moment smoke and dust filled the air, mixed with the bearded guests cursing and begging for mercy. Everyone covered their faces, unable to bear to see someone being beaten up miserably. After a long time the dust settled. The bearded man clapped his hands and swaggered off. When he left, he also took away the other firework that Cheng Chumo had not yet had the time to set off. Cheng Chumo was lying on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face, panting heavily. How could he have the time to care about this? At this moment, he was only praying that the bearded guest would leave quickly. All right. Stop pretending to be dead. Mr. Zhang San has already left. After a while, Cheng Chumo did not hear any movement for a long time. Just as he was about to get up to investigate, he felt someone kick him beside him. Then, he heard Li Zixuan's voice. Gone. He's finally gone. Ouch. Shaoxian, help me up. My waist is about to break. This idiot was still complaining that Li Zixuan did not save him earlier. He did not even call him Yamacho, and directly called him Xiaoxian. Li Zixuan was not in the mood to bicker with this idiot. He went forward and pulled Cheng Chumo, smiled and joked, "Cheng Chumo, you've got guts. You did something that we didn't dare to do today. How was it? Did you feel good blasting Mr. Zhang-san with firecrackers?" Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard that. Cheng Chumo spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva with a black face. The bearded guest had just attacked in anger. Although he did not have the intention to kill, his punches still hit him hard. "Bah, you guys are too King mean. None of you came to help me when I was being beaten up. Chonyo, it's not that we don't want to help you. We just don't want to help you get beaten up," Lika said humorously. Haha. Everyone laughed again. Cheng Chumo realized that he could not stay here any longer. The smiles of the people here were full of malice. F***ck. I'm going back to the dormitory to change my clothes. What a bunch of heartless friends. Cheng Chumo complained. When he passed by the place where they made the fireworks, he bent down and picked up the 2 fireworks made by Sun Zifan, then ran away. F***ck. Cheng Chumo, you be ***starred, you stole my firecrackers. Put them down. Sun Zifan was shocked and angry. This idiot was obviously unwilling to let Cheng Chumo steal the fireworks that he worked so hard to make. Hence he quickly chased after him. However, it was hard to say if he could catch up. When he returned to the dormitory, Cheng Chumo could only take a cold shower in the dormitory because the academy's bathhouse was not open yet. He washed the dust and blood off his face and changed into a new set of clothes. He looked no different from before he was beaten up. After everything was done, he took the 2 fireworks and left the dormitory, ready to go home. It was almost New Year's Eve. Even if he did not want to go home, he still had to go home. His mother had already sent people to Yunshan to urge him to go home several times. However, when he walked out of the dormitory area, he unfortunately met someone that he did not want to see. Mr. Zhang-san? What do you want? You've already beaten him up. It's time to put an end to this matter, right? Besides, I didn't do it on purpose. The Fengshan 3 heroes shouldn't be so petty, right? Cheng Chumo said with a strong front. In reality, he was panicking inside. He was afraid that the bearded man would beat him up again. "Hey, kid, why don't you go back with your injuries and ask your father to take revenge on me?" The bearded man did not have the intention to beat him up. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said in a rough voice, "Oh, Chapter 1130. If you can't fight, what's the point of going home and calling for your parents? Mr. Zhang-san, although I can't beat you now, the river flows east for 30 years and the river flows west for 30 years. 30 years later, I know just 10 years. 10 years later, I will definitely be able to beat you. At that time, I will take revenge for today." Within the Yanhuang Academy, Cheng Chumo held his head high and puffed out his chest as he looked at the bearded man with a haughty expression. During the Warring States period, Qin and Wei fought over Hanoi. Wuxia helped Wei to take over Hanoi. 30 years later, Baiqi helped Qin to take back Hanoi. Folk songs spread everywhere. The river flows east for 30 years and the river flows west for 30 years. Wuxia and Baiqi rise, the heavens make a mystery. So this saying was not invented by Do Po. Actually, this fellow knew his own situation. Even if his father Cheng Yaojin was willing to come to Yunshan to take revenge for him, he would definitely not be a match for the bearded guest. Moreover, the bearded guest had Li Jing and Hong Funu backing him up. If they really fought, the Cheng family might not be able to survive. Moreover, after Cheng Yaojin found out about his actions, he would only scold him with "serves you right." He would not come to Yunshan to vent his anger on the bearded guest. Okay? When it came to his father's nature, Cheng Chumo was quite sure of it. Haha. Not bad. Good ambition. People who practice martial arts should not be afraid of losing, and not admit defeat. I admire you very much. Next semester, you will follow me for special training. Maybe 10 years later, you will really have the strength to fight me. Kid, what's with your expression? The bearded guest looked at Cheng Chumo with admiration. However, he immediately realized that the latter's expression was not right. That expression was as if he had eaten shit. No, nothing. I'm flattered. Yes, I'm flattered. To be able to receive guidance from Mr. Zhang San is this junior's honor. Chang Chumo quickly changed his expression and said flatteringly. The bearded guest nodded with satisfaction. He smiled and said, That's more like it. You may leave now. Chang Chumo felt as if he had been pardoned. He cupped his fists and immediately slipped away. The fat beating from an hour ago did not affect this guy's speed at all. F***ck. Why am I so F***king unlucky today? For no reason at all, a great expert insisted on exchanging pointers with me, and for some inexplicable reason, I was taken in as half a disciple by that guy. I don't want to be forced to learn martial arts from that bearded man. It's over. Damn it, there's no way I can pass the next semester. Sigh. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have acted tough earlier. After descending the cloud mountain, Chang Chumo rode on his horse and ran wildly while cursing to himself. Actually, this guy did not know how lucky he was. In this world, he was the first person who dared to use a firecracker to blast the bearded guest alive and kicking. If it was another person in another situation, that person's life would probably be gone. But now, he was only beaten up by the bearded guest without pain or itch. In addition, the bearded guest's martial arts cultivation was definitely one of the top 5 in the world today. It was even possible that it was one of the top 3 existences. Who knew how many martial artists in the Jianghu yearned to receive his guidance? But Chang Chumo did not know how lucky he was. If this news were to spread, he would probably drown in the spittle of others. Ayo! Chumo, you're finally back. Is the cloud mountain so good that you don't even want to return home? When Chang Chumo returned home, his mother immediately went up to him. She was both happy and complaining. Mother, your son has been revising at the academy recently. Chang Chumo, this guy was good at lying. In order to prevent his mother from nagging, he did not even care about his integrity. Bullshit. Where did the wound on your face come from? How could Chang Yaojin not know what kind of character his son had? He scolded him in a bad mood. Then, he swept a glance at Chang Chumo's face and asked immediately. Chang Chumo was stunned. He did not expect that his father would still see through him even though he had cleaned it up so neatly. At this moment, his mind was spinning rapidly as he frantically thought of an excuse in his head. Then he heard Chang Yaojin say, You little brat, stop making up lies to deceive your father. Quickly tell me, did you fight with someone? And you didn't win? You're really embarrassing your father. No one knew a son better than his father. Chang Yaojin made a wild guess and guessed pretty close to the mark. Chang Chumo's face suddenly became a little flustered. No, I didn't fight, father. This is because I was accidentally hit by a ball when I was playing football with someone yesterday. Bullshit. What kind of wound is on your face? How can I not see it? If you don't tell me the truth, do you believe that I won't beat you up? Chang Yaojin angrily said with a face of disbelief. Seeing this, Chang Chumo immediately became terrified. He quickly said the truth. Father, don't. I'll say it, okay? This wound is. At this time, Chang Chumo could not care about anything else. He could only briefly explain what happened in the afternoon to Chang Yaojin. Firecracker? What kind of firecracker can injure Zhang Zhongjian? Chang Yaojin was shocked when he heard it. He was not shocked that Chang Chumo was beaten up, but that a small firecracker could actually injure a peerless expert like the bearded guest. When Chang Chumo heard it, he felt even more hurt. Although he did not expect his father to help him vent his anger, but he should at least show some concern, right? Father, this firecracker is not an ordinary firecracker. It is a new toy that little Xian made. Can fly into the sky and explode. Actually, Mr. Zhang San did not suffer any injuries. His face was only blackened by the explosion and his clothes were torn. That's still very powerful. Do you still have that firecracker? Let me see it. Chang Yaojin was very interested in the thing that could injure the bearded guest. His eyes lit up as he looked at his son and asked. No more. It's finished. Chang Chumo quickly shook his head and could not help but tighten his sleeves. Chang Yao narrowed his eyes and snorted. En? Really no more? His tone carried a hint of danger. Knowing that his father was an old hooligan, Chang Chumo clenched his teeth and quickly took out a firework from his sleeve. He handed it over and said, "Father, I only made 2 in the afternoon. One was placed in the academy. There's only 1 left." Rather than being searched by the old hooligan, he might as well take the initiative to hand over one. This way he could still keep one. "Hey, how do you play with this thing?" Chang Yaojin took the firework and laughed. Chang Chumo pretended to be depressed and replied, "Father, if you light the string below, this paper tube will shoot out a small ball that will explode." Understood. Men quickly bring a match. A moment later, Chang Chumo's horrified roar came from the Chung residence's courtyard. F***CK. "Father, you can't hold this thing in your hand." Immediately after, there was a deafening explosion. Bang! Bah! Unfilial son. Stop right there. Chapter 1131. Chang Yaojin beat his son when he had nothing to do at home. Li Zixuan was thinking about how to improve the fireworks on Yunshan Mountain. After dusk, the sky gradually darkened. Under Lan Er's instigation, Li Zixuan set off another plate of fireworks. With the dark night sky as the background, the fireworks shot into the sky and emitted extremely bright flames. Lan Er was extremely excited. Her small hands were red from clapping. Li Zixuan, on the other hand, was somewhat dissatisfied. This was because although these fireworks were indeed very novel to the ancient people, to a modern person like him, the color was somewhat monotonous. Modern fireworks were not only colorful but also varied in forms. When they bloomed in the night sky, they would always dazzle people. Li Zixuan's first-generation fireworks, to put it bluntly, were just a few enhanced versions of sky rocket cannons. Bang bang bang. Oh! A burst of fireworks and explosions came from the west side of the academy, as well as the cheers of the students. The students who came to make fireworks in the afternoon must have contributed the fireworks tonight. He just hoped that Mo Zhong and the others would step up their patrols at night and not be lazy. Otherwise, it would be bad if the fireworks caused a fire. "Husband, what's wrong? Are you not satisfied with the firecrackers?" Han Yushi asked tentatively when she saw that Li Zixuan's expression was not right. What she didn't expect was that this random guess was right. "Yes, I'm not satisfied," Li Zixuan replied dispiritedly. "Huh." Han Yushi was dumbfounded and said, "Husband, this firecracker is already very powerful. Lan Er and I have never seen firecrackers that can fly so high and so loudly. What else are you not satisfied with, husband?" Lan Er's eyes lit up. Children could be very greedy sometimes, especially when it came to fun. "Brother, is there something more fun to this firecracker?" Li Zixuan chuckled and rubbed Lan Er's little head. "Of course there's something more fun. Actually, my brother calls this thing fireworks. According to my original idea, after it explodes in the sky, it should look like a flower, and not just a ball of yellow light like now." "Wow, this is fun. This is fun. Brother, can you make a real firework for Lan Er to play with?" Lan Er cried out excitedly when she heard that. Han Yushi's face was full of disbelief. She tugged at Li Zixuan's sleeve and murmured, "Husband, is there really such a magical thing in this world?" Li Zixuan said with a smile, "Of course. I'll make one tomorrow. It's just a matter of adding a few more ingredients. It's not difficult at all." Theoretically speaking, it was not difficult to obtain the kind of fireworks he had just mentioned. That firecracker was just filled with black powder. How could it hurt someone? How strange. Around midnight, in the teacher's dormitory of Yanhuang College, the bearded guest's room was still lit. The bearded man sat upright on the stool with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He stared unblinkingly at the small pile of black powder placed on the desk in front of him in a daze. In the end, he muttered with a puzzled sigh. The scene in the afternoon certainly made him angry. However, after his anger dissipated and he calmed down, a layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on his back. He was afraid. He had been apprenticed to a master since he was young and had practiced martial arts for decades. That was how he had achieved his current achievements. He was one of the top 5 martial arts masters in the world. In his life, if he wasn't pursuing freedom, then he was pursuing power. However, the thing he had pursued his whole life was almost broken, because of a small toy. How could he not be shocked and afraid? If this continued, wouldn't it mean that in the future, Even a martial arts master who had practiced martial arts for decades would not be a match for a firecracker child? Wouldn't that be the biggest joke in the world? If that was the case, then what was the point of martial arts practitioners like them practicing martial arts regardless of the winter and summer? Others might not believe it, but that was the truth. A small firework, a small accident, actually made the infamous bearded guest fall into a daze and fall into a demonic trance. Let's ask Yamacho tomorrow. He's also a martial artist. He sat like this until midnight, but the bearded guest still did not walk out of his demonic trance. He finally gave up thinking about it. Feiji, go to the workshop and get me some more things. The next morning, Li Zixuan had breakfast and ordered Pang Feiji. Yes, Marquis. Pang Feiji responded, then smiled and said, Marquis still wants to make firecrackers. Obviously, when the fireworks were set off yesterday, this guy was also watching from the side. At that time he was still surprised. He did not understand how the few materials he brought back yesterday could explode after being fiddled with by Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan glanced at him and said unhappily, You're smart. If you don't keep your mouth shut, see if I don't teach you a lesson later. It could be said that in today's world, other than Li Zixuan, Pang Feiji was the one who knew the method of making fireworks the best. If it was not out of trust, Li Zixuan would never have handed the fireworks gunpowder formula to Pang Feiji. Pang Feiji clasped his fist and said, Marquis, don't worry. My mouth is very tight. Even if you use a metal rod to pry it open, you won't be able to pry it open. Pang Feiji obviously understood that Li Zixuan was willing to give him this kind of task, so he was very excited. Go quickly. What are you talking about? Hee. I'll go now. Pang Feiji took the new formula and hurriedly left. Yo, good morning, Mr. Zhangsen. Just as he stepped out of the door, Pang Feiji almost bumped into the curly-bearded guest who was striding towards him. He hurriedly greeted him politely. There was no other reason. The curly-bearded guest's experience and seniority were there, so he had no choice but to respect him. Moreover, during the military training, the curly-bearded guest had taught him martial arts, which made him even more grateful. Is Yamacho in? The curly-bearded guest frowned and asked straightforwardly. Marquis is inside. Pang Feiji clasped his fist and answered. The curly-bearded guest nodded and did not say anything else. He lifted his leg and walked into the courtyard. Strange, Mr. Zhangsan's complexion doesn't look right. Could it be that he suffered internal injuries from yesterday's explosion? Oh my God, isn't the power of the firecrackers too strong? Pang Feiji walked for a while and could not help but mumble to himself. Let's not think about it anymore. I should hurry up and finish the task that Marquis gave me. I just don't know if the firecrackers made by Marquis's new formula will be even more powerful. Pang Feiji shook his head and mumbled to himself. He then walked down the mountain. Chapter 1132. Yamacho, this firecracker is so powerful when it explodes. Have you ever thought of using it against your enemies? Yunshan Villa. Li Zixuan had just sent off Pang Feiji when the bearded guest arrived. The moment the bearded guest sat down, he asked such a strange question. Li Zixuan's heart moved. He raised his head to look at the bearded guest and asked, Mr. Zhang-san, why would you have such an idea? Yesterday, Chang Chumo used that firecracker and almost injured me. Last night I thought of a problem. If Yamacho's firecracker was even more powerful, wouldn't it be able to threaten some of the Jianghu experts? The bearded guest was silent for a moment before he said expressionlessly. Li Zixuan did not expect the bearded guest to think in this direction. Wasn't the firecracker he was talking about equivalent to modern firearms? It's like this. In fact, as far as I know, there is a weapon that works in a similar way to firecrackers. It has something similar to a hidden weapon hidden in it, and this hidden weapon can be propelled by a material. Its speed is not inferior to that of an ordinary grandmaster. This weapon has very low requirements for the user. Ordinary people who have never practiced martial arts can easily use it. I call this weapon a firearm. Actually, the firearm he was talking about was a gun. China was the first to invent gunpowder. However, it was initially used to make firecrackers. Foreigners were inspired by gunpowder and made guns. Li Zixuan felt that when he led Tang Dynasty's industry to a certain level, guns and cannons would definitely be made. The bearded guest was even more shocked. He did not suspect that Li Zixuan was lying or exaggerating. Previously, when he saw the detailed sea map, it already proved that Li Zixuan had some kind of ability to know everything. Therefore, when he heard Li Zixuan describe a firearm, his first reaction was not suspicion, but shock. If the firearm Li Zixuan said really existed, then the matter would be more serious than what he was worried about last night. Firearm? Yamacho, in this firearm, does it also use the black powder from firecrackers? That's right. But I call that powder gunpowder. Different uses would lead to different formulas for gunpowder. Correspondingly, the power of gunpowder would also be different. The gunpowder in the firecrackers is the least powerful type of gunpowder. Li Zixuan said indifferently. He understood that because the bearded man was highly skilled in martial arts, it was inevitable that he would be somewhat arrogant. Now that he had instilled a bit of knowledge on firearms into this bearded man, perhaps it would give birth to a trace of reverence in his heart. The least powerful one. The bearded man's pupils constricted. At this moment, he felt that he was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Right. A few months ago, the Serpent Spirit Mountain was destroyed overnight. Yamacho, did you use those so-called firearms? Having been in Chang'an for so long, the bearded man had already investigated everything about Li Zixuan, so it was not surprising that he knew about the Snake Spirit Mountain. The corner of Li Zixuan's mouth twitched. Was he shooting himself in the foot? Originally, he wanted to open the eyes of the bearded man and make him feel some reverence. He did not expect the bearded man to hit the nail on the head and guess the real reason for the destruction of the Serpent Spirit Mountain. The inside story was top secret at the moment. Only he and Li Er knew about it. More or less. Li Zixuan gloomily gave an ambiguous answer. The bearded man sucked in a breath of cold air. He was really frightened by the power of the firearms described by Li Zixuan. A powerful Jianghu sect was actually annihilated just like that. In the face of firearms, a person's bravery seems so weak at this moment. Sigh. Doesn't that mean that all the hard work we put into practicing martial arts in the winter and summer is all in vain? In the end, we can't even compare to an ordinary person with a firearm? The bearded man suddenly let out a long sigh, and his aura became much more depressed. Li Zixuan was stunned. Only then did he understand the true purpose of the bearded man's visit today. It turned out that this bearded man was almost hurt by the fireworks yesterday, causing his martial arts heart to suffer a blow. Haha, Mr. Zhang San's words are wrong. Li Zixuan pondered for a while, then smiled and said, firstly, practicing martial arts is not for the sake of fighting with others. Mr. Zhang San's martial arts understanding shouldn't be so shallow for you to have such great strength today. Secondly, practicing martial arts can strengthen one's body and even prolong one's life. A person's life is short. What could be more important than living for another 2 years? Thirdly, although firearms are powerful, normal firearms will not be able to hurt a martial arts expert of your level. Furthermore, if both parties have firearms, a martial arts expert will definitely be much better at using firearms than an ordinary person. Furthermore, when faced with firearms, a martial arts expert will obviously have a higher chance of survival compared to an ordinary person. Fourthly, if Tang Dynasty can really create firearms in the future, it will only be in the hands of the imperial court. The commoners will definitely not have them. Martial arts practitioners who abide by the law will not have to worry about the threat of firearms. Therefore, in conclusion, martial arts practitioners will have an advantage whether or not firearms exist in this world. Mr. Zhang San, there is no need for you to doubt martial arts. The bearded man seemed to have understood something. After a moment of silence, he stood up and clasped his fists. Looks like I'm wrong. I'm a few decades old, but I can't see through things as clearly as Yamacho. I'm ashamed. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any further. Goodbye. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the door. Li Zixuan shook his head helplessly. What the bearded guest did today actually made him feel quite refreshed. A peerless expert could actually see the threat from the firecrackers. This kind of unique eyesight, there was no one else like him. When it was close to noon, Peng Feiji returned with a few bags of materials. Li Zixuan inspected them, then went straight to the backyard to do his experiments. He wanted to create real fireworks, fireworks of different colors and shapes. In order to achieve this goal, he had to add something to the fireworks. In fact, every modern firework was made up of a pod, and each pod could be called a star. These stars had a diameter of about 1 to 1.5 inches, 3 to 4 centimeters. In a firework explosion, the atoms of each star would absorb energy, and when they lost the excess energy, they would produce light. Different chemical substances would release different amounts of energy, thus producing different colors of light. For example, when sodium nitrate was heated, the electrons in the sodium atoms would absorb energy and become excited. When the electrons transition from a high energy level to a low energy level, they would release about 200 kilojoules per mole of energy, which was the energy of yellow light. This was known as the flame reaction in chemistry. When different metals were burned, the light they emitted was different. For example, calcium's flame reaction was the red color of bricks, copper's flame reaction was blue, and potassium's flame reaction was purple. There were also many other metal elements that had their own unique colors. Now that he knew the color of the flame, he could understand how the colorful fireworks were made. In fact, different metal elements were put into the fireworks according to different proportions. After the fireworks were ignited, they would produce different flame reactions in the sky and emit different colors of light. As for how to control the flame shape of the fireworks when they exploded in the sky, the person who made the fireworks had to arrange the positions of the metal elements according to a certain order. Chapter 1133. There were many raw materials for modern fireworks, and the raw materials for different colors of fireworks were different. Generally speaking, the raw materials were KNO3, potassium nitrate, KClO3, potassium chlorate, C carbon powder, S sulfur powder, senior NO3, 2 strontium nitrate, and so on. Some of these raw materials were easy to get, and some were difficult to get at the moment. Li Zixuan could only try his best to get what he could now. For example, potassium salt. It was definitely unrealistic to ask someone to find a potassium salt mine, but it was possible to get potassium salt from some of the things around him. For example, there was some in the ashes of plants. Because the ashes of plants were the ashes after burning, it contained almost all the mineral elements contained in plants. The most abundant element was potassium, which generally contained 6 to 12% potassium, and more than 90% of it was in the form of carbonate. The next was phosphorus, which generally contained 1.5 to 3%. It also contained calcium, magnesium, silicon, sulfur, iron, manganese, copper, zinc, boron, molybdenum, and other trace elements. Just like that, Li Zixuan exhausted his brain power and used all the available raw materials around him, and finally made the first batch of fireworks with multiple colors. Brother, is it done? Can this thing really be as beautiful as a flower? Lan'er saw Li Zixuan get up and quickly came over to ask. This girl had been circling around Li Zixuan since morning. One moment she asked this, the next moment she asked that, making Li Zixuan's head hurt from all the noise. In the end, Li Zixuan told the little girl that if she continued to be noisy, he wouldn't be able to make today's fireworks. Only then did Lan'er quiet down. At this moment, seeing that Li Zixuan was obviously going to call it a day, how could she bear it after holding it in for so long? She immediately ran to Li Zixuan to find out what was going on. Hee, of course. Li Zixuan clapped his hands and said confidently. Lan'er said excitedly, then brother, let's see. Li Zixuan said unhappily, Lan'er, it's still daytime now. Even if I let it go, you won't see anything. I'll let it go at night. Do we still have to wait until night time? Lan'er's face, which was still very bright and beautiful just now, instantly turned gloomy. The little girl's face really changed at will. Haha, Lan'er, don't worry. The sky will turn dark in about 2 hours. It won't take long. Han Yushi walked over and laughed softly. All right then. Sister Yushi, what are we eating tonight? At night. Li Zixuan smiled. This little girl was quite close to Han Yushi now. She was almost obedient to her. Others were like repelling each other, but the two of them were like attracting each other. Shaking his head, Li Zixuan decided to enter the house and head to the hot spring room in the courtyard to soak in the hot spring and rest. Speaking of which, when he dug out the hot spring in this courtyard, he had people surround the hot spring and built a house directly on the hot spring. It was specially used to soak in the hot spring during winter. Now that he was grounded at home, it was a good time to enjoy it. However, after building the hot spring room in the backyard, the space was a little tight. Li Zishuan planned to expand this courtyard after the new year. At the very least, he wanted to transform it into a large villa courtyard. This way, even if the whole family moved in, it wouldn't be crowded. Sigh. Lan'er, this little girl is really a little light bulb. Li Zishuan thought unhappily as he soaked in the hot spring alone. Speaking of which, if this little girl wasn't here, wouldn't he and Han Yushi be soaking in a mandarin duck bath right now? Oh. Lan'er, who was outside, didn't feel the slightest bit of resentment from her brother. The little girl had been waiting for a long time and finally waited until the sky turned dark. Tonight's dinner was also started an hour earlier. Therefore, as soon as they finished eating, Lan'er pestered Li Zishuan to set off fireworks. Li Zishuan didn't refuse this time. He carried a large plate of 64 fireworks and walked towards the open area in front of the courtyard. Li Jingma, Madame Li, and the 3 members of the Yi family were all having dinner here. Naturally, they also came to watch the fireworks. Hee. We came back late last night and missed it. Tonight is just right. Let's see what the fireworks are like. Old Madame Yi said with a smile. Li Jingma said somewhat helplessly, Xianer is a marquis. All he does is fiddle with these useless things at home. Won't others laugh at him if word gets out? Madame Li slapped Li Jingma's arm and said angrily, What's there to laugh at? Isn't Xianer just trying to celebrate the new year for us elders in Yunshan? How is he being laughed at? Also, I heard that the King of Wei and the King of Han came over personally to make the fireworks yesterday. If they can do it, why can't Xianer do it? Old Madame Yi laughed and tried to smooth things over. Yuzhu is right. It's the new year. Jingma, don't be so serious. No matter what outsiders say, it can't compare to our family celebrating the new year together. Grandmother, quickly cover your ears. Big brother is going to light the fireworks. Lan'er ignored the quarrel between the adults. She tugged at old Madame Ye's arm and said excitedly, Hey, okay. Grandmother will cover her ears right now. Old Madame Yi covered her ears and smiled kindly. Seeing this, the rest of the people also covered their ears. Fizz. On the other side, Li Zishuan had already lit the fuse of the fireworks with a lighter. Then he quickly ran over and shouted, Everyone cover your ears. The fireworks are going off. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a soft boom, and a firework shot into the sky with red sparks. With a loud boom, a beautiful flower bloomed in the night sky. The colors of the fireworks were a riot of colors. There were red, yellow, blue, green, purple, and pink. It looked extremely beautiful. Wow! It's so beautiful. Dad, Mom, Grandmother. Look, the fireworks are so beautiful. Lan'er's eyes widened as she chirped loudly. Old Madame Yi, Madame Li, and the others had already looked up and saw the fireworks in the sky. They all widened their eyes. Faced with this beautiful scene, they even forgot to breathe. It was so beautiful that it was tragic. It was so beautiful that it was hard to extricate oneself from it. Boom! Before the light of the first firework had even dissipated, the second firework had already soared into the sky. With another loud bang, an incomparably huge flower proudly bloomed. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. It was a complete collection of colors. It was a gorgeous purple and brilliant red, decorating the night sky beautifully and gracefully, illuminating the earth as if it was daytime. This is the fireworks. Li Jingma's mouth was opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in it. His breathing also became rapid. He could no longer say those words about Li Zishuan not doing his job because the beauty of the fireworks was far beyond his scope of understanding. In his opinion, such a magnificent scene was no different from a miracle. Chapter 1134. Damn! Look! There's something happening at the Yamacho courtyard. Yanhuang College. At this time, the students had just finished eating in the cafeteria and were returning to their dormitories. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the east side of Yunshan courtyard. No one knew who shouted, but the students, regardless of what they were doing, immediately looked in that direction. Finally, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Under the pitch-black sky, brilliant fireworks bloomed in the air. The flames continued to spread, looking like giant glowing peonies. They directly lit up half of the sky in the east. Damn! These are not the firecrackers from yesterday. These are probably Yamacho's new firecrackers. Li Tai turned his head to look and was immediately flabbergasted. Wow! These firecrackers are so beautiful. They are completely different from the ones you set off yesterday, Qing. Yes, these are 100 times more beautiful than the ones the Academy set off yesterday. How can firecrackers be so colorful? This is amazing. Li Ke looked to the east and was in a daze. After a while he said eagerly, Qingke, let's go to Yamacho's place to see these new firecrackers. Li Tai also wanted to go, but he was still clear-headed. He said, Ku, are you confused? It's late at night, and the Academy's gate is already closed. Yinhuang College did not restrict students from entering and leaving during the winter holidays, but students were still not allowed to go out at night. This was for the safety of the students. There was a curfew in Chang'an City, let alone a small place like Yunshan. If they were to meet some bad guys or beasts outside, they would not even be able to find their bodies. Sun Zifan laughed and said, Why don't we climb over the wall? Just like last time? He had to admit that this guy was really the king of ideas. He could even come up with such a stupid idea. Li Tai rolled his eyes and said crossly, Are you stupid, kid? We climbed over the wall last time to look for meat. Why are we going out this time? Going to Yamacho's place to see the fireworks? Isn't that walking right into their trap? That's true. Sun Zifan scratched his head awkwardly and said gloomily, Stop talking nonsense and focus on watching. We can see it clearly from here. The fireworks are almost finished. Li Tai said impatiently as he stared at the eastern sky. Yes, I have to hurry up and read it. The rest of them nodded vigorously. Obviously, they had all seen the 9-bang firecracker from Li Zishuan yesterday, and subconsciously thought that there would only be 9 fireworks tonight. This was also one of the reasons why Li Tai was unwilling to leave the academy to watch the fireworks. Because according to this calculation, before they could climb over the wall, the fireworks on the other side would be finished. Bang bang bang. Flowers blossomed one after another under the night sky. Many students ran to the corridor on the 3rd or 4th floor of the teaching building to look as far as they could. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10. Why isn't it done yet? Oh, today's firecrackers are not only different in color from yesterday's, but there are also more of them. We can finally feast our eyes on them. Tonight's firecrackers are really beautiful. Did Yamacho put the stars in the sky into the firecrackers? It's so beautiful. It's true. When the firecrackers explode in the sky, they are as dazzling as the stars in the sky. It's simply amazing. Sun Zifan said regretfully, Sigh. If I had known that Yamacho was going to set off such beautiful firecrackers tonight, I would have just stayed at Yamacho's house during the day. Now I can only watch from afar and not up close. It's so King unbearable. Hey, Zifan, you should think about Cheng Chumo. That guy returned to Chang'an yesterday. He didn't get to watch it all tonight. Haha. Li Tai also felt a little regretful, but he knew how to comfort himself. When he thought of Cheng Chumo, he immediately felt happy. He was only a prince, not a crown prince. He had to serve Li Er and Zhongsun every day in the palace. He had built his own residence outside the palace. Although Zhongsun had sent people to urge him to return to Chang, and as soon as possible, he refused with the excuse of reviewing his homework. It was precisely because of this that he could see such a grand occasion tonight. Qingke, you're right. Haha. Cheng Chumo, that unlucky guy, returned to Chang'an so early. I'll have someone send him a letter tomorrow morning to tell him about tonight's situation. Sun Zifan's eyes lit up and immediately said cheekily, Wow! Grandfather! Second uncle! Second mother! Come out and watch the firecrackers. Brother Xiaoxian is setting off firecrackers again. And tonight's firecrackers are different from last night's. It's so beautiful. In Li Gang's residence, Xiao Ren heard the commotion and quickly ran out of the house. When he saw the colorful fireworks, he immediately shouted excitedly, Boom! 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 Li Gang, his son, and daughter-in-law walked out of the house skeptically. When they saw the beautiful fireworks in the sky, they couldn't take their eyes off it. This Such a miracle, Marquis Yong. And is indeed the son of an immortal. Such immortal means, we mortals can't compare to them. Li Gang's second son, Li Lian, couldn't help but be dazed when he saw this scene. When he thought of other legends about Li Zishuan, he sighed. Smack! What immortal or not? This old man can tell you with certainty that Yamacho is just an ordinary person. It's just that he knows more than others. This old man plans to let an run study at Yinhuang College in the future. This old man has a faint intuition that this era is about to change. Li Gang slapped Li Lian's arm and then sighed with a face full of emotion. Father, you can do whatever you want. I have no objections. Although Li Lian was puzzled as to why his father didn't want Li Gang to study Confucianism, he didn't have much say in such matters once Li Gang made a decision. He might as well agree. At the same time, the owners of Sun Simiao's and Yan Xiaoning's residences walked out of their houses and looked at the sky above Li Zishuan's residence. There were also the citizens of Plum Village and the Han family manor at the foot of Cloud Mountain. When they heard the commotion, they all walked out of their houses. They looked at the colorful fireworks at the peak of Cloud Mountain with mesmerized expressions. The sounds of praises and cheers were endless. Tonight's fireworks were also a feast for everyone's eyes. A total of 64 explosions lit up the sky above Yun Mountain for a full 10 minutes. It was far more beautiful and lasted longer than last night's fireworks. The beauty of fireworks was so short, but so bold and so passionate. Even if it only had a second of life, it had to be done perfectly and in the most brilliant way possible. The first time it appeared in the Tang dynasty, it left an indelible impression in the hearts of thousands of people. Chapter 1135. Your Majesty, according to the palace guards, there seems to be a blazing fire in the direction of Yanhuang College. At Ganlu Palace, Li Er had not gone to rest. He was still bitterly working overtime to read the memorials. At this moment, Zhao Song walked in from outside and bowed to Li Er. Why do you say there seems to be a blazing fire? Whether there's a fire or not, can't you confirm such a simple thing? Li Er's mind was sharp. He immediately caught the loophole in Zhao Song's words and asked with a frown. Zhao Song replied, Your Majesty, I also went up to the city gate to take a look. In the direction of Yunshan, there's not just a blazing fire. Other than that, there's red, orange, green, blue, purple, and all sorts of other colors. It looks like the rainbow divine light that was accompanied by the gods in ancient legends. Rainbow divine light? Li Er was shocked. He stood up and said, Follow me to the Black Tortoise Gate Tower. Hey, Your Majesty, put on this fox fur coat. Zhao Song took a coat from the rack by the wall and said quickly. Now that the palace was heated, Li Er was only wearing a single layer of clothing. It would be strange if he didn't catch a cold when he went out like this. Okay. Li Er nodded. After he was armed, the master and servant left Taiji Palace and headed north to the Black Tortoise Gate Tower. If Li Zishuan knew that the fireworks he set off were mistaken for the rainbow divine light by Li Er and Zhao Song, he would probably laugh his head off. At the same time, this also showed that Li Zishuan's pursuit of the path of the gods was not completely dead. If he believed in Li Zishuan's atheism, why would he make such a big fuss at night to see the so-called rainbow divine light? Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Er brought Zhao Song to the Black Tortoise Gate Tower. When the general on the tower saw Li Er, he quickly cupped his fists and bowed. Li Er was unmoved. He looked straight in the direction of Yunshan, but all he saw was darkness. There was nothing. That was because the fireworks at Yunshan had already finished. Didn't they say there was a rainbow divine light? Why is there nothing? Li Er frowned and said unhappily, Your Majesty, the seven-colored light in the direction of Cloud Mountain has just disappeared. Zhao Song looked at the soldiers guarding the city. The soldiers quickly stepped forward and answered. Oh! Li Er's face was filled with disappointment. He looked in the direction of Cloud Mountain. After a moment of silence he said, Send someone to Cloud Mountain tomorrow to find out what happened. Zhao Song bowed. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Er flicked his sleeves and turned around to descend the city gate tower. There were no neon lights in this era. Naturally, there was no light pollution at night. Generally, the sky was pitch black except for the night of the full moon. The fireworks show on Yunshan dyed the sky red, which was quite conspicuous in the dark night. Therefore, Not only did Zhao Song and the generals of the imperial city see the rainbow divine light in the night sky, but many people in Chang'an City also saw it. Early the next morning, the people in the city immediately started discussing. It was close to the new year, and most people were preparing for the new year. They were busy all year round, and this was the only time they could have some free time. It was normal for them to gossip with their neighbors in the morning. Hey, old Lu, did you see the rainbow divine light in the east last night? I also faintly heard the sound of thunder over there. Hey, old Hua, you saw it too? I thought I was the only one who saw it. Hey, do you think it's the divine light brought by the gods who descended from the heavens? Yo, that's possible. But shouldn't that direction be Cloud Mountain? Could it be that a literary star descended on Cloud Mountain last night? Hey, what you said makes sense. Yanhuang College's students are so outstanding. Who knows, there might be 1 or 2 literary stars among them. TSK. Yanhuang College is indeed a godly school. If my little brat can get in, even if I Lu Dali die immediately, it will be worth it. With the lively atmosphere close to the new year, more and more people knew that the rainbow divine light had appeared in the sky in the east of Chang'an City last night. There were all kinds of speculations. Some said that a divine immortal had descended to the mortal world. Some said that a divine light had descended from the sky. And some even said that a divine treasure had appeared. There were all kinds of different theories, but the most popular one was that a literary star had descended from Yanhuang College on Cloud Mountain. Yanhuang College had been completely pushed to the altar by word of mouth this time. This was something that Li Zixuan had never expected. Your Majesty, after dinner last night, I heard from the servants in the mansion that there was a divine light in the east. I went to the tower to take a look and saw the rainbow divine light in the east. I guess that a divine immortal must have descended to the mortal world where the divine light descended. This is an auspicious sign. I congratulate Your Majesty. I congratulate the Tang Empire. Taiji Palace Morning Court. After the ceremony, a middle-aged official in his 30s came forward and bowed to Li Er, and said in a loud voice. Hearing this, the officials were stunned. Many of them had indeed seen the divine light in the east last night, but seeing it was one thing. Wasn't he flattering the emperor? Oh no, he was flattering the emperor. Wei Zheng's face darkened and he said angrily, Su Sharon, don't talk nonsense. How can a divine light be auspicious? After that, he cupped his hands to Li Er and said loudly, Your Majesty, I impeach Su Jingzong of the Secretariat for flattering Your Majesty and speaking nonsense about a divine immortal. Your Majesty, please punish this person severely. Otherwise, it will hurt Your Majesty's wisdom. Su Jingzong, this person was actually Su Jingzong, the censor of the Secretariat, the person who held the position of Prime Minister during Li Ji's era. Your Majesty, I am innocent. I was just speculating. How can I flatter Your Majesty? May I ask if Wei Zhuqing saw the divine light in the east last night? Su Jingzong didn't get angry at all after being scolded by Wei Zhuqing. Instead, he defended himself and asked Wei Zheng back. Wei Zheng glared at him and said, So what if I saw it? Could it be that the heavenly light was an auspicious sign of the arrival of a true immortal? Su Sharon, before you investigate clearly, don't jump to conclusions. The Great Tang's current prosperity is not due to an auspicious sign from the heavens, but due to His Majesty and the hundreds of civil and military officials working hard to achieve it. During Zhengguan's era, the governance was rather clean. As the saying goes, when the water is too clean, there will be no fish. Under Li Er's leadership, the court was filled with upright officials. Wei Zheng's words were so persuasive that they could enlighten even the apathetic. Immediately, he gained the favor of many upright officials. Kang Yingda stepped forward and said, I agree with Wei Zhuqing's words. Auspicious omens can't be trusted. The Great Tang is able to have peace today because of auspicious omens. Su Jingzong opened his mouth and was about to step forward to argue with Old Kong when he heard Li Er's slightly angry voice. Stand down. The Great Tang is surrounded by wolves. How can there be auspicious omens? If there's nothing, the court is dismissed. Chapter 1136. Inside the Taiji Palace. Hearing Li Er's angry rebuke, Su Jingzong was stunned. He didn't understand why Li Er rejected his idea so decisively. Was this still the same Emperor Li Er who loved to achieve great things? What he didn't know was that when Li Er woke up this morning, he received news from Yunshan. Last night, Li Zishuan was only setting off a new type of firecracker. Thinking of this, old Li's face burned. Someone else was setting off firecrackers in Yunshan, and he actually thought that there was a real immortal descending with colorful lights. If this matter were to spread, wouldn't he, the emperor of the human world, be laughed at? Now, Su Jingzong's bootlicking had completely failed. The words auspicious sign from the heavens were extremely ear-piercing to Li Er's ears. He had already restrained himself by not throwing Su Jingzong into jail on the spot. Your Majesty is wise. Wei Zheng, Kong Ingda, and the others cupped their hands in front of Li Er in satisfaction and flattered him. If old Li had made any other choice, Wei Zishuan would probably have said, "You are a tyrannical and fatuous emperor. Your Majesty, as you wish." At this time, it was undoubtedly irrational to continue with his admonishment. Su Jingzong sighed in his heart, cupped his hands in front of his chest, and obediently retreated. At that time, he was just a secretary under Li Mi. Later, Li Mi was defeated by Wang Shichong in the Great Battle Royale, and he himself became a stray dog. Wagong village naturally collapsed, and he also became a stray dog. Fortunately, he was full of poetry and was quite talented. He was discovered by Li Er. Soon, he seized the opportunity and entered Li Er's literature hall, becoming one of the 18 scholars. However, what was depressing was that although he was also Li Er's aide, compared to people like Zhang Sunwuji and Fang Xianling, his official fate was a little worse. Zhang Sunwuji had been prime minister for several years, but he was only a fifth-rank imperial secretary. Among the 18 scholars of King Qin's manor, he was the most unknown existence. Of course he was unwilling, but in terms of strategy, he was not as good as Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui. In terms of foundation, he was not as good as Zhang Sunwuji. In terms of admonishment, he was not as good as Wei Zheng. Therefore, after much thought, he could only take this unorthodox path in hopes that Li Er would remember that he, the 18th scholar of the Duke of Qin's manor, had yet to be entrusted with an important task. If Li Zishuan knew what Su Jingzong was thinking, he might have laughed and said, "Old Su, don't make it so complicated. You are still young. Endure until all the other old officials in the imperial court have retired. That will be the day you rise to prominence. It's not a dream to become an official." Although the truth was not entirely like this, it was not far from it. In the end, Su Jingzong was able to become the prime minister. Of course, part of the reason was that he had no moral integrity, but more importantly, it was because he could endure. Qualifications were obtained through hard work. Cloud Mountain Villa. Even if the outside world was turned upside down, Li Zishuan could only sit at home and watch the flowers bloom and wilt in front of the courtyard. He smiled as he looked at the clouds in the sky. The fireworks last night had left a huge impact on Lan'er, Han Yuxi, Li Jingma and the others. When they found out that Li Zishuan planned to make more fireworks for the new year, Madame Li agreed with both hands, and Lan'er even agreed with both hands and feet. At this time, Li Jingma could not say anything against it. He even subconsciously felt that if there were fewer fireworks for the new year, it would be a lot less interesting. San Bao, Fu and the other loyal servants of the Li family were all summoned to Cloud Mountain to help make the fireworks. After breakfast, Li Zishuan ordered Peng Feiji to prepare a large amount of raw materials for the fireworks. He called San Bao and Fu over and taught them the steps of making fireworks. Coincidentally, Faubert also rushed over early in the morning. Li Zishuan might as well teach them all together. Anyway, the loyalty of these three people was unquestionable. Li Zishuan was not worried at all that they would leak the secret. "Young master, why don't we make the fireworks in the workshop? After all, if these things are not stored properly and cause an explosion, it is still very dangerous." After receiving the training, Faubert suggested to Li Zishuan. Last night, others were watching the show, but he saw the dangerous side of the fireworks from the show. Li Zishuan thought about it and felt that Faubert's words made sense. He nodded and said, "Yes, then let's do it. But the method of making fireworks must be kept a secret. San Bao and Fu will go to the workshop soon. Faubert, if you have any confidential matters, just let them do it. The secret recipe that I have given to the three of you must not be leaked under any circumstances." The reason why Li Zishuan wanted the recipe to be kept a secret was not because he was worried that someone would get hold of the recipe and imitate the fireworks, thus affecting the profits of the workshop or using the gunpowder in the fireworks to harm others. In fact, he was not worried about this at all. Firstly, even if someone got hold of the recipe, it would be very difficult for them to mass-produce it without the advanced craftsmanship of the Strange Taste Pavilion. Secondly, the gunpowder in the fireworks was very weak and would not be able to cause mass destruction. What Li Zishuan was really worried about was that someone would use the recipe of the fireworks to deduce the recipe of the gunpowder. Although the probability of this happening was very low, it was better to be safe than sorry. If someone really got hold of the recipe of the gunpowder, it would be a disaster for Tang Dynasty. By then, who knew how many good men would die from the gunpowder? Thus, as a precaution, Li Zishuan gave a third of the recipe to Faubert, Sanbao and Fu each. This way, unless the three of them betrayed him at the same time, and the person who got hold of the complete recipe was a peerless genius in chemistry, the real recipe of the gunpowder would not be leaked. In fact, the probability of this happening was basically zero. Young master, don't worry. This old man understands. Faubert could roughly guess the problem that Li Zishuan was worried about. He clasped his hands and replied, Sanbao Fu, you two better keep your mouth shut. This is the first time I, your young master, am entrusting you with such an important task. I hope that the two of you won't disappoint me. After saying that, Li Zishuan looked at Sanbao and Fu and instructed them. The two of them had gone through thick and thin with him. When the flying snake tried to assassinate him outside the city, the two of them almost lost their lives as well. In terms of loyalty, there was no problem with them. Young master, don't worry. Sanbao Fu will definitely not disappoint you. The two of them said solemnly. Go. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said with a smile. The three of them left. At this moment there was a commotion outside. Li Zishuan went out to take a look. It was Li Tai leading a group of students from the academy. Yamacho, aren't you a little too cunning? The firecrackers you taught us the day before yesterday were of inferior quality. The ones you set off last night were of superior quality. As soon as Li Tai came up, he acted like a resentful little wife, and spoke in an aggrieved manner. Oh. Chapter 1137. What do you mean by inferior firecrackers? What do you mean by superior firecrackers? These things are called fireworks. In the Yunshan residence, Li Zishuan looked at Li Tai, whose face was full of resentment, and said unhappily, Fireworks? Li Tai was stunned. The day before yesterday, when they came to Li Zishuan's place to make firecrackers, Li Zishuan did not tell them that those things were fireworks. However, when he thought of the scene last night, the little fatty narrowed his eyes and sighed. Yes, fireworks is a good name. It's worthy of its name. When that thing exploded in the sky last night, it did look like a flower. Yes. This name sounds better than firecrackers. Sun Zifan also nodded and said, Yamacho, do you have any more of those fireworks from last night? We want to make a few ourselves. We can even buy them. Yes. That's right. Yamacho, do you have any more? We can even buy some with money. Li Tai agreed. Li Ku, Zhang Sun Chong, and the others looked over eagerly. Obviously, they had the same idea. They were the children of officials and did not lack money. However, the eyes of the rest of the students behind them dimmed. Not everyone in Yinhuang College came from wealthy families. However, Li Zishuan's next sentence made their eyes light up. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, I don't have any more of those fireworks at the moment. The workshop is stepping up production. However, you don't have to pay for them. I plan to hold a fireworks show at the college during the new year. All students can watch it for free. Take it as a thank you to the students for your hard work in Operation Warm Winter at the end of this year. Oh, thank you so much, Yamacho. Yamacho is so generous. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, many students who lived in other places and could not go home for the new year because of the long distance suddenly cheered loudly. At this moment they really felt that this winter break was worth it. No one in the college could deny the beauty of last night's fireworks. Moreover, these fireworks were currently unique in the entire Tang Empire, and could not be bought with money. From this, one could see how precious they were. However, Li Zixuan did not hesitate to take out a large number of fireworks for the college students to celebrate the new year. How could they not be moved? How could they not cheer? Yamacho, how many fireworks will we set off? Class 1's Qing asked loudly. His hometown was in the Basha region, and he couldn't go home for the new year either. This year was his first time celebrating the new year in another place. Although it was Chang'an, the capital of the Tang Empire, no matter how good it was outside, it couldn't compare to the warmth of home. Going home for the new year was something that the Chinese would never be able to let go of. However, Li Zixuan's actions made him feel some familiarity. Yamacho, how many fireworks will be set off during the fireworks display? The rest of the students reacted and asked in unison. Last night, Li Zixuan had set off 64 fireworks. Although it was far more than the previous 9, many people felt that it wasn't enough to satisfy their cravings. Li Zixuan smiled and announced an even more exciting news. Haha, sure Qing, I can't answer your question. I don't know how many fireworks I will set off because I plan to set off 2 hours. 2 hours. Everyone's breathing quickened and their eyes widened. Some people were frantically calculating how many fireworks they could set off in 2 hours. However, they were confused because it was impossible to calculate. Thank you, Yamacho. Thank you, Yamacho. No matter how many fireworks there would be a lot of fireworks. This time the students could fully feast their eyes. Therefore, they cheered to their heart's content. Their voices were so loud that it gave Lan'er, who was in the backyard, a big fright. Li Tai, Sun Zifan, Zhang Sunchong, and the other officials' children were depressed. They had to go back to Chang'an for the new year. In that case, wouldn't they only be able to watch the gorgeous sky in Chang'an? Most of the students were satisfied with the answer. However, Li Tai and the others did not leave. The little fatty came up and said with a smile, Yamacho, I wonder if there will be more fireworks? Every year during the new year in the palace, it's boring. If there aren't any fireworks to liven things up, it won't be perfect. Yes. Zhang Sunchong, Sun Zifan, and the others nodded in agreement. Li Zixuan thought for a while and said, it's hard to say. Even if there are some left, there probably won't be many. Qingke, if you want some, it's best to wait until next year. Next year. Li Tai opened his eyes wide and shook his head. We can't wait. Yamacho, can't you ask the workshop to send more people to make more? What a joke. After seeing the charm of fireworks, Li Tai felt that waiting for one more day was too much, let alone waiting for next year. Li Zixuan said angrily, You brat, it's easy for you to say that. Don't you know how many days are left until the new year? Do you know how long it takes for the workshop to prepare the fireworks for the academy? If you really want to see the fireworks, just come to the academy. On the night of the new year, the academy will start to set off the fireworks at midnight. midnight. You can come after dinner in Chang'an City. Coincidentally, the curfew in Chang'an City will be lifted that night. In order to maintain the security of the capital, the Tang dynasty followed the curfew system of the Han dynasty. Of course, the walls could protect the safety of the people, but at the same time it restricted their freedom and affected their livelihood. According to the rules, on special days such as the Lantern Festival, the workshop could stay open all night. On these days, the people would be so excited that they would usually celebrate all night. That's the only way. Li Tai muttered gloomily. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, Oh right, Yamacho. Why don't you set the fireworks show in Chang'an City? At that time, the people in Chang'an City can feast their eyes. In fact, these were all excuses. He was just too lazy to run errands. After all, Chang'an City was more than 20 miles away from Yunshan City. Li Zixuan frowned and said, There are many people in Chang'an City, and the houses are close together. If we set off the fireworks on a large scale, it will easily cause a big fire. When His Majesty blames us, who can bear the responsibility? Although he said so, Li Zixuan thought in his heart, Your master is now grounded in Yunshan City. If the fireworks show is changed to Chang'an City, I won't be able to watch it. The master and disciple looked amiable on the surface, but they actually started a battle of wits and courage in secret. In the end, Li Tai gave up and said, All right then. When the time comes, we'll come to the academy to watch the fireworks show. All right. Yamacho. Last night, the people in Chang'an City also saw the fireworks at Yunshan City. My father even sent someone over to ask what happened. Before leaving, Li Tai suddenly whispered to Li Zishuan. Chapter 1138. Oh? What did His Majesty say? In front of the Yunshan residence, Li Zishuan heard from Li Tai that Li Er had sent someone to Yunshan this morning to investigate. Li Tai rolled his eyes and replied, My father didn't say anything. But many people in Chang'an City saw the colorful light last night and mistook it for the colorful heavenly light brought by the deities descending to the mortal world. 7 colored heavenly lights? Hearing this, Li Zishuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had never expected that the first fireworks show in the Tang dynasty would be related to immortals. Wasn't this 2F King ridiculous? In fact, what he did not know was that Li Tai also thought so at first, but in order to save some face for his father, he deliberately concealed this point. After Li Tai left, Li Gang, Li Anren, and Yin Xiaoning came one after another. Their purpose was more or less the same, which was to see the fireworks. In desperation, Li Zishuan told them about his plan to hold a fireworks show in the academy during the new year. These people were the homeowners of Yunshan and planned to spend the new year in Yunshan. After hearing this plan, of course, they did not have any objections and returned with satisfaction. As for the other native of Yunshan, Sun Simiao, the old Taoist priest brought him to the county at the foot of the mountain early in the morning. Moreover, even if he had time, he would not be so bored as to come and ask Li Zishuan for fireworks. Compared to this, the old Taoist priest was more concerned about the strange medical skills in Li Zishuan's mind. The imperial palace. After the court, Li Er returned to the Ganlu Hall. Just as he took off his dragon robe, he could not help but say to Zhao Song beside him, I asked that kid to shut himself in Yunshan to reflect on himself, but he did it well. Today he has a hot pot feast. Tomorrow he will fiddle with some new firecrackers. His life is more comfortable than mine. Is he grounded, or is he on vacation? It was no wonder that Li Zishuan complained. As a sinner, Li Zishuan did not reflect on himself sincerely all day long. Instead, he was treated like a master at home. On the other hand, although Li Zishuan was the emperor and was in charge of the life and death of the people in the world, he still had to work overtime every day to deal with state affairs. What's more, it's fine if you say you're living comfortably at home, but why did you have to make such a big commotion and make him mistakenly think that an immortal has descended to earth? If it weren't for the fact that he had sent 100 riders to bring back the news early this morning, he might have really believed in Su Jingzong's nonsense in the imperial court and thought that the fireworks were rainbow-colored heavenly light, an auspicious omen, and felt complacent. Then the news on Cloud Mountain would be transmitted back to Chang'an. At that time, as the monarch of a country, where should he put his face? That was as awkward as it could get. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and has always had wonderful ideas. Otherwise, where would our Tang Empire have the curved plow? Where would we have the honeycomb coal and heaters? And where would we have the Yanhuang College? Zhao Song laughed dryly and spoke up for Li Zishuan without leaving a trace. If it weren't for the fact that this kid is truly talented, I would have removed him from his position long ago. Li Zishuan sat on the couch and said unhappily, Haha, is your Majesty angry at the Marquis of Yong'an? At this moment, Empress Zhongsun walked in from outside the hall. She nodded at Zhao Song and indicated that the latter could leave. Then she walked to Li Zishuan's side and put down the lotus seed soup in her hand. She smiled gently and said, Your Majesty has just finished the morning court and must be hungry. Your Majesty, please fill your stomach and warm your body first. Li Zishuan's eyebrows finally relaxed. He took the lotus seed soup and smiled as he ate. Haha, it's been hard on you. If my officials were as understanding as you, concubine Guanyin, I wouldn't be so tired usually. Empress Zhongsun smiled and said, Your Majesty must be joking. 1,000 people have 1,000 faces. All the civil and military officials in the court have their own talents. Some are more stubborn, some are more tactful, and some are more cynical. They all have their own personalities. How can you expect everyone to have the same personality? This isn't good for handling government affairs. Haha, concubine Guanin's words are reasonable. Li Zishuan's thoughts suddenly became clear. He put down the soup spoon and laughed. Your Majesty, I heard that the rainbow sky at Yunshan last night was the Marquis of Yong's new type of firecrackers. Is it true? Zhang Xuan's eyes were smiling as she looked at Li Zixuan and said. Li Zixuan nodded and replied, yes, there is such a thing. I also just received the news this morning. It is said that the kid made a batch of firecrackers the day before yesterday. They can shoot into the sky and explode, but only the flames can be seen. Who knew that he would improve it again yesterday? So when the firecrackers shot into the sky and exploded last night, it became a rainbow of colors. Empress Zhangsun blinked and said, if I guess correctly, the Marquis of Yong, and making such a new toy at this time should be to prepare for the new year, right? Li Zixuan thought for a bit and felt that Empress Zhangxuan's guess was very likely true. He said unhappily, this kid is already a married person, but he's still like a child, fiddling with these little toys all day. He doesn't have any manners of a marquis at all. Zhangsun shook her head and said, Your Majesty, I feel that the Marquis of Yong'an's actions aren't just for his personal enjoyment. It is said that a large portion of Yanhuang College's students this year didn't have the chance to go home for the new year because of the Warm Tang Foundation's Operation Warm Winter. I think that the Marquis of Yong and probably wants these students to have a regretless new year at the academy. As the president of the Warm Tang Foundation, although she was only in name and didn't usually manage things, since the Yanhuang College's students stayed at the academy because of the Operation Warm Winter and didn't have time to go home as the president, she more or less felt that she owed them. And Li Zixuan's actions of caring for the students made her have a good impression of Li Zixuan in her heart. Naturally, she also had to say a few words for Li Zixuan. Yes, if that's really the case, then this kid did the right thing. Li Zixuan nodded. He was half doubtful and half sure as he said, he has indeed taught this batch of Yanhuang College's students well. In the future they will all be pillars of the country. We have discovered that this kid isn't good at being an official, but he is very competent as the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. Empress Zhangsun covered her mouth and laughed. Your Majesty is still the wise one. Back then, you stood your ground against the opinions of the masses and allowed the Marquis of Yong and to establish Yanhuang College. Only by using people to their fullest can they display their greatest abilities. For a genius like the Marquis of Yong, and only Yunshan can accommodate his talent. Hey, Maid Guanyin, don't praise him anymore. As long as that kid doesn't cause trouble for us every few days, we will be satisfied. Li Zixuan complained with deep resentment. Oh, Chapter 1139. The days passed and soon it was the 28th of the 12th lunar month. What was strange was that Chang and did not even have a single snowfall at this time of the year. It was said that a timely snow promised a bumper harvest, but there was not even a single snow seed this year. How could there be a good harvest next year? The children were immersed in the joy of the upcoming new year, but some of the experienced farmers were frowning more and more. Li Zixuan, who was living in seclusion in the Cloud Mountain, suddenly had a trace of worry in his heart. He looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, if there is no snow for a year, the locust eggs in the ground will probably survive in large numbers. The next year's locust plague will definitely be fierce. Fortunately, the Tang Empire was prepared. The first voyage of the Tang Empire's fleet brought back a large amount of food. After that, Li Xiaogong went to Lingnan to take up the position of the Left Commissioner of the Department of Shipping. He was in charge of the trade between the Nanyang countries and the Tang Empire. Gradually, he brought back a lot of food from other countries. Now the Tang Empire's warehouses were all full, and the warehouse near Chang'an was still expanding. It could be said that the Tang Empire's warehouse had never been so full before. Young master, according to your instructions, we have distributed the 280 bicycles produced by the workshop to the members of the Chamber of Commerce. They should be selling them today. Faubert came over early in the morning to tell Li Zixuan this news. The workshop was now well staffed. In just a few days they could produce more than 200 bicycles. On average, they could produce dozens of bicycles a day. Li Zixuan was quite satisfied with this speed. He nodded and said, I got it. Prepare a reward for the craftsmen and masters in the workshop. Let everyone go back for the new year. We will start work on the 7th of the first lunar month. Faubert smiled and replied, Okay, young master. Everyone was waiting for you to say that. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Don't be stingy with the reward. Give as much as you can. Everyone has worked hard this past year. Oh right, after the holidays, Faubert, you have to arrange a few people to guard the workshop. Fire prevention and theft prevention. The guards will get 5 times the salary during the new year. Ask around and see if anyone is willing." The new year was one thing, but the workshop couldn't be left unguarded. If it caught fire or attracted thieves, the loss would be too great. Faubert nodded and said, "Don't worry, young master. This old man will find a few craftsmen who live nearby and ask. We won't let the workshop's business go out of business." Yes. Chang'an City was particularly lively today because the citizens had received news from the Datong Daily that 280 bicycles had arrived in Chang'an and were about to be sold. The workshop only produced 40 bicycles during the first sale. Li Zishuan took out 5 bicycles as a gift and gave the rest to Chao Wendong, Feng Jihua, Lin Wenyuan and other members of the Chamber of Commerce. In addition, the members of the Chamber of Commerce would also privately detain 1 or 2 bicycles as gifts. In total, there were less than 30 bicycles entering the market for the first time. Those who managed to get their hands on the bicycles back then could not be said to be unlucky, because in just over a month, the price of the folk bicycles had been secretly inflated to 700 to 800 strings. It couldn't be helped. Some rich people just didn't lack money. They just wanted to enjoy themselves. For those middle-class families who were not very rich, it was a little frustrating. They could still afford a bicycle that cost 400 strings of coins, but 700 to 800 strings of coins? They couldn't bear to part with it. But now the bicycles were being sold again, and they were directly supplied with 280 bicycles. This time there were 280 bicycles, and no one was secretly detaining them. Compared to the previous sale, it was 10 times more. Although 280 bicycles were still not enough for the huge population of Chang'an City, the chances of getting one of the bicycles were undoubtedly higher. Therefore, countless citizens and wealthy businessmen rushed to the Chao family's Jianbao Pavilion, the Lin family's Qingyezhai, the Zhang family's Yixian and other places. This was because the second batch of bicycles was also not being sold by the Strange Taste Pavilion. They were all given to the members of the Chamber of Commerce. Hey! The Strange Taste Pavilion is finally being generous today. According to the Datong Daily, there are 280 bicycles for sale today. Haha. According to my position, it will definitely be my turn today. Hee. Fortunately, this old man lives nearby. I have to thank Brother Tao for informing me in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to make it in time. Haha. There's no sincerity in an empty thank you. After buying the bicycles, Brother you won't be able to escape this meal. Of course. In a while, I will invite Brother Tao to Zuishan restaurant for a big meal. With a bicycle, it will be much more convenient to go to places to pay New Year's greetings. Yes. This foolish brother thinks so too. In front of the Lin family's Qingyezhai, there was a long line. The people at the front were naturally elated, while the people at the back were dejected. Just like what the 2 old men at the front had said, it was almost the new year. If they could buy a bicycle, how cool would it be to ride a bicycle around to greet the new year? Everyone would feel embarrassed. Hee. Madam, how is it? Your husband's previous judgment was correct, right? For this second batch of bicycles, our family has a total of 34 bicycles. On the second floor of Qingyezhai, Lin Wenyuan looked at the dense line of customers downstairs and smiled as he spoke to Madame Lin beside him. Madame Lin couldn't help but say, "There are only 30 bicycles in total. If we sell them, we can only earn about 3,000 strings of cash. Look at how happy Master is." Lin Wenyuan shook his head and said, "Madam, you don't understand, right? This old man heard that this batch of bicycles only took 5 days for the Strange Interest Pavilion to produce. Previously, because the workshop was busy producing honeycomb coal and coal furnaces, they didn't have time to make bicycles. Madam, think about it. If the workshop could concentrate on producing bicycles, how many bicycles would they be able to produce in a month? More than 3,000. With such a huge profit, you don't know how much other people would covet it. Besides, Marquis Workshop doesn't only have bicycles. In the future, there will definitely be other products. Also, with so many people coming to our Qingyezhai to buy bicycles, it will also drive the sales of other things in our shop. If we really want to calculate, We definitely earned more than 3,000 strings of cash today. From what Master said, won't we be able to earn back the money we invested in the workshop next year? Madame Lin's eyes lit up as she asked with a smile. Lin Wenyuan chuckled and said, "It won't just be earning back the money. There will definitely be a lot of extra money. Let's not talk about other things. Just the 45,000 strings of cash that we bought from the Chamber of Commerce, if we sell it for 60,000 strings of cash, there will definitely be people who will buy it." Madame Lin subconsciously thought that her husband was bragging. She rolled her eyes and said, "I don't care about the rest. The important thing is that we finally have some extra money for the new year." Lin Wenyuan's old face darkened. He quickly coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. Previously, he had taken out more than 40,000 strings of cash to invest in the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, causing the Lin family's shop to be in a tight spot. Without liquid capital, doing business would naturally be a big hindrance. They had to scrape together funds left and right to barely survive until now. During this period, the Lin family could be considered to have lived frugally for a long time. Now that Li Zixuan had finally released a large number of bicycles, the Lin family could finally use this opportunity to earn back some money. Chapter 1140. Young Master. All the fireworks produced by the workshop have been moved to the Academy's warehouse. Brother Emojong will arrange for someone to guard them. I guarantee that there won't be any accidents. When it was close to noon, Sanbao rushed back from the workshop and reported to Li Zixuan. The workshop had received orders from Li Zixuan early in the morning to start a holiday. The batch of fireworks produced by the workshop naturally had to be handed over before the workers left. Li Zixuan did not instruct these matters. It was all decided by Sanbao, Faubert and Fu. Well done. Li Zixuan nodded, then looked at Sanbao and asked with a smile, "How is it? Have you and Fu gotten used to the workshop recently?" Sanbao was flattered and bowed. "Young Master, what are you talking about? It's my and Fu's good fortune to be able to work for you. What's there to not get used to?" Li Zixuan said angrily, "You rascal. You're such a smooth talker. You can laugh and joke around normally, but when you're working you have to pay more attention." Sanbao quickly said seriously, "Young Master, you're right. Sanbao will remember it." Go. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "Yanhuang College." "Hung Yi, did you return to Chang'an again?" In front of Guanghua Building, Chan Tianhua saw Hua Hengyi walking towards him. Seeing his travel-worn appearance, he knew that this fellow had just returned from outside. Hence he smiled. Although the three of them lived in Chang'an, they were already used to life in the academy. Seeing that most of the students did not go home during the winter break, they stayed in the academy. Coincidentally, the academy's canteen was free of charge during the winter break. The benefits were amazing. As for the Chinese New Year, they planned to go back for a reunion dinner and come back to the academy to watch the fireworks at night. Haha, Tianhua, you don't know how lively Chang'an's West City is today. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that tens of thousands of people came out to watch. Hua Hengyi walked over with a beaming face and laughed heartily. Speaking of which, during the winter vacation, the students who didn't go home didn't just stay at home in the academy. Most of them often went to Chang'an City when they had nothing to do, especially those students from other places. It was not easy for them to come to Chang'an City to study, but the academy was located outside of Chang'an City. Moreover, they usually had a lot of homework and had no time for other things. Now that it was the winter vacation, how could they live up to themselves if they didn't go to Chang'an City for a walk? Moreover, Yun Mountain was only about 20 miles away from Chang'an City. Along the way, they might meet some villagers from the Han Village, Plum Village, or other villages who were driving their ox carts and planning to go to the market. With a few polite words, the villagers would usually happily give them a ride. This would save them a lot of effort. This morning, Hua Hengyi rode on Old Hu's ox cart to Chang. Is it because of the bike? Chan Tianhua rolled his eyes and said indifferently. Obviously, he had already read today's Datong Daily. Hua Hengyi gave a thumbs up and praised. It's the bike. Tianhua is indeed Tianhua. You don't even have to go out and you already know what's going on. Amazing. TSK, today's scene is really crowded. Even if Yamacho released 280 bicycles, They would definitely be sold out by this morning. Chen Tianhua interrupted him impatiently. All right. Stop talking nonsense. I say, Hong Yi, didn't you say that you've already planned out your first novel? Why don't you take advantage of the winter break to start writing? You have to know that next year's homework will definitely be more intense. Hua Hongyi was stunned when he heard this. He then said, Tianhua, you don't know. Actually, regarding this novel, I've already started writing it a long time ago. It's almost done. Chen Tianhua was suddenly energized. He said with great interest, Oh? You finished writing it so quickly? Can you let me take a look first? Hua Hongyi scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I meant that the outline is almost done. Pfft. Chen Tianhua almost vomited blood. If the person in front of him wasn't his best friend, he would have punched him. Haha, Tianhua. This novel of mine is a little special. I'm sure you've never seen or heard of it before, so it'll be very difficult to comprehend it. You can't force the progress. Hua Hongyi quickly explained. Chen Tianhua looked at him suspiciously and said helplessly, All right. Since that's the case, do whatever you want. Just let me and Feichen know when you're ready to release the book. Of course. Hua Hongyi nodded. Suddenly, he saw many students crowding around the Guanghua building. He pointed in that direction and asked curiously, Tianhua, why are they crowding around there? Chen Tianhua looked in the direction Hua Hongyi was pointing at. Then he looked away and answered, In the morning, the Yamacho sent people to move the fireworks for the new year here. They used a lot of ox carts, countless of them. Now the fireworks have been placed in the warehouse on the first floor. Those people are crowding around the warehouse, probably wanting to see the fireworks in advance. What? The fireworks are here? Damn! I want to see it too. Hua Hongyi opened his eyes wide and ran over excitedly. The fireworks were his biggest anticipation for this year's new year. Master, the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop has been established. In just a few days they can make almost 300 bicycles. The process requires iron, sulfur and other raw materials. They are completely self-sufficient. This is terrifying. Chongren Square, Zhongsun Wuji's house. The layman just enjoys the show, while the expert appreciates the skill. While the people outside were crazy about the 280 bicycles, the expert saw the terrifying production capacity and efficiency of the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop. From the looks of it, their way of smelting iron is undoubtedly more efficient. It's hard to imagine that Li Zishuan has such achievements in smelting iron. I have really underestimated him. Zhongsun Wuji sighed with his hands behind his back. Master, with the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop, our smelting speed will definitely not be as fast as theirs. If the Marquis of Yong wants to snatch business from us, we won't be able to do so. The middle-aged man standing below Zhongsun Wuji, who looked like a manager, complained carefully. Zhongsun Wuji squinted his eyes. If the manager could think of this problem, how could he not? However, don't bother about this. No matter what, during the cholera outbreak, Li Zishuan saved Chong'er's life. If we were to fall out with him because of the business of the workshop, wouldn't we be a joke? Moreover, from the looks of it, the iron produced by the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop is for their own use. Li Zishuan doesn't have the intention to sell the iron to others. We don't need to complicate things. After a moment, Zhongsun Wuji shook his head and gave the final word. Chapter 1141. The largest iron-making workshop in Chang, and was owned by Zhongsun Wuji's family. After all, it was still the era of salt and iron officials. Even if there were iron-making workshops among the commoners, the scale wouldn't be large. Zhongsun Wuji used his status as a relative of the emperor to not only own an iron mine, but he could also forge iron openly. Not only that, the imperial court would purchase large amounts of iron from the Zhongsun family every year. The Zhongsun family could be said to be filthy rich through the iron-making business. Of course, this was the special favor that Emperor Li II Emperor gave to the Zhongsun family. There was probably no other family in the entire Tang dynasty who could do this. However, all of this was already a thing of the past. Now that the Curious Pavilion had become the largest private iron-making workshop in Tang dynasty, the Zhongsun family was the first to bear the brunt. Their business would definitely be affected. If the other party wasn't Li Zishuan, Zhongsun Wuji might have taken action to suppress them. If this happened 30 years later, no matter who the other party was, Zhang Sun Wuji would mercilessly suppress them. This was because by then, he would already be in complete control of the imperial court. Why would he have such fear? However, there weren't so many ifs in this world. The reality was that the current Li Zixuan couldn't be suppressed even if he wanted to. Li Zixuan, who was far away in Yunshan, didn't know of Zhang Sun Wuji's thoughts. Actually, he was worried that his iron-making workshop would make Zhang Sun Wuji unhappy. However, after thinking about it, with his current status and connections, it wouldn't be easy for Zhang Sun Wuji to bully him. Furthermore, he had saved Zhang Sun Chang's life. Even if Zhang Sun Wuji wasn't grateful, he couldn't possibly bite the hand that fed him, right? If that was really the case, the old fox's reputation would definitely be tarnished. However, even though he wasn't worried about Zhang Sun Wuji's revenge, Li Zixuan still left some leeway. For example, the iron produced by the Curious Pavilion was never sold to the public. This was because the daily consumption of iron in the workshop was huge. On the other hand, Li Zixuan was taking care of Empress Zhangxuan's face, and didn't want to make things too difficult for Zhang Sun Wuji. Ever since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, other than his family and elders, Empress Zhangxun was someone who took care of him. Li Zixuan naturally respected this woman from the bottom of his heart. On the other side, the 280 bicycles were all sold out in just half a day. Those who managed to snatch the car were still the lucky ones, as they could easily earn hundreds of strings of cash by casually selling it. In the end, there were too many monks and too little gruel. The number of bicyclists in Chang'an was still very large. Unlike the last batch, which only had dozens of bicycles, there were now 280 bicycles in Chang'an. People could often be seen riding bicycles on the streets, which was impossible a month ago. Nowadays, the children in Chang'an City had one more fun, which was to wait on the streets for rich people to come by on bicycles. Once they saw one, these naughty children would crazily chase after the bicycle on their scooters. Speaking of which, these people were really reckless. On such a cold day, they were actually willing to ride bicycles or skateboards in the cold wind. If they were in modern times, they would definitely be idiots. Cloud Mountain Villa. The new year was the day after tomorrow. Although there were few people in Cloud Mountain, the New Year's atmosphere was very strong. Every household had already prepared all the New Year's goods, such as chicken, duck, fish, tea, wine, soy sauce, North and South stir-fried goods, sugar bait, fruits, and so on. In addition to these, every household had to prepare some gifts for visiting relatives and friends during the new year. Families with children also had to buy new clothes and hats for their children to wear during the new year. However, for a big family like the Li family, they did not lack these. Lana, this girl, wore new clothes every day, no one would object. What surprised Li Zixuan was that there was actually bacon in the New Year's goods. He thought that this thing did not exist in the Tang dynasty. In fact, this was his own ignorance. Bacon had a very long history in China. At least in the era of Confucius, the ancestors knew how to make bacon. Confucius had a special fondness for bacon. He once said, "As long as you give me 10 strips of bacon, I will teach you." Confucius had 3,000 disciples and 72 followers. If they all gave him 10 strips of bacon as filial piety, this old man would not be able to finish it even if he opened his stomach. Later, it became the custom of students giving their teachers bacon. However, in the ancient language it was called shu xiu, which meant a bundle of dried meat. Tsk. This bacon stir-fried with garlic core is a delicious dish. Wife, your husband will teach you a new dish in the afternoon. Li Zixuan looked at the bacon hanging in the house and said with joy. There were still garlic sprouts in the winter because garlic was a crop with relatively strong cold resistance. It could withstand a short period of -10 degrees Celsius. If the temperature below -10 degrees Celsius was low for a long time, or if the temperature was extremely low, garlic sprouts would easily freeze and die. However, the temperature in Chang'an City was not that low this year, so it was not difficult to find some garlic core. This was the first time Han Yushi heard of this dish. She thought for a while and nodded. "Okay, hubby, you can tell me later and I'll do it." "Hey, that's right, my wife, I asked you to buy more pork. Did you not buy it?" His original plan was to buy a batch of pork before the new year, and give some to each household in his village as an auspicious sign for the new year. However, he realized that there was not enough pork in the New Year's goods at home. Han Yushi looked at Li Zishuan angrily and said, "Husband, you asked for more than 10,000 pounds of pork. Do you expect to pile it all up at home? Don't worry, Uncle Wang has already taken care of it." He bought more than 100 pigs and temporarily raised them in the field in front of Uncle Hu's house. Uncle Wang plans to distribute the pork to each village tomorrow. Then, the village chief of each village will personally distribute the pork to the villagers. Oh! Li Zishuan touched his nose embarrassedly. Then, he suddenly thought of the pig slaughtering banquet in the village in his previous life. He said, "Wife, we will distribute the pork tomorrow, but you have to let Faubert keep 8 pigs. I plan to hold a pig slaughtering banquet in each village during the New Year the day after tomorrow." Pig slaughtering banquet? Husband, what is a pig slaughtering banquet? Han Yushi asked curiously. Li Zishuan thought for a while and replied, This pig slaughtering banquet is to put different parts of a pig, both inside and outside, into a big pot, half boiling and half steaming. Then the meat in the big pot can be divided into many dishes, such as garlic minced meat, garlic minced heart meat, firewood meat, hand-chopped liver, pickled vegetables stewed with white meat and blood sausage, and so on. Wife, let me tell you, don't think that the pig slaughtering banquet is tasteless just because there are so many things cooking together. In fact, if it is done well, it will be delicious. Chapter 1142. Cloud Mountain Residence. Hearing Li Zishuan talk about the pig slaughtering feast so seriously, Han Yushi was also a little tempted, but, husband, although the pig slaughtering feast is good, don't forget that you are still grounded by His Majesty. Grounding, the desire for the pig slaughtering feast that had just appeared on Li Zishuan's face instantly disappeared without a trace. Once a person was pleased with himself, it was easy for him to forget himself. He was a typical example of this. Alright then. Let Uncle Wang distribute all the pork to the villagers. Li Zishuan waved his hand dispiritedly. At first he thought that being grounded for 2 months was no big deal. After all, he liked to stay at home. However, now that it was close to the new year, he realized that he couldn't even leave Cloud Mountain. How frustrating. Sigh. Now I have no choice but to be an otaku even if I don't want to. Li Zishuan sighed in his heart. He had heard what his father-in-law had said to him earlier. He knew that he had caused too much trouble this time. Taking advantage of being grounded, he had to lay low for a period of time and let everyone gradually forget about the Cui family. That was the wisest move. During this period, Li Zishuan was determined not to cause any trouble and let others have a hold on him. Han Yushi saw that Li Zishuan was as dejected as a child who didn't get a toy. She felt an inexplicable sense of pity in her heart. She couldn't help but giggle and say, "Husband, why are you so dejected? If we can't have the pig slaughtering feast this year, we can have it next year. Anyway, there will be a new year every year." Li Zishuan shook his head helplessly and forced a smile. Haha. Wife, you don't have to comfort me. It's just a pig slaughtering feast. Your husband is not a greedy person. Han Yushi smiled when she heard that. She thought disapprovingly, husband, if you are not a greedy person, then who in the world would have the nerve to call themselves greedy people? Ooh. The 30th of December, New Year's Eve. Finally, it was New Year's Eve. Yen Lide and Yen Liban had already moved to Yunshan 2 days ago to live with Yen Xiaoning. Because the imperial court would give the officials a Lunar New Year's Eve holiday every year. There were a total of 7 days. It was the 3 days before Lunar New Year's Eve, the first day of the Lunar New Year, the second day of the Lunar New Year, and the third day of the Lunar New Year. Therefore, old Yan's family happened to be here for a holiday. Although Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong both had houses in Yunshan, of course it was given to them by Li Zishuan, they still had many connections in Chang'an, so they had no time to come over during the day. It was rare for Sun Simiao to give himself a day off today. He suspended the free clinic activity at the foot of the mountain. The Hu family had been helping him tidy up his house and buy New Year goods these few days. Could be said that they had worked hard. Therefore, although the old Taoist priest had been running down the mountain recently, he was quite well prepared for the new year. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan, the host, invited the big group of people to his house for a meal. It was considered a welcome for them to celebrate the new year in Yunshan. To be honest, those who could be long-term residents of Cloud Mountain were not simple people. Every one of them was quite knowledgeable, and most of them knew each other. Therefore, during the banquet there were toasts and conversations, and it was very lively. The meal lasted until around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Zixuan lay at home for a while, then brought Sanbao out and walked towards the academy. He was indeed grounded at home now, but Yanhuang College was also his home. The current situation was that as long as he didn't leave Yunshan, no one would find trouble with him. After entering the academy, Li Zixuan went straight to the canteen. He found the canteen manager Wang Dahu and said, "Dahu, have you prepared the flour and ingredients that I asked you to prepare?" Eru, you're here too?" Li Zixuan saw Wang Eru, who was busy not far away. When Wang Eru heard him, he quickly ran over and said, "Yes, young master. Today the Drunken Immortal restaurant is on holiday, so I came here to help my brother. At the same time, the whole family will celebrate the new year at the academy." In the modern era, during the new year, the business was the best in the restaurant industry. Usually, the employees of the restaurants and hotels would not be on holiday at this time, because many people were too lazy to prepare a reunion dinner, so they would celebrate the new year at the restaurant. But it was different in the ancient era. In this era, the concept of home was still very strong in people's hearts. During the new year, basically no one would eat a reunion dinner outside. Therefore, Li Zixuan simply let everyone in the Drunken Immortal restaurant go on holiday. Li Zixuan smiled and nodded, then asked, "Eru, you brought your father and mother over too?" Wang Eru quickly waved his hand and said, "How can I? This is the academy. How can my father and mother come in casually? I let my father and mother wait at a farmer's house at the foot of the mountain. After my brother and I are done with our work, we will go down the mountain to find them and have a reunion dinner together." "Pa!" Li Zixuan slapped the back of Wang Eru's head and said, "It's so cold now. How can you leave your parents at the foot of the mountain? Although Yanhuang College does not allow outsiders to come in casually, you and Dahu are not outsiders. Hurry up and bring your father and mother over here. Your whole family can celebrate the new year with so many students at the academy today. Speaking of which, if possible, who wouldn't want to have a family reunion?" However, the academy was a sacred place for scholars. How could outsiders enter just because they wanted to? Therefore, Wang Eru did not dare to bring his parents directly to the academy. At this time, after listening to Li Zixuan, Wang Eru and Wang Dahu were touched. They bowed and said, "Thank you, young master, for thinking highly of us." After that, Wang Eru ran out of the cafeteria happily. Wang Dahu finally had the time to answer Li Zixuan's question. "Young master, the flour and ingredients that you asked for are all prepared here. The quantity is definitely enough." Li Zixuan laughed and said, "Haha, that's great. Bring everything to the table. Today, I will let the students have a dumpling making competition." It was the new year. How could it be called the new year if they did not make dumplings? Wang Dahu was stunned and said doubtfully, "Dumplings? Yamacho, what are dumplings? At first, I thought you were going to make wontons." "Wontons? Ahem. Actually, the two are similar. It's just that the names are different. In the future, it will be dumplings, no wontons. We must eat dumplings for the new year," Li Zixuan quickly explained. In fact, there was no such thing as dumplings in the Tang dynasty, but there were dumplings in the Tang dynasty. Today's wontons are shaped like a crescent moon. They are eaten everywhere. This was the first sentence that talked about dumplings in ancient Chinese literature. It was written by the Northern Qi writer and educator, Yan Jitue. Although Yan Jitue said wontons, he said crescent moon-shaped wontons. Then wouldn't crescent moon-shaped wontons be dumplings? In the middle of the Tang dynasty there was a new name for dumplings, jiawan. In the Song dynasty, in order to distinguish it from wontons, people began to shape it into a crescent moon shape. It was actually a triangular shape with two pointed corners, and was called jiaozi. Zhoumi of the Song dynasty even wrote in his Old Stories of Wulin that there were records of multicolored buns, multicolored dumplings. Since jiaozi and dumplings both appeared, the name dumplings appeared naturally. Therefore, dumplings was officially named in the Song dynasty. Wang Dahu nodded his head in confusion. Li Zixuan said to Sanbao, "Sanbao, go tell Emozhong and the rest to inform all the students in the school to come to the cafeteria to participate in the dumpling making competition." Yes, young master.